Welcome back to Racer Vets, you mothers, grandmothers, and inclusive out there. How's everybody doing today? Today I was lucky. I went to the hospital, to get a checkup, which they never touched me. I told them to stick it up their ass. I have a little history of VA here, and I want you guys to watch it. They redid the place a little bit. They spent a lot of money on electronics, getting rid of people, and not spending money on the veterans. This is your government at work, spending money needlessly, and they're stupid as hell. Anyway, I want to show you the little trip of VA hospital over at John Dingle, Detroit, Michigan. So let's take a little trip here and see what goes on here. Hey Dan, I got a treat for you. Look at this. Got all kinds of Suncrisp, Doritos, and Lay's potato chips, and Cheetos, and Fritos. Oh my God, you got cold bear, gummy bears, Act 2 butter, popcorn, M&Ms for you. Wow, you and Reggie would have a ball with this stuff. Look at that. Mmm, good eating there, Dan. See that? Healthy snacks. Look at that. Right next to the locker.
Healthier snacks.
Yeah. Everything's turning on automation. $1 or $2? Oh, I see. It's one button and two buttons and three buttons. Oh, you have to be an engineer just to run this damn thing.
Your heartache, dude.
Hey, dude, look at this. Farmer Fridge. Cold crisp lettuce. Look at that, eh? That's the damnest thing I've ever seen in my life. What they got here? This is at VA hospital right here. This is new. I've never seen this before. Weird, eh? Huh. Welcome to the world of VA. You got your Aquafina and all that stuff here. They changed this place quite a bit. They remodeled it since the last time I was here. They spent more money in remodeling when they didn't have to instead of helping the veterans out. All right, I'll be back later on. So, here you go, nude. Dan, be proud. Be proud in our service. Look at that. Wow. I can't wait to join the service again. I want to be a gay boy. Oh, yeah. A butt packer. Yes.
Well, for life, short life.
Well, the head of Veterans Affairs is on a mission to repair trust following allegations of mismanagement at the John D. Dingle VA Medical Center. Today, Secretary Dennis McDonough spoke with patients and staff at the facility to ensure them changes are happening. Andres Gutierrez is at the VA Medical Center with what veterans are saying is needed.
I don't really think we get the service we need.
You just come down here and they kind of blow you off. That's what I get out of it.
That's how veterans Kenneth Hunrow and Melvin Trumbo characterize the quality of care they've received over the years at the John D. Dingle VA Medical Center, and they're not alone.
If they would listen to us, some of us, yeah, we're a little nutty and we may not make a lot of sense, but we are veterans and we fought for this country. And we don't want to come here and have people treat us like we're not important.
We don't trust you enough to talk to you. You have earned our distrust.
That's sounding off to U.S. Secretary of Veteran Affairs Dennis McDonough and top VA leaders during a town hall Friday.
As difficult as it has been, we do know the path forward to the provision of timely world-class care.
The visit is coming after the VA's Office of the Medical Inspector discovered failures in oversight led to inadequate care for patients. A separate review found some fixes were implemented, but there were delays in making those changes.
We found failures with the former facility leader. The former facility leader in interviews with staff was described as exclusive, non-collaborative, and hostile.
Moving forward, Secretary McDonough says there will be transparent communication, enhanced staffing, and stable leadership, starting by announcing the acting intermedical director for the facility will become the permanent one.
When our employees can speak candidly with me, that they need to be able to speak candidly with their supervisors, with their chain of command.
He made a commitment to me that he would come in and assure the veterans that the health care that they are getting is quality and that they can feel safe and will be taken care of. He tried to do that today, but that he's not done. He's going to stay on top of it. I have his cell. I can get him anytime. I can get the people here, and we're going to protect the veterans.
In Detroit, Andres Gutierrez, CBS News, Detroit.
Well, the head of Veterans Affairs is on a mission to repair trust following
Yeah, it's nothing but a big psyops here. They waste of freaking time. Yeah, I don't feel sorry for these veterans. They get paid a little bit of money and they think they're in seventh heaven. Fuck 'em. I'm done with veterans. Kiss my ass. Big joke. It's nothing but a money pit here. That's all it is. Yeah, we're getting out of here. We're going home. You're right. What's wrong with uniforms?
This is the wonderful world of VA, where everybody's brainwashed. What a bunch of bullshit.
I know. I went ahead and got me some. I had to go.
Yep, good. Yeah, just a waste of time. I just went there once a year. This is bullshit. I basically chewed my primary care physician up for lying. She about shit. Do you want a new physician? I said, no, you're all the same.
Hey, right?
These fucking vets, I swear. I'm ashamed to be a vet. I'm sure even associated
Wait
with
till
that
it gets
anymore.
done, Miss Gander. Hold on.
Make their own fucking rules. Well, we're going home. Let's do it. Oh, I tried the ghost box out. I didn't get any hits with it. No, didn't get no hits with it, so. Okay, we're all set. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, you be safe out there.
Oh, yeah. Ain't nothing out there but rain.
It's the alligators. We get snappy every once in a while.
Snapping turtles. Fucking money making ordeal. Oh, sorry. Come on, sir. I'll walk you slow. Come on. Sorry. All right. Getting out of here.
Oh, we need this just
All right. Hey. Third floor for me, too, please. That is if I can get in. Thank you. Sure. Oh, my apologies.
I can get out to work.
That's why I meet women like that. A little bit. Oh, sorry, man. I'll get.
You're saying you had an ulterior motive?
Yeah, well, I just, it never works.
Have a
Have a good one, everybody. Is this four? No, it's three. Yeah, 1 and 3. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay, now we're down here in I should say up here. They like this parking lot. 5 tiers. We're on the 3rd floor right now. If you're claustrophobic, I wouldn't advise you to be here. A whole lot of weight above my head. Well, that's just about it. Oh, I told a primary care physician that she's just a paid off nobody. She got pissed off. Oh well. Anyway, that's it, people. So I'm done. I'll catch you later on, everybody. Thanks.
Okay, say your piece.
Love you, bro.
Peace,
Love you,
man.
bro.
Oh,
Hey, I was thinking about some stuff hard for the last couple days with my veteran buddy. And to be perfectly honest, when you walk away from that system and that service, you shouldn't expect anything.
you're breaking up.
As
You're breaking up.
you hear me now?
Yeah, gotcha.
I was thinking about it hot and heavy over my buddy that took off, and my own personal view. This is again my own personal view, and he wants everybody to hand him everything, and don't nobody owe him nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just I'm at an odd stuck opinion on that because when you walk away, like a lot of the heavier veterans that I know that do their own thing, they walk away because and they've always said that it's not up to nobody else to take care of me but me, you know. And that's where I agree 100% with Nude Guru on a lot of stuff because just today alone, I heard 5 people guffing about the system gobbling them up, and they're struggling, busting their ass, and they're getting nowhere but further behind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The male lady was guffing today. My brother, and I went out of my way to help him, and it hurt me even more to help him to make sure my brother was all right. And then I heard another dude in town guffing about it, and then a retired American shop worker. We're all guffing about how they can't make ends meet, but they want them to go to the doctor every other day and pay tons for prescriptions. It's like,
Well, you won't hear a lot of your veterans complaining because they get benefits because they got injured, you know, in the military war. So they're not going to say nothing bad about the VA. You know what I mean? Per se. A lot of what they do when they go to VA and they can afford it, they get X-rays, MRIs for free, and then take their X-rays and MRIs to their doctor, the private care doctor. It really is. It's a sham. I jumped in my private care physician pretty good today, so she don't like me no more. She says, "You want another doctor?" I says, "Why? You guys are all together anyway. You talk, same lunch. Why would I need another one? I already went to 3 of them already. The third one. Oh yeah, I jumped on her shit good today. I sure
have
did.
you noticed any odd like slowdown in police activity and stuff like that?
I
Because
haven't been
I know,
outside for a while. I've been watching my wife here, so I don't know.
I'm just curious because I heard that our town is under investigation, that the county we're in is under investigation. And I noticed during this 4th of July, there was like, I seen no police presence. None. I've never seen that out of 20 some years. I'm talking, they blocked the street off with fire trucks and everything, and they didn't do that this year.
Well, I'm going to have another video in a while. My daughter gave it to me. I'm trying to make. It takes me a while to do a video now because I'm busy. But wait till you see this video, you're going to shit because this is exactly what's going to happen to all of us. And Nude was right about this. Hell's coming, and people are going to shit.
What do you mean?
Well, I'll show you the video. I don't want to say I don't want to compromise it right now. I'm trying to get the video together. So once I get it, we'll talk about it. But yeah, oh yeah, it's coming. I can see it. And like
Yeah,
I said,
I think it's going to be more guff in the big city, to be honest, because up the northern cities, and it doesn't matter whether you go, whether it's in the sticks or not, the people keep a natural law of civility. They're not going to tolerate dumb shit, not even out of the cops.
I
I'm
hope
sorry.
not. I hope not. No, seriously, I hope not.
You
Because
know
they'll
it as
destroy
well
that
as I
city,
know
you know.
it. Yeah, but I've even sat here with all types from down in Detroit, and I'm telling you right now, they do not like the police. They do not like the government. And we can do this without hurt people. We just got to tell them, no, fuck off. You're not our boss. You're not our
That's
God.
the
You're our
problem.
servant. Yeah,
They
but
won't
that's
do
just
that.
it. That's how ass backwards this is. They're a public
You know.
servant. They're our servant. We tell them what to do.
Yep.
They don't tell us what to do.
Exactly. I ran into an old guy. He was the greeter in the front desk there, and I took a picture of that gate picture, and the guy had a fit. He goes, "Hey, hey, hey!" I turned around. What's going on? You can't take pictures here. I said, "The pig's ass, I can't." I said, "You better start. You better start checking your CFR, your rules. You know, I said, I didn't go in the military not to take pictures here. You can't do that." I shut the fuck up and I walked away.
I'd have looked at him and said, I just did.
I was
I'm
going to take a
serious. I
picture of him.
looked at the dude
I
like I
was.
just did.
I was going to do a video of him, but I just let it go. I wasn't going to cause no trouble. You know, I wanted to get more pictures. So, but yeah, he did. He jumped in my shit and I jumped in his. That's the only
Well,
reason I had to over there for that, you know, taking pictures.
I think I got a pretty good idea of what you're fixing to go into, and that's changing. This is one of the things I do not agree with New Guru on. 100%. I do not agree about how he says we can't go after these people and hold them accountable. Well, guess what, buddy? If we don't stop these people and hold them accountable, what happens?
Well, they're going to shit all over us. But
And
again,
they're going
he
to
was
come.
right though.
Yeah, but in the end, they come for New Guru too. So it makes no sense to me. I've sat and thought about it for hours and days on end.
Yeah, but
Because
like
I don't like
Guru
victim.
says,
Yeah, I like
come on.
I'm just saying, I sat and thought about it for hours on end, days on end, and I know from the streets and living just life even in the woods, bro, you can't lay down for nobody. You got to hold certain situations accountable. That doesn't matter whether it's a human or the weather or what. You have to take control and do what's right with the situation. Otherwise, what happens?
Well, I agree, but people ain't going to do it. We will. They won't. I've
But that's
talked to
just
so many people, and they walk away. They don't want to hear it. They don't believe it.
yes, sir. And that's why we need to just keep working as a team because there's enough of us. It only takes a small fraction to make it stop. I mean, if you check history, man, the numbers alone, there's not as many of these guys as you think, dude. Now, this is why I don't agree with what New Guru says about letting it go, is because if you let it go and let them continue, eventually they will get strong enough to come at you and there's nothing you can do. It's the same principle as letting them take your neighbor because you don't like him, even though you know they're taking your neighbor for the wrong reason. You laugh about it. Well, later on, when everybody's gone around you because they took them for the wrong reasons, you got nobody to help you. They come for you. It's that
Yeah,
same
but
principle.
you don't understand. I didn't get it either. People don't care. They don't. I
I
have talked to someone. My daughter could verify it. I talked to just, and they walked away. They don't care until it
I
happens to
love
them.
you,
And
right?
then,
Hey, right,
you know,
right.
uh,
I love you, bro. I love you, bro. It's the
I love
MK
you too.
Ultra bullshit. Yeah, it's the MK.
Wait,
I'm dealing with it too, my friend. I'm not going to say I'm scared, but I'm very concerned and I'm paying attention for my family because they're all in the medical field.
mm-hmm.
So how do you think I felt thinking about this whole situation since COVID hit when my family went and got jabbed up to the hilt? How do you think I feel knowing that I could get a phone call any day, anytime?
Hmm. Oh,
Exactly.
no, I understand.
That's why these people
Well,
must be held. They
they
must
try to
be held accountable.
push that shit on me over at the VA. They wrote me a letter, called me. You gotta, I said, I'm not taking the damn thing. What's wrong with you people? Don't you understand the word no? I mean,
Listen, I think it's beyond criminal what they've done to you vets. I've watched. I listen when when I picked my buddy up from the bus station, I was inside. I was pissed because when I picked that dude up, he was fucked up. I don't know what they were doing, but it wasn't helping him.
no,
And in 2 months' time out here, he looked totally different. I mean, he looked fucking human again. He was looking like himself.
yeah, he ain't nothing but it. But you know what? I could care less about them veterans anymore. Fuck them. They got their money. They're happy. They got their benefits. Nothing's going to happen to them. They don't give a fuck them. I'm tired of veterans. I am. I hate to say that, but I am. I'm tired of it.
Unfortunately, they are getting something. They're getting experimented on. The medical field is experimenting on people. I'm watching it through the adult foster cares. I'm watching it, and I'm very concerned with it. Matter of fact, Guru is too. Guru, I think, is watching. He's concerned with it too, from the pharmaceutical industry.
Well, Guru would have been proud of me today because when I was over there trying to get my appointment for next year, because that's all I do is 1 year, I'm tired of wasting my time and money with them bastards. And he walked by and says, I know you're happy to be a vet. And I says, hell if I am. She goes, what does that mean? I says, I'm a militia. I kill people. I did it for a paycheck. And I made sure everybody heard me. That fucking broad didn't know what to do. She turned right around and walked away. Yeah, exactly what I told her. And that's the truth. Huh?
Yeah, that's the great divide, my friend. That divide we talk about. Yeah, because we're not going to want to be around those people that are stuck in that mentality and mindset. I don't.
No. No.
Yeah. I agree. I'm getting ready to separate from my family because of it.
Seen more zombies and ghosts in that place than we did in the other place you were visiting.
I see Nude. Where the hell did he go? No Nude coming up here? I'm surprised.
What's that?
I see Nude talking there.
Nude people?
No, Nude. Guru. He was there writing, chatting.
Oh, how come he's not up here?
I don't.
That's strange.
I gave him a link. Yeah.
No, I'm watching an interesting pattern. I think we're going to be okay. We just, like I said, whatever happens, just don't comply. That's another thing too that I'm noticing out of the smart people, and that's a trend coming out of the smart people that I notice. Whatever comes next, do not comply. Whatever comes next, do not comply. And that's that's a very wise statement.
When I seen that LGBTQ that picture, I left my ass. Everybody's looking at me, and I looked at him. I says, "This is stupid as hell, and you guys want this shit?" And I walked away. No one said a word.
The shit show's going to go on one way or the other. There's nothing we can do about it. But the only thing you can do about it really is just separate yourself from it as far as you can.
Yes, sir.
Physically and emotionally, mentally. Just totally separate.
Check this out, right? I swear to gosh, if you focus on eating just green stuff, I bet your hair will stop going white. I'm changing my hair by just eating green stuff and drinking the lemon water and honey and stuff.
Oh,
hell. Your hair going green?
No, it's going back dark black. And I was going bad gray and white. People were making fun of me. And now my beard's going back dark. My hair is dark again. I'm like, no way. And I've been really focusing on eating a lot of cabbage and green food. It's working.
Yeah, that fresh machine, that fresh garden, they had actually like jars or something in there. It looked like healthy food on top. And then when you look in the bottom, it was all junk. That was weird.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
Guess what I also noticed when I switched over to a vegetation diet? My stoves and counters and stuff are cleaner. No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. My counters are cleaner because
I just never thought about it. I never thought about it that way.
Yeah. You know what else I noticed? You know what else I noticed about this food? The flies and bugs don't get attracted to it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Very true.
I'm serious. I've been experimenting with it, leaving my lemons cut. When I cut my lemon on the plate, I'm leaving it out in the open and not a single fly, bro. I'm like, dude.
Where'd you get the lemon?
The grocery store.
There you go. It's poison.
No, it's not poison, but it probably ain't the best. It's the only option I got. Where am I going to get a lemon at, buddy? I'm in the middle of Michigan woods. It's not something.
Yeah, I was telling them Michigan is terrible for trying to find something. You know, it's out there. It's out there. You just got to know where to look. But God dang, I got to
Grow your own lemon tree.
Yeah, well, listen, that's hard to do. That's hard to do in Michigan. That's probably
Yeah.
going to be an option. But the thing is, they're attacking all the areas that I want to go to that would allow me to grow that stuff. They're attacking right now, weather warfare. So I'm kind of holding tight for a second.
It's bullshit.
And matter of factly, if Wrights here don't get off his ass and get his spot, he'll come running up towards me really fucking fast because he ain't got no choice because they're getting flooded out. So.
Oh no,
He'll
no,
have
I
to
already got it set. If I can't move out of here, like I wanted to, it's gun time. That's all there is to it. There's no doubt about it. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
You do keep it to yourself, boss. Just keep it to yourself. You know what to do. You don't need nobody knocking on your fucking door. I was gonna say
I
that
ain't
to you.
playing.
Stop. Well, please stop. I get it. I get. Listen, I get it. 1,100%. But please don't say it over line so you don't get knocks on the door.
Oh, I don't give a shit about these people anymore.
Use your
I'm tired of
brains.
them.
Use your
You know.
brains, not your emotions.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Oh, now you talk. Any other time you don't talk. Now you talk.
Lady
Say something.
Jane. I was
Yeah.
wondering who that was.
It's me. I'm looking for my husband.
Joe Cool.
You're looking for your husband. I
It's
need a
all
sandwich
coming
maker.
together now. I get it.
I'm not really looking for a wife, but I'm looking for a sandwich maker.
I can make some
I'm good.
Dagwoods.
I'm looking for a salad maker.
She does that too.
I do
She's
that too.
fantastic.
Mhm.
She what?
She can make. Oh man, she makes Dagwood. She can make salads like crazy. Oh, I love them. Damn, do I like those sandwiches she makes.
Salad
Company is what?
sandwich?
Oh, salad. Oh, she makes salads out of the world, man. Wow.
Company is welcome here. We got a pretty good setup going here. I got another lady coming in a few days here. She's gonna come up and check it out from Flint, from Flushing.
Oh, I have a friend who's originally from Flushing. Mm-hmm.
Well, we're trying to get grants right now to buy a couple locations on high ground to set up off-grid health and wellness centers, like people like Wrights that are just transitioning. We'll have like
Mm-hmm.
an area, yeah, we'll have like an area where we can direct and help them until they get in a natural routine to do it yourself. Because really, it only takes a couple hours every morning to do the natural routine to have everything you need. And then the rest of the day, you can do whatever. If you want to go float down the river, you can go float down the river, and everything's handled. You got food the next day, everything. It's that simple. I'm serious. They have everybody all so fucked up. I don't know what to say. I almost don't even want to help. It's so bad. I almost don't want to waste my energy to help my people so they can go to a job because it's just hurting
Right.
me more. I'm serious. It's hurting me more. I sat here helping people all day fix their cars and fucking then come home and ended up helping my buddy's ex-wife that was here staying with me. I helped his wife until like 10 o'clock doing tires on her Cadillac so that she could get to work and take care of her kids.
Damn.
Yeah, she couldn't
You
even
sound like
afford
my
it.
brother-in-law. He used to do the
Yeah,
same.
but she couldn't even afford a fucking tire. I had to go take one of the tires from my trailers and give her one of my tires so that she could make it home to her kid. And she works. They're playing games up here with the factory. They let them work for like 2 weeks, then lay them off for 2 weeks. Let them work for 2 weeks, lay them off for 2 weeks. You don't get nowhere like that when you got bills.
Nope. Nope. It's pretty messed up with games that they're playing with the employment system with people. It really is.
That's what I'm waiting
You
to
know.
talk to New Guru. I want to tell New Guru I
Whoa,
love
whoa,
him
whoa.
because
Michigan, you
I've
broke
been,
up bad.
yeah.
You broke up real
I've
bad.
been waiting to talk. I've been waiting to talk to Nude Guru because I'm going to tell him I love him because a lot of his advice, I've been calming down and I've been talking to my people and telling them, look, I love helping everybody, but at the end of the day, when I get done helping everybody, I don't make money doing this. And what do I walk away with? What do I walk away with? I don't even have a
Right.
dinner in my. Yeah, I don't even have dinner in my hand. Eventually, it eats my body weight to where I can't help you because I'm not taking care of myself right. So I have to do something different. And all I did was started talking to my people about it, and everything has been changing. It's been very decent. I'm not all fucking uptight. Everything's happening. It's not super fast, but it's there's an abundance. There is an abundance. It's just everybody is fucking greedy, and I'm watching it.
Yeah, that's what it is too. Everybody's greedy. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. You know, last year when I walked the VA, I never noticed everything. This year, I seen everything. You know, and I'm thinking, damn, dude, you did it to me again. Shit. You know,
Do you
I
know?
mean, really.
Do you know what really slapped me in the face and woke me the fuck up to the fraud of the city the first time? I just got done building Jurassic Park Adventure Islands for Universal in Florida. I built all of their food service stuff, anything to do with stainless steel in the kitchens and the walk-in freezers. I built all that shit for all of Universal Adventure Islands. And I get
That's an art
all
there. That's an art.
well,
That is an art to do that. Yes.
check it out. I get done. My best building that I did in that place that personally sticks out to me was called Thunder Falls. Check that motherfucker out. I did that. It's badass. Some of the baddest shit I ever seen. But anyhow, at least back then, I was in the late '90s. But I come back from Florida to be with my people because I was working 3 weeks on, 2 days off, 3 weeks on, 2 days off, 3 weeks on, and it got old. I had tons of money. Dude, I could go out and kill a fucking wicked 1965 hot rod. I'm talking get from the shop, go out, blow it up, wake up in the seats, puke drunk. I'm talking puke all over my wicked hot rod. And then just walk away. No, listen, I just memorized the location. I'd memorize the location where I was at, and I'd walk away and go to the nearest payphone and dial AAA. And they'd come pick up my hot rod, take it to the shop. I'd call a cab. They'd take me to my hotel room. I'd get cleaned up. A day and a half later, I'd go back to Orlando, Orange County. And I come back. I come back to be with my people, you know, my buddies. And right off the bus, I'm walking down the streets and stuff of Grand Rapids. And I'm looking around and I know all these buildings. I know all these buildings from the alley all the way through the inside to the front door. And I'm thinking, this is all a fake facade. Because these buildings look perfect on the street front, but the minute you walk through that wall, it's a dump. It's a shithole. Some of the floors ain't even safe to walk on, you know?
Oh.
And it woke me up. That was back in 1999. That was in 1999. I got smacked with that the cities are nothing but a facade. And then the last couple years through meditation, I picked up why they set up our streets and grids the way they do. And I started putting two and two together because of how tired I would get riding my motorcycle cross state. Because I'd go from like Detroit all the way up to the bridge or to Lansing, Pellston, and Petoskey. So I was riding from Detroit, Greenville, and Grand Rapids all the way up to the bridge and back in day, you know, in the same day. I'd go up, do an event, and then ride back. And I would notice certain stuff after 2 or 3 days of riding. And I take care of myself. I'm a weirdo. I'm not one of them, you know, nasty foods, drinking all the time, drugging all the time stuff, you know. And I noticed that the way it took its toll on my body. Well, now that I understand why and how the grid is built, I understand. I understand completely why.
Yeah, that's just yeah. I I miss my motorcycle. I wish I had one on my back. I do wish I had one, but I can't drive it anymore.
I'll get you a scooter.
I was gonna say, hey, don't down that. They have scooters that are faster than motorcycles now.
They got
They,
trikes.
yep, they have ones. You just turn the gas throttle, and when you let off the gas, it automatically engine brakes. It'll slow you right down. My quads do it. My quad has a double braking system on it. When you let off the gas, it automatically starts stopping.
Well, yeah, I do miss it though. Just the air, the freedom, you know, just to, oh yeah, I loved it.
Yep, I love it too.
You don't
FTW.
want to bike. You don't want to bike in the city though, because people around here they drive with their eyes closed.
Yeah, but you
Yes,
know
you
where
do.
I go to. I used to go up north a lot, remember?
I know, but you still, I know.
Oh, the thunder
It's
area
not
all
like
the
you
time.
were trailering it, you were driving it.
Uh,
You know,
Believe it or not, I went down the most right in front of my driveway because of my neighbor pulling out.
I believe
It,
it.
it was all because of the lay of the land, and I put my bike down 3 times in the same spot from the same exact
damn.
neighbor. Yep. And the thing is, it was both of ours fault. Yeah, I was speeding 10 to 15 miles over. And he wasn't paying attention, so neither one of us could bitch.
Right? Well, at least you take ownership of it too, because some people wouldn't. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I got lucky both times, to be honest. I got lucky. That guy was smart. If that guy wouldn't have been smart, I'd have been a hurt dude.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's crazy.
It's funny you mentioned the motorcycle thing too, because I got the El Camino heading out again. I'm waiting for a trailer right now so the El Camino can head out. So, and I'm trying to get rid of this truck for a Harley. So
Nice.
I'm trying to get rid of this little truck for a Harley Davidson Ironhead.
I don't have a biker's license.
You don't need a fucking biker's license. What the fuck is that? Can you ride?
I can ride as a passenger. I mean, I used to do like elites and stuff when I was younger, but stuff like that. But as far as like holding up a Harley, no, probably not.
I refused. And I was riding with a big group that we pretty much own the state. Like we claim the state. And I fucking refused. And the president, the vice president, and the SA come walking up to me and they're like, "Hey motherfucker, that's it, dude." And I'm like, "What, dude?" And they're like, "You gotta go." And I'm like, "No, dude." And they're like, "You're going. We'll pay for it, okay?" And I'm like, "Dude, I ain't going." And they're like, "We'll fucking pay for it, dude." And I'm like, "Whatever." And I ignored him. And then I get pulled aside by the essay. And he's like, "Hey, man, you got to go." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, you're on detail. You're on security detail, and the VP is going." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, the VP is going now. You got no choice. You got to go." So I was like, "Really?" So what they did was they switched it around and they put the dude on the roster for the test. That was the
Mm-hmm.
VP. Yeah, so I had to security detail the VP to the event. And then they paid for my license. They gave me a motorcycle to go take my license on because they didn't want me to take mine.
Nice. No, I wouldn't. I don't know. Like when I was younger, I thought, to have a crotch rocket would be pretty cool. But now that I'm smarter and wiser, yeah, it's probably the best thing not to do around here.
Well, the biggest thing with the crotch rockets is they don't stop as fast as they go. My preferred bike is the grandfather to them crotch rockets. I prefer a 1978 GS Suzuki. That's the baddest bike they ever produced. I don't give a fuck what anybody
Nice.
says. No, it's the design of it. It's just bulletproof. I mean, I can't tell you how bad I treated them bikes. I laid them bikes down at Actus at 80 miles an hour, got back up and rode it home, all kinds of stuff. I mean, all
Right?
kinds. Yeah, and you could swap the motor out in like less than 2 hours and be back on the road, all kinds of stuff.
Nice. Nice, nice.
I've been doing it a long time. I grew up around guys like Wrights. That's all I knew as a kid. It's something.
Motorcycles.
Cars and motorcycles. Motorcycles,
Yeah.
cars. Yeah, motorcycles, cars, and guitars in that order. That's a saying of mine.
Nice.
It's all I knew. I mean, ask Wrights when he got done with service. That's exactly what he did. Was came home and went into the factories. I guarantee that's what everybody. I don't really know anybody that didn't. They were in some form of factory work.
Yeah, that's what happened. I did. I go to factory work. Yeah, I had it was held for me when I was in the service. Yeah, I only lasted 9 years, and I couldn't take it anymore. And I went to college and
Nobody.
blasted the boss and left.
Yeah, I remember it very well. Right on the corner of Butterworth and Lane was the first transmission I did. I was 7 years old, and I did a 5-speed transmission with my dad in a Toyota Corolla. Remember it well. That was when I first started getting into automotive.
I
Come
didn't
here.
work on I didn't work on cars with my dad, but I learned a lot of maintenance with my dad.
Come. Well, my dad was a machinist for all of the production packaging companies, and his right-hand man, my uncle, was a press builder. He could build the presses without direction. So
Wow.
him and my dad were like right-hand man buddies, and other companies would compete for my dad and my uncle. They would like approach him and be like, "Hey, we'll give you an extra, $200 a month, on your paycheck if you come work for us." And back then, that was big time. That was big time stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So as a team, they bounced from all the largest packaging companies. And what's messed up is later on in life, before I left the West Side, my dad ended up going back and renting the building from one of the companies he worked for. I
What
kind
did
of
he
thought
do
that
with the building?
we ended up going to the guy my dad worked for at one of these box plants. They made
Mm,
cardboard boxes for the shipping
yeah.
companies. He ended up going back to one of the companies that he had issues with and renting the guy's building.
Oh wow. No kidding. That's pretty
I,
cool.
I ran Grand Rapids from 36th Street and Clay all the way up to 78th Street, I think it is, the Grooters Airport building. And
Mhm.
I did all the Dow Chemical, that insulation that went under the siding of the houses. I
Mhm.
handled I handled Dow Chemical for a couple of years when I first started in the major industry. As far as it starting off as a teenager, I was account handler for Frigidaire, which is all your refrigerators, and then Dow Chemical, and a couple paper companies, a couple really large paper companies that were.
Nice.
Yeah, I was a train car specialist. Like that was my specialist, was working with dual train car docks.
Hmm.
Foreign trade zone operator. Interesting stuff.
I bet.
Yes.
Yes, and I hear the west side of the state is very pretty as well.
West side of Michigan is a lot prettier than the east side, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot prettier. I don't know why, but it is.
My Oh, the party has arrived. 12B is in chat. My dad taught me how to be a criminal and drink beer.
Oh, Slicey's here too. I didn't see that. They're dying out of the land.
I love it, 12B. You're the best.
Oh, Slicey. Hi, Slicey.
Sly shy, sly shy.
Well,
That's
no,
slicey.
if I said that, she'd think I was drinking. Like say her
Oh,
name right.
okay.
Yeah. So it's just she called me a potato peeler, and I call her Slicey.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah. Being in the army. You see that video, did you? Of me doing that? Peeling potatoes?
That's why you can peel them so well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She
That's
calls
why
me.
you're hired for every Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Hey, Wrights, is this your daughter?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Was it the
Sure is.
laugh?
What's that?
Was it the
Well,
laugh?
no, I just caught through one of the streams that his daughter was up. I didn't know who it was. He's got a couple females that come up.
Yeah, I'm his daughter.
Yeah, I didn't know about it. My wife took advantage of me one night, and I didn't know about it.
Lies. All lies. I don't know. He was in the chat. And then he disappeared.
Probably sure surfing going other channels.
He'll come in. He's
Well, I
watching.
told him I was only going to be here for like an hour or two, because I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning, getting ready to go to VA and get ready for everything.
He didn't know how to pronounce sly shy, so I settled for slushy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I call her Slushy. Yeah. Everybody else calls her Slushy too now. The truth.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
That is the best.
another thing to put out there that we noticed, we caught on to a few people that are watching Hot and Heavy for what's going on is the women out there latching on because they can see what's about to happen too. You just kind of
But
reminded me of a discussion by saying something about looking for a husband.
oh, that's my joke with Joe Cool, because he'll come on, and he'll be like, "Oh, hey wife," or "Hey girlfriend," or he likes to razz me. So now I start shooting back at him, and just have a little fun. Why not?
I do the same thing. I just keep it mannerful and clean, very clean.
Yeah, it depends on what day you catch me on.
Yeah, about as dirty as I get with it is if I'm like showing a video of my cock or something. Like I got a
Yeah,
rooster.
no, we're good. Like,
Jeez. Wow.
I'm
we're
not talking about that actually. I'm talking about a rooster, okay? Don't get perverted here, right?
yeah.
Slick. Very slick. I like that. I'll have to remember that one. Yeah.
But that's as far as I take it, and then that's about it right there. We get a good laugh, and everybody's goes next.
Yeah. No, there's no skin. It's just innocent fun. Like, I've been married for 25 years. We're good.
Hey, I'm seeing something really odd too about vehicles. All of a sudden, everything's reverting to where the only vehicles that are strong are the 80s and older. Is that just me, or am I noticing that the people with the older vehicles are driving around just fine without issues, but the other people are having issues?
Oh yeah,
I'll
Is
have to,
that
no,
just,
you're right. Yeah, you're right.
I'll
You're
have to
right.
ask my cousin about that. He's
I'm
a
just curious
mechanic.
because, yeah, that's what I'm watching up here. Everybody with the 80s or older vehicle is doing just fine, not having that bad of issues, but everybody else, man, dude,
But I will say this:
computer.
I am seeing a lot older vehicles, a lot more older vehicles on the road than what I did see at one time. Everything's getting too
Oh,
expensive. And
no, like I said, we're open for people to come up because it gives me time to focus on other stuff. Because just a normal person's routine in the morning, like if one person's making salad or something and they make enough for like three, it leaves another person access to go and do other work. And I'm struggling to take care of myself and go do other work, but I don't participate in that system. And I'm doing things a certain way, prepping with certain stuff. Like I'm grabbing all the manual gear. So if they pull the plug right now, I can at least do something. It may take me 2 weeks to do the job to where a professional can do it in 2 days, but I'm getting the job done. You know what I mean? Whatever it takes.
right?
Yeah. I've learned a whole bunch too about being out in the woods. Just being out in the woods, there's a lot of things that I've learned that you'll find out that no tool, there's other ways to use the woods to your advantage.
Hmm. I'm all ears.
It's well, like building supplies, stuff like that, like building cabins and stuff. You got to understand how to do lumber and stuff like that. And I've got a good knock on that kind of stuff. I can do it fast.
It's pretty good. Yeah. There's a lot of free materials out in the wood, you know?
It's really sharp looking too. It's a lot better than looking at these boxes they have everybody brainwashed to live in.
Hmm. Very
This is what
insulated, warm.
I just watched my mom and dad pay twice the value for a double wide house, trailer, whatever you want to call it, modular home. I watched them pay twice what it cost to get that place brand new. Back in the day when these places came up, they were only 40 to 50,000 to buy that brand new. And I just watched them pay twice that, and then they turn around and put another 10 or 12 grand on top of it for a new roof. And I'm
Oh
just like,
yeah.
it's not my place to say anything, but I'm a builder. I know what this shit costs. And it's like, man, you guys are out of your mind. And I'm
Oh yeah,
watching
things are
and what they're trying.
expensive. The housing market's completely inflated. It's ridiculous. But people are still buying. I pay attention. I watch it all the time and people are still buying. Hard to believe, but they are.
I'm not. I've already did my thing. When my people come here over the next 2 weeks, I'm pecking them for the paperwork on my little spot of land. I'm gonna focus on my stuff, crack off on my stuff, and that's what I'm gonna do until everything smooths out. Because I want to travel, but with political situations where they are, I'm staying right by my people. I ain't fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's the only way you're going to survive if you get in numbers. You know what I mean? That's the only way you're going to survive. Being by yourself is going to be harder than shit. But if you got people to help you out, you got it made. You know, I mean, good people.
And Guru's right. It's got to be a certain type of people, otherwise it just don't work. It just turns
That's
to
true.
mush down it. Yes, sir. And I know that from watching the motorcycle club scene, from guys trying to earn their way in. You know what I mean? I've seen the pros and cons of that too.
Hey, Rights, didn't you say you had another video?
Huh?
Didn't you say you had another video?
No, I was just saying, if has anybody seen the other video that I made? Oh shit, what the hell was I thinking of? Fuck, what was that video?
Dan's asking for a video? What?
Yeah,
No,
you're right.
I thought he said
What?
when my daughter gets up here, we're going to play another
Wow.
video.
Oh, well, I did say that.
I thought that's
He
what you
said
said. Yeah.
I can't
he's
remember.
got an important one coming up. He's talking about. He's setting up another video that'll be coming up later.
Oh, yeah. My daughter gave it to me. The video, the link, and I'm making one up right now. I'm halfway through with it right now. It'll take me a while, but yeah, you're gonna see that one. That's exactly what's gonna happen over here. Is what's happening over here in China. Exactly.
And you're making the video with nude. You nude are still making the video, aren't you?
Tomorrow, yeah,
Hey,
tomorrow.
Hey, don't take all that propaganda to heart. There's stuff going on in China they don't have control of too. They're lying to us. Listen, they're lying to us, bro. There's a lot of stuff happening. All the surveillance stuff that they had over in Europe and stuff. There's people that are just taking steel cutting saws and cutting the poles and down, and when the fucking vans show up, they just tilt the vans over and shit. I mean, it's done.
They
dude.
should. They should.
Yep.
They're also spraying manure on buildings, liquid manure.
China, they've been taking drones, dropping bags over the cameras, doing all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's done.
Taking drones and what? I missed. You were broke up.
They're taking drones and they're dropping bags over top of cameras or pulling up on the camera and hitting it with spray paint so they can't be used. Yeah, it's done. They're just, and that's what I'm talking about. Listen, we don't have to fight these people with violence. We just got to be smarter than them. Use your words. Tell them no. Don't comply.
If enough of us got together, all I have to do is just start cutting those damn cameras down. You know, that's all.
Yeah.
Study camera, knock it down. You know, no big deal.
It'll end. One of the big things I think that's going to end up happening up here is I think I'm going to run around and get like 50 people, and then I'm going to pull up on these cameras that got on the side of the highway, and I'm going to call the sheriff. Be like, yeah, I got a stalker issue here. We got about 50 complainants. We'll be waiting for you at this mile marker, and hang up. And then have the next person call. Have all people stand in line, and have the next person call. Yeah, I need a sheriff here at this mile marker. I got a stalker problem here with a illegal camera. And then hang up. And then when the sheriff pulls up, say, hey, get this gone. We don't know what you're doing. We don't care what you're doing, but get it gone right now. We're not leaving until this is gone, and you will be held for account. Get this gone now. You're a public servant. Shut up. Get it gone. That's how we have to deal with this. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm fucking wrong.
No, you're right. No, you're not wrong. I know that. I just that the people they're too fucking scared. They got no fucking balls and no ovaries. You know, they don't. It's a shame.
And that's what's funny. You don't have to get violent. I don't even.
Hold on for a second. Slicey, come on up if you want to come on up.
I like flirting with my sandwich maker. She need to learn how to make a Reuben. Slushie needs to learn how to make a Reuben. Then she can come from Chicago.
Ooh. Well, she knows how to make Philly cheesecakes.
I'm good with the Philly cheesesteak. I said a Reuben. She comes from Chicago, right? I'm not worried about Philly steak and cheese.
Does she from? Does she come from Chicago?
I think so. Isn't that what I said she was?
I thought she's in Philadelphia or Pennsylvania.
Oh,
Where's
maybe. I could have sworn it was
Philly?
Chicago.
Well, if you're talking Philly steak and cheese, I would assume Philly. If you're talking Chicago deep dish, I'm going to assume Chicago.
I thought she said Philly. Hold on.
She
Actually,
is from
wait a
Philly.
minute.
Philly.
She'll
She's
tell us in a
Philly.
minute. Philly, yeah, I'm Philly. Huh.
My uncle's wife is from Philly.
Philadelphia, eh? You don't have to
Yes.
hide, Shaishi. Come on up.
I like her accent. She doesn't say wallet. She says pocketbook. Pocketbook. I can't say it like that.
Well, it's like us. We say pop. The down south, they call it soda.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Remember the first
Right.
time I asked for pop when I was in Florida? They're like, "What?" I was like, "You got any pop?" Because I couldn't find no pop. He's like, "What?" I was like, "You know,"
That's typically that's typically when they know we're from the north is when we say pop.
"Yeah," and they're like, I was like, "You got a Mountain Dew or a Sprite?" And she's like, "Oh, a soda."
What
Yeah.
the hell is a soda? It's a pop.
Yeah.
It's like
Or
Verner's. Try to get Verner's in another state once. You'll find out.
oh, I'll have to check it
They used
out.
to make Verner's here in Michigan, Detroit.
It was only a Michigan thing. You can't find that stuff in no other state, man.
Or better
Wow.
made chips, as far as I know.
Yeah, better made chips.
Anybody that trusts anything coming out of Detroit they're gonna consume, you're fucking crazy. Look around that place.
What are you talking about? All I hear is about how beautiful it is
That's crazy.
and how it's up and coming and no
Crazy.
crime here. Everything's wonderful. Butterflies and glitter and unicorn poop everywhere.
I remember 2013. I went down there, and then turned around 2 weeks later. I went back down to. I went to 8 Mile, right next to the main highway on 8 Mile. Then the next time I went down 2 weeks later, I went to Monroe, Michigan, the Dog Lady Island, right by the nuclear power plant. And that was my last time going down there. I started taking fines. I was like, yeah, I'm not going down that way. They're like, what?
We
I was
used
like,
to
I'm not going
stop
down
over there by that way and have breakfast on our way to Cedar Point when we were kids.
there. Yeah,
True story.
I'm going down that way. There was an angle. Hey, there was an angle, and I cut that part of the date off. I'm serious.
Nice.
There was an angle, and I cut that part of the state off. The only way I went through that part of the state is if I was Way Junction and on out heading for work. That was it.
Oh, you girl. Please. It's not
What
that
happened?
bad. I don't know.
What'd she say? My air conditioning's on, and I'm sitting right under it, trying to stay cool. Huh.
Stick your head in the freezer. It works quicker sometimes.
Just go nude.
There you go.
Wear a
Take a
leaf,
cold
though.
shower.
Yeah.
He's so funny. I avoid that part of the state.
What'd
I'm
she
not
say?
joking. I'm
you
not
are
remote.
you are funny. Loving it.
Called discipline, self-discipline.
Trust me, I understand firsthand. You can ask my dad.
Do I know you?
I don't know. It's a day by day basis.
Dude, that's fucked up.
Yeah, it's a
we
happy family.
we talk like this all the time. It's fine.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
know it's all tongue in cheek, honestly.
Oh, that ain't nothing. You should hear my little brother.
Nice. What does he say?
We're West Siders from Grand Rapids. I spent the first 20 some years of my life in Grand Rapids.
Mm-hmm.
We're West. That's all I'm gonna say is we're West Siders. We're old school 70s and 80s West Siders.
Wait, I've heard nothing. Okay, I'm gonna say this. I heard it from a relative who lives on the west side and also my coworkers who live on the west side. And I hear that you guys literally, I don't want to say it live, but I guess I'll
Let's
have
say it
to
live.
now.
I won't say
But
a
Say
word.
it. Yeah.
yeah, everyone's gonna know that some of you guys over there literally keep your doors unlocked all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, yeah, no joke. I'm like, what is wrong with you people over there?
Number
I
number
don't
one.
understand it.
Number one. Number one. My dog's gonna leave me a blood trail, or you're gonna leave a bullet in him to follow. And number two, if I find out who the fuck you are, we might have a problem.
No, no, I'm talking like there's not even that like mind concept. Like, so a relative of ours, they live on the west side. The wife is from the east side, the husband's from the west side. And he's talking about his neighbors who go on vacation for like a week and they don't lock their door.
Yeah.
They never lock their door ever. I'm like, really? And so the wife is like, "Oh yeah, you come to the east side and we're all like locking the doors and, stuff like that." It's a different, I don't know, it's like a different way of thinking, I guess, over here. Like, I don't
If
know.
you tried to walk in my house right now at one location, you'd have 3 German Shepherds and a Rottweiler Lab mix.
Nice.
You wouldn't even be able to get in. And then if you tried to walk into my place here, I got a rescue pit from Detroit and a German Shepherd that ain't gonna let you in. You open that door and you're drawing back a stone. Duke ain't having it. If he don't know you, you ain't getting nowhere near nothing.
Right?
Yeah. And then the other location, there's a big giant bull mastiff.
Oh my gosh. I don't know.
And
Those dogs seem to be pretty friendly. Like, I don't see any problem with the bull mastiff.
then there's a schizophrenic on the hill. At that location, I wouldn't worry so much about the bull mastiff. The bull mastiff's something else. But
They just look intimidating.
yeah, but there's a schizophrenic dude up on the hill with a lot of nice rifles. So you
Oh,
get caught fucking around, you get caught fucking around that house and you might have a problem.
no, it's like the old saying, fuck around and find out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. I'm all
Uh,
about that.
Actually, it's kind of funny because strangers up here have cell phone issues and they will pull over when they get signal. They'll pull over at specific locations and people will pull over and ask them if they're okay. And if they act shady, they'll call. Like all the neighbors will call. And the next thing you know, 9 people are talking together going, "Hey, do you know this car?" "No, sir." "Do you know this car?" "No, sir." You want to know why?
Oh yeah, it's a close community up there.
Yeah, but you want to know why?
Why?
Because for about 10 to 15 years we were having problems with the crackheads and stuff. They'd pull up and they'd wait for you to go to work. And the thing is, if you look at the driveway, you can tell whether somebody was just in and out by the dirt. And they'd wait
Mm-hmm.
to see that the person left for work. And when they left for work, they'd pull up in their driveway, cut a hole in the side of their barn to get whatever they wanted out. They just literally
That's
a little battery operated saws.
I believe that. People are scantless.
Yep, and that's just it. The cameras and stuff wasn't helping because they were using stolen vehicles. So
Right?
at that point, you got to step up on your own.
That's it. Because the only person that's gonna protect you is you. That's it. Don't you're not rude. Why?
Oh boy, I'm with you guys. I'm just going. You know what? I think I'm just going to shut it down. I'm falling asleep on you guys here. I knew this was going to happen.
I've been tried, Sly Shy. I've been tried. You're
Huh?
absolutely right. She said
What's
people
that?
will try. She said people will try you on the east side. I said I've been tried.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to let you guys talk for a while. You know what I'm going to be doing.
Okay.
Okay.
Enjoy your nap.
Yeah. Give me a call. Oh, I just heard somebody.
Let them up.
Actually, you know what's
Okay, hold on.
funny? You know what's there he
Ah,
is.
perfect timing.
Yeah,
Who
there
is
he
it?
is.
Nude?
What's up?
Hey, Nude. What's going on, buddy?
What's happening?
Kind of
I
late.
don't. I
About an
don't
hour
see
late
your.
here, dude. You're fired.
I don't see
Oh,
your 4th of July leave.
thank you. I've been trying to get that done for months. See you later.
Getting fired. Jesus.
She said, "Pull up your pants." 12
All right,
pieces. Pull up your pants.
dude. It's all yours. I'm taking off for a while. I'm tired. I'm gonna let you guys talk for a while, and
Oh, no. I'm only here for a few minutes. I got to go back to the fields.
you gotta go where?
I'm just having a matcher break. I got to go back to the field.
Oh, your better half's gonna beat the shit out of you in the fields, eh? Whoa! I got to
No,
hear this one. Huh?
she's sleeping.
Oh, she,
What are you harvesting?
she's sleeping. It's safe to go out there. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah. I'm just like I've been up since 5 o'clock. I mean, this morning. Yeah. I just
Hey,
wanted to do
I
that one
want.
video.
I watched your VA video. Where was the good stuff? I was waiting for the ectoplasma thing, box thing,
Oh, I
whatever
tried
it's
that. Yeah,
called.
that was the first. Yeah, you ready for this? I says, all right, I'm gonna play it smart. I'm not gonna do a thing until I get, an answer from my box. So I'm sitting there,
Uh huh.
and I got the light. It's going back and forth. It's turning red, and it talks, but it's not asking what I mean, it's not saying what I'm asking, right? As I'm doing this, people are walking by looking at me like, what the fuck's he doing? And you could hear him slowing down, looking at me, like it just sense it. He walked by fast. I don't know how many people were around me looking at me, but nothing. I didn't get anything. All I got was just random talk. Nothing. So I said, all right, I'm not going to go live. I'll just concentrate on VA. So that's what I did.
So and you did that in the VA?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I did in the VA. Oh, yeah. The box. Yeah.
Well, shit, that would have been the best part. Even who cares if there's no ghosts?
Yeah.
Just to see you do that.
Oh, you just want to see the people look at me when they're walking by. Yeah.
Exactly. That
Yeah.
that was the content.
I've seen a lot of zombies walking around.
Oh yeah, you didn't have to look for ghosts; they're already there. That's for sure.
Yeah, I didn't get no hits, so I just it was just random. The red light came on, but it wasn't nothing what I was asking. So I said, all right, to hell with it. I'll get it a place it's going to be haunted yet. When I do, I'll post it out there. Trust me.
they would have been calling special security for that.
Were you
Well,
recording?
No, I didn't do a recording until I knew for sure that I had somebody in there talking to me, in the box, and no one did anything. So I says, all right, I'll just let it go. I'm not gonna make a big mess out of it. I said,
Oh
I'll
man.
just concentrate on the VA, which I did. You know what I mean? But if I would have had hits, an answer to my questions, I would have definitely taped it. Yeah. But I did bring it there, though. I did. Like I said, I would.
Damn, it would have been funny to see the
The
reactions of
reactions
people.
from people.
Yeah.
You should have seen them. They're looking at the light. They don't know if it's a bomb or why I'm looking at the thing while I'm talking. They have no idea. They. Yeah, it was. I said, "Fuck, I don't give a shit. You know me. I didn't care." No one said a word though. Not one word. No one bothered me when I was doing it.
I was
I just
hoping
got.
to see a big 1A audit and Wrights gets arrested and
Yeah. Oh, thanks,
That's what
dude.
I was
Yeah.
looking forward to.
I was gonna send you, all of what you pay me back for bail money just to help you out.
Nothing, eh? Hey, you got a heavy check here, nothing, yeah. From Nude,
That's
yeah.
right. Well, blank check, it would be just as good, I'm sure, with your
I
signature on it.
only had one incident there when I was taking a picture. That video, an old man that was a volunteer. I think he's volunteer. I'm not sure, but he's a greeter, and I was taking a picture of that LBGQ picture. As soon as you walk in, you can't miss it. And he see me say, "Hey, hey," talking to me. You can't take pictures here, and I said, "Hell, if I can, as you better check that UFC code, man." I says as I can. I ain't going to service for nothing.
So you got to
Oh,
start reading between the lines. What it's really saying is, come and sign up here for the biggest ass fuck of your life. Guaranteed.
yeah. Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, I have never in my life since I've always been in that place. I never really concentrated on signs. This year I did, and I'll tell you what, my mouth just dropped. It just everything. It's just a psyops, a psyops.
You know what I noticed?
So it worked. It got you excited.
It did. Well, I jumped on my primary care physician. I did too. Yeah, me and her hit horns a little bit. Yeah, we sure did. I told her, I says, when you're in your deathbed, I says, you remember this day, how you treated vets. Oh yeah, I told her, oh yeah, I gave it to her good today. I didn't yell, but I was nice and firm.
You gave it to her real firm.
Oh yeah. And she enjoyed it. Not a complaint. Yeah.
See, you didn't get what the signs were for, though, right? It wasn't a she that you gave it up for. It was a he. That's what those signs really mean, right? They're trying to tell you something.
Yeah. Hello.
Oh, it's funny. Most of them vet guys from the 70s.
They aren't selling enemas at a discount for nothing. Go on, Mitch.
No, they weren't going for the enemas. The dudes that I knew from the Vietnam War era, they were going for vodka, cranberry, and colonoscopies. Like they were constantly going for colonoscopies.
Oh yeah, that's what they're over there for me too. Yeah, she didn't say nothing this year. She gave up.
They're more than happy to give that to you. First class service.
She's an asshole, doctor. Literally.
Yes.
I'm not joking. Hey, I'm not joking. I watched 3 dudes from the Vietnam War that were roommating together, and that was the drink was vodka, cranberry juice, and colonoscopies. I swear to God, it was like a cycle, and I watched each. It was fucked up to listen to. I was like, dude. I was still in a zombie state. I was like a dumbass, like still in like dumb,
Just a young kid. That's all. Like I was,
Yep.
That's all it was. So we all set for tomorrow, dude.
We should be, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'm looking for something that'll make that hard part not so hard. I'm hoping to find a template that all we have to do is fire it in there and just make it the right size instead of having to do it right in there. So we'll see if I can manage that. If not, we'll have to continue the way we're going.
Okay. All right. Well, whatever it takes, we'll do our best.
Yeah. The good news is after that, the rest is cakewalk. That's it.
Well, I'll tell you, you put a lot of hours on this. But I'll tell you what, you're knocking the shit out of it, though. You're getting it.
Rough drafts. We'll get better.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We'll get better once I have an editor that I like to work with again, which hopefully I'm going to get done this week.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. That'd be nice. Get this thing started.
Hey, Guru.
What's up, Mitch?
Guru. The system is collapsing and it's consuming the people, and they're starting to wake up.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm watching it. I've been watching it the last like 3 days.
No, it's definitely collapsing as designed.
Yep. 'Cause, 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 'cause
Yeah, it's yeah. If you would have seen the zombies in there, doctors in uniforms and clown uniforms and police uniforms and people walking around with stethoscopes and uh,
I'm an official. I'm certified. Come here. Open your legs.
Bend over.
Gay guy, come here. He's bending over for you. Check it for me, will you please?
Turn your head to the left and cough, please.
Yes, that's a thermometer. We promise. Just relax.
No, that's fucked up, dude. Come on, man.
So disturbed. So
Holy
disturbed.
shit.
Wow.
You know, it's the new corporate size. Okay.
Oh my god.
Does it take your temperature faster?
Oh.
Mercury free, but full of lead. I'm sorry, we can't get away from that.
Oh my god. It's gonna be a good hurt for you, baby.
It's those big fat pencils you can get these days.
Tell
Yeah.
Ralph.
What are your thoughts on
They
alcohol?
come with a temperature reader on the eraser.
What are your thoughts on alcohol? Alcohol motors.
Not really much investigation into them. Probably a lesser of two evils.
Well, it would burn clean, but it would burn fast.
I don't know about clean, but cleaner. But it depends. What's the alcohol derived from? That's a big factor. Is it still petroleum? Because you can make alcohol from petroleum.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Probably corn.
What's up with the cuckoo?
I got a cuckoo clock behind me.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, if it's just like, vegetable-based vinegar, the process of making vinegar, letting it go further, that type of alcohol, it's better. But why? Why go in just another toxic direction? Why not just go straight to clean? It's here. It's been here for a long time.
It's coming out. It's happening now.
It's not working. It's not going to work. It's not
Reminds me.
meant to work.
Why you got a
I-
4 point? Somebody just pop up?
Yeah, but I'm not at the screen, so you'll have to do the job. You don't pay me enough.
Oh, hold on. I just lit. Oh, jeez. Okay, hold on here. I just lit a cigarette too.
I have a thing, and I like my vintage, 70s V8s.
Hold on, I'm coming.
It's what I know. It's what I'm good at, and I know how to manipulate them. But I'm gonna stick with those for a side thing. But I am very interested in the alternates, like the electrical and stuff. And I'm gonna start making little electric trikes that are like a truck. Like almost like the post office dealies, that they used to deliver the mail in with the 3.
Yeah. That's cool.
I'm gonna start making those out of electric, but nothing fancy, just like raw stick frame, just raw stick frame stuff with a motor on it that functions.
Who's ever in the basement, Wrights will get to you before morning. We promise.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yeah, he left me there for a while. He left me in the basement.
Just hang tight. He's just got to finish sharpening his pencils. He'll get there.
Hello, JG.
Greetings.
Oh, there he is.
Greetings.
So, what brings you up here?
Well, welcome up. Who do we have before us?
I watch you guys. I listen to you guys once in a while. I saw you on. I was like, fuck it.
Cool.
Glad to have you up.
You have a fan, Wrights.
I do? Oh, wait a minute. I got to pay for this too now? I got to pay for this?
In pencils. Don't worry. Yeah.
I'm one of your only 3 viewers.
That's right.
One down, 2 to go.
Yeah, really, yeah. Wow.
Starting to solve a mystery.
Yeah.
Question is, did you take anything of value from it, fella?
Yeah, I mean, I listen. Everybody's waking up. We're all just caught up in the madness. Everywhere you go, you're just seeing madness.
Yep. Don't get involved in it.
I guess you could say we're what, a government activist, that we don't care about the government at all, what they do.
No, that wouldn't be me.
That wouldn't be you. Yeah. I guess not. Yeah.
It wouldn't be Guru. He's such a fucking tyrant. Nobody can stand him. Fuck you, new Guru. Fuck you, new Guru.
I'm just a dude who learned how to do self-reliance that is here to help others who want to do the same thing. That's about it.
It's very important. It's going to be very important. I recommend you get a head start.
It's kind of late for that, but better late than never. Definitely get in there now before you run out of time. That's for sure.
You can jump in anytime you want to, JG.
Head start would have been like 30 years ago, even before I was born. Maybe might have been a head start.
Nah.
Well, you got to factor in, Mitchie. We're talking people who just literally, most of your corporate citizens in this day are starting from the spot of thinking that food is literally manufactured at the grocery store. So they got some undoing to do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just had a conversation with somebody last night or this morning about that. I was like, dude, man, I could take you and put it on video live right now and drive for 10 miles. There's not one single house, maybe one.
Somebody else popped up?
It's all wild vegetation, and most of it you can eat. Now, with that being said, there's no shortage of land for people. There's no overpopulation, and there's no shortage of food. They have everybody brainwashed to eat bullshit. We're not supposed to live the way they teach it.
The farce.
Well, listen, I'm eating the stuff that we talk about. I walk around snatching dandelions and just start eating them, and people are like, "Man, you're fucking nuts." I'm like, "I'm nuts, man. Fuck you. Look at your pot belly, motherfucker. Look at your pot belly. You can't walk for 10 minutes. You're calling me nuts? Fuck you."
Right?
Oh yeah, them dandelion
People are
leaves.
insecure to do that. They're too scared to be that dude.
Excuses. People make excuses. That's all it is. Change happens when excuses ends. Period. That's what it's all about.
Hey, I swear to gosh, eating all this cabbage is making my hair start to go back really dark black. My gray hair is going away, dude. I can see it every day I get out of the shower. My beard's going back brown, everything.
You know what he's going to do, don't you? I can see it right now, Michigan. Go and have it on stand out there. Want to look younger? Eat cabbage. Here, try mine.
He's going to go buy some pencils?
No, I swear to gosh, it's working. Just eating the green stuff. I've been eating them. I've been eating the mullein. I've been eating all kinds of just green stuff. I eat the clover. I walk around, grab clover up and eat, and I noticed it curbs my appetite. I don't got to eat hardly at all.
Hello, JD. How you doing there? Glad to have you here.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm just listening. I'm trying not to talk too much.
Oh, talk away. That's what we're about.
He was mentioning JD in the chat. JG sounds similar, but
my fault. I thought he messed up my initials.
That's
well, I do that too, believe it or not. Yeah.
I don't blame you for thinking, but you know.
Yeah, I do that. Yeah. No
Dad.
doubt about it.
Dad.
Huh?
I am JD.
I missed that. What'd she say?
You spilled the beans too soon.
Oh. Sorry.
I missed this one. I missed the whole conversation on that one.
Okay, roll with it. Roll with it.
We're going with it. Welcome, JD. Welcome. Glad to have you here.
That would make 2 out of the 3 of your fans, right? So you got JG, JD, and the other one's still a mystery.
Okay. I'll be right back.
I think the other one is Pencil Head, but still looking for him.
Do you think she's coming back? Bye.
Where's Slideshy at?
I think she was who popped up a minute ago, but Wrights didn't get her in time.
No, I came and I heard somebody, and I said, "Hold on, I'm right there." And you know how fast I can walk. You know.
Slushy, was that you who came up? She's in the basement or in the chat anyway.
So what's up with the new fella? Where about you at, sir?
America.
Where?
That's for you there, JG.
Where am I at?
Yeah, where about you at?
What just a state? That's all. You don't say exactly.
Yeah, just what vicinity?
I'm in.
No, I want an address.
I'm in northern Idaho.
Idaho.
I got arrested last week, so I'm kind of fucked. I'm kind of just here for a bit.
What'd you get arrested for, if you want to share?
I was up on the train tracks. The cops showed up in like seconds. They were watching me, and I tried to get away from them, and they called me in the woods. So I got charged with obstruct and resist.
So you got charged with nothing, as usual.
But they were definitely watching me because it was all like in a minute. Like I literally walked up off the bike path onto the tracks, and in like 1 minute, I see a cop car up by this Amtrak station, like, quarter mile away from me. And then I turn around, there's 2 cops on foot.
Police activity. Psst. Police
Coming
activity.
up.
I'm going to try to get it. Police activity. Shh. Go ahead, JG. I'm sorry. Police activity.
What do you mean by that, Sasha?
I'm great to show y'all right now. I'm going to try to turn the TV around. I'm going to try to turn it around.
Sly, you're going to do an audit?
I'm just going to make sure my people's safe. That's all.
Oh yeah, we got to see this.
I'm trying. Give me a second, y'all.
All you were doing, JG, was being on the tracks. That's it?
Yeah, I was on the tracks and I fell for I fell into their trap. What BNSF does, the rail company, they'll do these like bait trains on people. I've heard different hobos, like different train hoppers talking about it. So they'll have a train pull up, and I guess it might have been a bait train. I might be, overthinking, but they definitely were watching me, the cops, because they showed up so quick, and I was like, God damn, like, they were watching me the whole time.
You got it recorded?
I don't have it recorded, nah.
In this day and age, as they say, it's essential, especially with tyrant encounters.
I got to come and check and make sure my people's safe, man.
We try to be respectful, but we can't control everybody. I said it was a fight out here earlier, was there?
No, don't answer questions. We don't answer questions. We don't answer questions.
You don't answer questions?
We don't answer questions.
Why not?
Oh, fuck, just when it was getting good.
Yeah, just be calm, Sly.
Don't answer questions. You're snitching on people.
Sly, we lost visual.
Sly, your video's off.
Don't answer questions, man. They'll do too much talking. No, because we know how. Are your cameras on?
Sure is.
Body cameras on? Your body camera on? Your body camera should be on when you ask the questions.
Oh, you got me. That was quick. We all out here in the same neighborhood together right now.
Whatever you say can and will be held against you.
There we go. Now we got it. There we go.
Yeah, the reason why I say don't answer questions is because anything you say may be held, like they can use it to incriminate you. You know what I mean?
Tell me he just, stole a.
Well, when you asked about
out of the back right hand, I think we'd be all right, right?
Nah, when you asked about other people, though, we not all right. If they not fighting, then that's good. But if you ask,
I don't want anybody.
Right, but
I can't find that out if I don't ask questions.
But you didn't see it. You're not here to witness it, so you shouldn't be asking questions.
People call 911 and then we respond.
Then you did, right? Yeah, okay. Here you go.
I can't talk to people while I'm walking up there.
And you asking too many. You can, but you ask when you start asking. See, that's what I'm saying. You
See,
see
now
me?
we can because anybody outside
Yeah,
drinking up.
yeah, but he on private property.
That's
I
all,
mean,
this isn't private property.
but he's right here in front. Come on, man. Come on, come on.
I'm
See,
sorry,
that's
you
why.
were talking
That's
to
why I said no. That's why I said no. No, I'm not trying to get nobody in trouble. This is what y'all do. That's why I said don't answer questions because once he start talking, y'all start hanging around. Then you start fishing for shit. So that's why I said don't. That's fishing because you can't. That's fishing because you came. He stopped. Rashawn, be quiet. He stopped right there to ask you a bunch of questions, right? To stay around long enough to see what you got in your damn bag. I know what they do. I know what y'all do, man. Stop. I know what y'all do. I know what y'all do.
That's a play, dude.
Name and badge,
But
Sly.
still,
Well, that's illegal.
but it's not illegal.
No, it's 100% illegal.
It's not illegal.
It is illegal.
It's not.
It's 100% illegal. You're dead wrong.
It's not illegal.
No,
They're not. Are they drinking? Do you see them drinking
It's
anything?
open containers on public
Do
space
you
on the
see them
sidewalk.
drinking anything?
They actually can't have.
Do you see
yard
them?
chairs on the sidewalk
Come
either.
on, stop,
I ain't trying to ruin
stop. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I didn't start anything. Why would you be a tyrant? Why would I'm live right now? Why would you be a tyrant? But why would you? Now, there you go. See, there you go. There you go being disrespectful. There you go being disrespectful. There you go being just go. Have a nice night, officers. Y'all done did y'all. No,
Name and badge, Sly.
see, I know how y'all do. That's why I drug myself in this.
How'd I do?
I know how y'all do. I know how y'all do. That's why I drug myself in this. I know how y'all do. No, you ain't got to. You ain't got to threaten nobody to do all of that. You just said I ain't got my handcuffs out. I ain't trying to arrest nobody. What you saying? You ain't got to say all of that. Right? They sitting here not bothering nobody. Right? They not hurting nobody. They just answered your question and told you there wasn't nobody out here fighting. So have a nice night, officers.
Well, that was a me and them conversation.
That's I'm in it. It's my neighbors. These are my neighbors. I am my people. These are my people. We my brothers and my sisters. My brothers and my sisters. This is what we do. I look out. I look out because I know how cops do. Cops try to find shit on people for no reason. You ask them a bunch of questions about something here, you know, it ain't here. You went to that house and then you want to come down here and try to get them to incriminate. You're trying to get him to incriminate himself. You're not asking too many questions. You're asking too many questions.
We asked one question.
No, you didn't ask one question. Stop. You stood up there and asked several questions. Okay.
You weren't up there.
I'm standing right here. I'm video recording y'all. Remember?
I'm video recording you too.
Thank you. Thank you. See, and there you go being condescending and disrespectful. Why are you talking about? No, I didn't start anything. Be professional. That's what you should do. You should be professional all the time. That's what you should do. Right, they are, right. So why is he talking about, I'm talking to you though. Why you keep saying that? Right, yeah, have a good night, you tyrant. Yeah, be safe. Yeah, stop being condescending and ignorant all the damn time. I know you. You know I watch you all the time. You know I watch you all the time, man. I got you plenty of recordings on your ass. Tyrant, yes I do. You're a tyrant. That's why you keep running your mouth and don't know how to be professional. Go ahead, expose yourself. Go ahead, expose yourself. Go ahead. Young buck, you're a young buck. Learn how to respect your elders. I do. I pay you to respect me. Dumbass.
Name and badge, Sly.
Name and badge number. Yeah, that's right. Name and badge number. Oh, you want to pull off now? What's your name and badge number, Mouth Almighty? What's your name and badge number? 2692. What's your name? Say it again. Halbert. 2692.
2692.
All right, we got you. I got you. I got your car. Don't worry.
Ask him what part of Philly he's
pull
from.
up your record.
Ask if he has
you
a
got
business
something.
card.
You got a jacket, nigga. You got a jacket. Trust me. You don't know me. You don't know me. Try to pull me up.
Ask him what part of Philly he's from.
They from the 18.
I wonder if those dudes even grew up in Philly.
See, right? So that's what you were supposed to do in the VA.
He want to ask you a bunch of questions to get you to say some wrong shit. That's why I say don't answer questions. You don't know nothing. No, what? No, I don't know nothing about no fight. That's all you say. Then he wanted, you gonna get involved, so are you gonna get them in trouble? Trying to get y'all to turn against me and say y'all out here drinking with open containers. So the fuck what? You sitting in front of the door, ain't bothering nobody. So how you gonna try to get them for open containers? Fuck out of here, man. Y'all gotta stand up, stop being a punk to them. Because the one that once they think they can get you to answer a bunch of questions, that's what they gonna do. They gonna keep coming to you because they know you scared of them. You gonna answer their questions.
Yeah, bootlicker.
I know he's not a bootlicker. He just don't know no better. You know what I mean? It's okay. That's why I came out, right? Because I know how they do. So then, as soon as I say to them, don't answer questions, he gonna start looking in their bag. Come on, man, get out my face.
They have to educate themselves, though. Make sure that's important, because if they try and stand up without knowing what they're doing,
I try to educate them, man, but they think I'm crazy. They think, I don't know what I'm talking about, man. Talking about this. How the fuck is that illegal? Look, they sitting in front of the ladies doing the sidewalk, right?
There's a
They
good
not
chance that
bothering nobody.
there's a good chance
They
that if
not.
I wasn't there right now, these two dudes might be in a cage right now.
I bet you they saw that shit. I'm sorry, y'all, but y'all, man, I make sure they don't fuck with y'all for real. You know what I mean? That's the bottom line, Rashawn. You know that.
People who they
you don't tell them nothing. You don't say nothing. You don't say nothing. I ain't see shit. I don't know shit. Did you call the cops? I ain't see shit. I don't know shit. That's all you say. I ain't see shit. I don't know shit. They gonna come to you thinking you gonna help them.
The Philadelphia streets, here we are.
Come on, I can't talk to the fuck you shouldn't be talking to him. I'm trying to get him to incriminate himself or snitch on somebody. You ain't no snitch, are you? Yeah, but no, that you're not cool with the police.
I cool. I just said he good. He always treated me good.
Who? The police?
When I was his head.
So you a bootlicker? So you are a bootlicker.
I should be locked up.
We already know that, but this time we already know that, but you still ain't got to kiss his ass, especially after they beat you up.
Nah, that was you.
All right, well, they're just saying. I'm just saying.
That one, he knew exactly who we are.
They all know who you are, but they shouldn't be.
They let us get away with.
No, they don't let you get away with shit. They gotta catch you doing shit. What they catch you doing? Did you have a can in your hand when they pulled up? All right, then. Did they catch you drinking? All right, then. So what they catch you doing? They see you sitting over there, or they see you sitting on the corner. What they catch you doing though? Ever? Anything?
Punching on people a couple times.
When? Not lately.
Not lately.
All right, then. Well, then. Well, I mean, don't be snitching on yourself then. Don't be don't be snitching on nobody. You don't know nothing. You ain't see nothing. Yeah, but you talking about, they gone. They was,
gone.
Yeah, but you ain't even got to say that, man. I don't know nothing. I ain't see nothing. You ain't call the cops. He did.
Maybe they're masochistic.
So what? No, man. No, they wasn't. They was up there when I walked up.
No,
all right, and then they came down. They was up there. They was up there when I walked up.
You guys are good. I said, yes, we are.
No, he didn't. He said no. The first thing he asked you is, was it somebody out here fighting out here? That's the first thing he said, and I said, you don't answer questions.
When I don't have a problem with them, he asked no ID or none of that.
He wasn't going to while I was standing here. He would have,
because most cops come walking from the gate and say,
"No, and if you do, you a dumbass for giving it to them."
I haven't got my ID on me, so I didn't care.
Yeah, but you don't do that. You don't give them their ID if they walk up on you.
I know that guy. I just ran into him 3-4 times. We have never had a real bad experience.
So I was given that big bad experience.
No, I said you.
I mean, but you said they was about to leave when I walked up. But what I seen them do is come down off the step, from that man's door, stop right here and say, was there somebody out here fighting?
So you did what you supposed to do.
All right then. So don't make it seem like I did something wrong.
I just said we both could have.
You said they was about to leave until I came up.
Let him be, Sly. Let him be.
Huh? Say it again. They gone. They been gone. I got rid of them.
We both can have different perspectives.
Yeah,
that's life.
True that.
One
True
person
that.
might see the sun. I might see the fucking.
I understand.
The rain.
I understand all that, Rashawn. I'm talking about just don't be a bitch to the police.
I'm not a bitch.
That's all I'm saying.
I understand. Listen,
I mean, I know where you coming from. That you cool with him or whatever.
I'm not cool with him, but I would never. I
just don't want
I'm not
them.
gonna disrespect them because he never disrespect me.
No, and did I disrespect them?
No, you did.
Right. I didn't disrespect him. I just told him don't be asking you a bunch of questions because they record that shit.
And there been times he pulled up and said, "Yo, can you just take a walk for about an hour or two?"
Why?
Don't matter. I will.
Why?
Don't matter.
It does matter. That's why they think they have authority over you. If you not, no, they don't. Okay. They don't have authority over you, Rashawn.
What am I doing that deep that I can't walk away for hours?
All right, so I'm asking you, what are you doing that you need a cop to tell you to walk away for your hour?
Somebody other than him is calling these people on us.
Oh, so
it's not just him. He has a
no,
job.
No.
He has a job.
No, we pay him to do a job.
Okay.
All right. Stop thinking that that's his job and somebody else pay him. We pay him to do his job.
The same person that calling pay him too.
Right.
They may feel different than you.
We were not talking about that. We talking about you just said that the cop come to you and tell you to take a walk for an hour. How often?
It happened one time, but he told us, he said they calling. They don't want you over there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll take a walk. He said, I ain't saying y'all gotta go, but I don't want to have to keep coming back. It's like work.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody across this landscape, or maybe over there, was calling. I understand. The man got a job. I want to have.
Not the man has a job. These people pay taxes.
I get that.
These people sleep on this block. These people live on this block.
Took a walk?
Okay, but I'm just saying, you saying he got a job. It's not about him. It's about respecting the neighbors.
But he got to respect them.
No, you got to respect them. So he won't have to come out here.
But they pay his salary.
You got to respect them so he won't have to come out here.
If they got a problem with us, they got to call him.
They don't have to call him if you know how to act.
Then some people, no, listen.
I'm just saying. No, you're right.
Because a lot of times I don't.
All the adults. If all the adults that sit out here and act crazy,
just want to came over across the street and say, "Listen, man, I gotta work tomorrow. They're loud. Can you please fight that?" I guarantee you, and even when the cops come, I'm not arguing and fight with no cops about being loud. I can walk off.
You shouldn't fight and argue with the cops about being loud over here. The cops shouldn't be called. That's the bottom line.
So his point is,
no,
I understand.
You keep saying his job. That's not his job.
If he can keep called,
that's not his job.
He has to come around.
He doesn't have to.
Why not?
Because
I feel like I'm back in Philly right now. This sucks.
Right? Right.
What am I doing here?
If he gets the call,
God damn it, Sly.
Well, he shouldn't have to keep getting the call for the same shit over and over again. That's why he think he Joe Blow with you and could come and ask you a bunch of questions because they get calls and they come out here and they got to tell you, oh, just take a walk for a little while.
He said,
quiet down.
No, he said, when y'all out here by yourself, y'all good.
Well, come on, man. All that. No. That's y'all drip. That's y'all drip. It ain't no cops.
It's the truth.
It ain't no. Listen, we ain't talking about all that. We ain't talking about all that. I ain't got nothing to do with all that. We're not talking about 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 all that. Okay? We're not talking about all that. We're talking about your behavior and the cops being called. You said the cops come to you and tell you to walk.
Not me personally all the time.
Oh, all right. Well, that's what you said. I'm only going by
tonight
what you said.
He asked. But it ain't like every time.
When he asked you to walk off? They was out here earlier?
The night Frank April was fighting.
Oh, I mean, not talking about that. I mean,
I'm just saying. I have what you call with that officer, a history with that officer. He's never disrespected me.
so that don't mean you gotta lick his boots because he never disrespected you.
I don't lick his boots.
That don't mean you gotta sit. Oh, it wasn't us. They gone. They was here. That is licking boots, man. That's not fact. You're supposed to say I don't know nothing because I ain't called the police. Why not?
It wasn't us.
That's it. Then that's what you should have said. That's not what you did. That's not what you said. That's not what you said, though. You sitting there like, y'all know it wasn't. And you know me. You know us.
And I'm still sitting here sipping my can.
But you wasn't, though. You wasn't sipping nothing. While they was standing there, you wasn't sipping shit.
That's how it was.
Oh, my fucking God. Are you going to sit here and lie? I just asked you the question. I just asked you the question. I said, Rashawn, did they see you drinking? You said no.
He already, the first thing.
I asked you a question. I said, Rashawn, did they see you drinking? And you said no.
Michelle, when the bull pulled up,
stop saying my name like that. Stop saying my name.
What is the first thing I tell him? Y'all know what we do. We sit here and sip and chill. He already know.
That's not.
Who did I say that?
Babe, you said that. I heard you say that, but I'm saying you don't gotta tell them all of that, right? You're giving them too much information. No, it's not okay.
So don't tell me boo. Just say
that's my word. That's just my word. If you don't understand it, that's just my word.
Okay, just say
okay. No, that's my word. You can't tell me to change my word. That's my word.
One thing I learned about with the boot.
That's my word.
The more truthful you are, the better you are in the situation.
No, that's bootlicking. What the fuck?
I'm supposed to lie?
No, you're not supposed to say anything. They don't have authority over you. They don't ask you questions. You don't answer questions.
Anything they're not gonna lock me up for, I don't give a fuck.
You don't have to kiss their ass to keep them from locking you up.
Me, you know what we do? We sit out here and drink.
Okay, you sit out here and you drink and you don't bother nobody. You don't argue. You don't get loud. You don't bother nobody. You sit out here and you chilling. No, they're not going to lock you up if you're not doing anything wrong.
By me being honest.
No, by you talking too much is bootlicking, yes.
I ain't telling nobody.
No, but you're still not going to get it. You won't. You'll understand one day. You'll get it one day.
They're not your friend.
Huh? Wait, right?
They're not his friends.
I know, right?
This a dude on the phone. Hold on.
Don't get mad. Don't get mad. I'm live. We're live. I'm on the broadcast. Don't get upset. Don't get disrespectful.
Okay, let me say what I gotta say.
All right, but don't get disrespectful.
I got like two friends that's cops as best friends. Don't tell me they not my friends.
Wait. No. All of you cops are not your friends. Those two. Well, that's what he's saying.
All black people not my friends.
That's all he's saying.
All black people not my friends.
I know you're not my friend. I already know.
So. All that whatever the weirdness you talking.
No, he's not talking weirdness. See how you being disrespectful? No, he's not. He didn't say anything wrong.
He don't know.
So why is he talking about he being weirdest and all that?
He don't know.
Well, you don't know. You don't know. He's just speaking in general. He's not speaking about you. He's not speaking about you.
General cops
he's not
that
speaking.
Are good people.
He's not speaking
all
about you. He's just speaking in general. He's just speaking in general. We know that. He's just speaking in general. He don't know you, so he's not talking about you. He can say what he wants. He can say what he wants because I'm live. He can say what he wants.
And I can too.
Right, but don't be ignorant to people. You just said he being all weird, saying shit he don't know what he's talking about. Okay, but he's not saying you. He's just saying cops are not your friends. So he's not speaking to you.
So somebody tell me Muslims are all terrorists. I'm supposed to believe that too?
No, you're not. Then you think for yourself.
I got cops as best friends.
Okay, you think for yourself.
And I'll leave it at that.
You think for yourself. He's not trying to argue with you, Rashawn. He's just making a statement. That's what the problem is. Y'all don't know how to communicate with people. Y'all want to argue all the time.
No, I'm not arguing.
Yeah, but you just said he was being weird because he made a statement. He made a statement. He made a statement. He made a general statement. No, he can.
No, you can't.
He can. If that's the way he feels.
And I can say You're
Right.
weird because
Now, why
I
would
got
you say
I
he's
got cop
weird
friends that's
though?
our friends.
But why would you say he's weird though? That's just his
Because I
opinion.
never had.
It's just his opinion.
Okay.
It's just his opinion. If I said, if
Let
you
me-
had an opinion and I said you weird, wouldn't you get upset?
No.
Yes, you have. Stop playing. You have gotten
What's the young
upset.
man name?
You have gotten
What's the young
upset.
man name?
Why? You don't.
Tell me two baddest friends you had with cops.
Why?
Because it's important to me.
Why? You don't know.
Somebody
no matter
snored.
why.
Yeah.
I'm
Somebody
asking.
fell asleep.
It's important to me.
All right. Hey,
It's the host.
hey, Nudie, tell him what bad experiences you had with cops. No.
What
I
bad
don't see
experiences
me.
I know you ain't gonna see. He ain't gonna see you. Say
tell
it
me
again.
what a good
Wait a
experience with
minute.
the
Wait a
cop
minute. Let me
is.
turn you up. Go ahead.
Tell me what a good experience with the cop is. Define
For
that
some
for
reason,
me.
I can't hear you.
Can everybody else hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
I can hear
I
you.
am a little
Sly,
bit.
can
All right.
you
Well,
hear
yeah, I
us?
can hear you a little bit. Not loud.
Tell me what a good experience with a cop is. Define that for me.
Female
He
cop
said,
taking
"What's
in
a
the
good
car and giving you
experience
head.
with a cop?" I hope I ain't chasing your
Yeah,
way. We
I
just talking.
I gotta go sleep.
Okay. What
Hey,
good experience
Slushy.
you had with a cop?
Hey, Slushy.
I have plenty.
And name. Go ahead.
I've been pulled over.
What a good
Hold on,
experience you had with a cop.
I've been pulled over, mistaken, whatever. And
Mistaken.
Getting pulled over right there is not a good
I walked off. The
experience.
cop walked off. He was good.
It's over before it starts.
Mistaken though.
Hey,
You said.
Slushy.
Sometimes
Slushy.
mistaken. Sometimes it was right.
Okay.
Slushy.
And go ahead. I'm listening.
I asked him what was his bad experience with cops. He
Every
answered my
ex-
question. He
The only good
diverted to another
experience with a
question.
cop is no
No.
experience.
You ready to tell you? How about he might not have ever had any
Then he can't
experience
speak
with no
on it.
cop.
He can't speak on
He
it.
might not have
He
never.
can't speak
He
on it.
can. He might know people that had bad experiences.
Hey, can we do a
That's
vote?
like a nigga
Kick
never had.
slash
He might
add off.
know
That's
people
like a
that
nigga never
Let's
having
do a
just like
vote here.
talking
you.
about coochie.
Oh my God, you sound ridiculous. No, I'm going to walk away because I don't want my friends. I don't. All right, that's what he's asking you. That's what he's
So I
asking.
asked him what bad experience
He
did.
might not have had any.
So he can't speak on nothing.
He can speak on it. We got friends that had bad experiences, Rashawn. You one people that I know that had a bad experience. They beat your ass just to let you go.
And I had good experience too.
Well, guess what I'm asking? What experience?
So what is his experience with cops?
What?
No, I'm asking what is his experience with cops?
Oh my God. How about
how many times he got pulled over in the car and had to get out?
He don't drive.
How many times his friend was driving, he got to get out in the car and get on the ground?
Oh, we don't do that.
How many times?
We don't do that.
How many times? Any of it?
We don't do that. None of that.
So he don't know nothing.
Yes, we do. We don't do that. We don't sign that contract and let cops have authority over us. We don't do that. We're not getting them. We're not letting no cop tell us to get on the ground and all that. We ain't doing that.
All I'm asking is his worst experience.
He doesn't have any because he didn't sign that contract.
Well, I signed the contract the day I was born.
I know you did, right? See, that's exactly what we talking about.
They killed me at will.
That's what we talking about. Exactly what we talking about. Did y'all hear what he said? He signed the contract when he was born, and they could kill him at will. That's fucking crazy. That's a sad. You know what? I'm sorry. I mean, I know. Listen, I know you go through your shit, right?
He's
But I
right.
try to
The
keep
only
you in my
question is, does he want to operate under that contract?
To have to live like that every day, it's sad. It's really sad.
He actually didn't sign that contract,
and
but
that's
he
why
operates.
I show up.
He
That's why I
operates
show
under
up.
the
That's why I
contract.
come
if he
out
wants
when I see the cops. That's why I show up.
But let me finish, right?
Go ahead.
When I see cops like them, not aggressive, not one of the searchers.
That's not. No, that's
hold
not.
on. I'm not. Hold on. Just let me finish.
Go ahead. I already know what you're saying.
that's-
He said it. Oh, I didn't come out here, pull my handcuffs out, put you in handcuffs.
I get it. But that's a fucking reprieve.
That's what they want you to believe that they can do.
It ain't what is normal.
Oh my fucking God. Did y'all hear this guy? That's what they want you to believe. They could arrest you. They could make you get on the
He wants to
ground.
believe
They
that.
can't do that.
Shit
my ass. You a bitch if you let them.
What, you gonna fight the
No,
cops?
just don't you just
He wants
stand
to
your
believe
ground
it.
and you stop being a bitch
makes
to
him feel
cops.
safe.
And
Put your hands behind your
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
You gotta have a valid reason to arrest me. You can't just arrest me because you want to.
I understand what you think.
Not
And
what
I'm
I
telling you
think, what I know. I have not ever been arrested. Did any of them cops arrest me? Did any of them cops that was all in my face arrest me? Any of them? No, they didn't. I stood in his face and I told him to blow me.
Okay.
All right. And did he arrest me?
Can you looking at my point?
Did he arrest me?
No.
All right, then.
Can you look
Stop telling
Joe
me
Cool
that they
lessons. They
will
work.
arrest me. They won't.
Can you looking at my point of view?
Well, you see your point of view. You scared.
Nice.
You said you was born and they can kill you at their will. That means you have fear of the police. No, it's not common sense. No man has authority. No man has authority over you, and you keep walking around. And if you keep walking around thinking that they can just kill you at will,
and they
then
do
that's a sad life.
Time.
No, they do it because
when the last time a cop been arrested
they do it. They do it.
When the last time a cop been arrested?
Recently.
No.
George Floyd. Did you just shake your head?
5 years, 6 years ago.
20 years. So what? He still got 22 years.
Probably 30 black men have been murdered by cops and still ain't.
Well, we ain't talking about that, man. We talking about you.
I'm telling you
I'm telling you your reality. Your reality is what I'm talking about. Not nobody else's reality, Rashawn. I'm talking about your reality.
Do my reality.
I can't, but I see your reality.
They don't consider you as a threat.
I see. No, they can't. Because I don't let them see me as a threat.
This is why I don't go to the fucking club.
Shut up. But I mean, yo, I'm on here with 7 people right now, right? And we don't. No, it's so what?
Lucy,
no, so what?
Isn't interested.
What you talking about? JG is from Philadelphia.
I can have my goddamn phone. I don't give a fucking phone. I can have my phone in my hand and they shoot me thinking it's a gun.
Oh my God! See, that shit you walk around, man. He walk around scared as fuck, y'all. He said he can walk around with his phone in his hand and they can shoot him. Damn. No, man. Yo, you know why it happens? Because we don't stand. Because people like you don't stand up to them. That's why it happens. That's what happens.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm dirty as shit.
So?
Johnny dirty as shit.
So? Yikes. Why you telling people business? Stop.
Shut up.
Then you're filming them right now.
She went on mute. He's dirty.
Hey, Slooshy, you made me all hot and warm and fuzzy inside. I'm rubbing my nipples and I want to get married. She called that dude a pussy.
The only question is, can she make sandwiches?
Hey, I'm good on it. As long as she'll tell the cop off, I'm good on it. Let's go for a ride.
Fluoride doesn't want to be educated. That's the lesson here.
Bingo. Say that again, Noon Guru. I want to hear it again.
Fluoride does not want to be educated.
Yeah. You think them Bud Light commercials would have told the dude?
You know, as long as the pencils are thick and sharp enough, the blue collars will make you feel safe at night. You know, that's how it rolls with fluoride.
I have to admit, Guru, I feel so much better and at ease inside since I made the decision that I'm just going to tell, if they do snatch me up for driving or traveling, keep saying it over again. You kidnapped me, stole my shit, you're brainwashed Nazis. And I'm not signing them.
They did.
Was it a fight? I had no fight.
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said he said no. It was some other people and they left or whatever. No, it wasn't us. You started doing all that licking his boots while you standing over you with his dick in his face.
That's what you call licking boots.
Yeah, that's what I call licking boots. That ain't what you said. If you had said that, I'd have been like, yes, Rashawn. I'd have been like, yes. But that's
a nice way to put it.
I said, no, it wasn't us. They've been gone.
No, that's not all you said, Rashawn. You see,
I didn't say nobody name, say none of that. I said earlier, but they gone.
When he asked you, and you started talking, I said, don't answer questions. And you were
don't gotta
still
tell
talking to him.
I could talk all I
I know, but you were still
Between me and
answering
her,
questions.
I'd rather listen to Wright's daughter for a
Yeah,
little
but he
bit.
shouldn't be asking you anything about anything.
There you go. We'll let him roll.
Holy shit.
Anyhow, hey, the dude that said he was having court issues, I mean, if it isn't too bad of issues, why don't you just leave?
I got court August 2nd, and well, no, I got a pre-trial August 2nd, and then court on August 15th.
What's the actual charge? Was there a primary charge or just secondary?
The charge is obstruct and resist.
Yeah, so just secondary. So they made an arbitrary decision to arrest you. That's an automatic throw it if you know what to do, if you know how to handle that.
They're telling me to plead guilty. I talked to the public defender. She's saying,
Of course they are, because
money.
Then, yeah, money, and also they get to put it on the record. So look, you're another statistic for them to ask for even more money at the end of the year, right? That's all it is.
Yep. Don't sign shit and say no.
Those are secondary charges. What you should do is you should go on the record, talk to the, I don't know what it's called there, prosecution attorney, I guess. Up here it's called the Crown. And you just put them on notice saying, hey, listen, this is an arbitrary case. What the fuck? Why are you even prosecuting this? Get it on record. Are you sure you want to go down with this? You know, we'll turn around and just look all the things up that you can go on the offensive for in cases like this. There'll be a whole list of them. Kidnapping, battery on you, if they injured you, assault with a deadly weapon, or attempted assault, even attempted murder, depending on how far they went. Just a whole bunch of shit. And then for the attempt to prosecute you, malicious prosecution, and a whole bunch of other things like that. You just put that in a letter, read it off to their whoever it is that you're dealing with, and let them respond and say, I want the response in writing. See where it goes from there.
I looked over at the attorney they gave me and told him he was fired on the spot when they gave me one of them court-appointed attorneys. I just looked at him right on the video. I was like, "You're fired." I was like, "No, I'm not taking him. I'll get my own." And that forced them to do a procedure where they had to give me all of the evidence they had right then. They had to get it all together right then and give it to me. Period.
You can even add in there if you want. I want a settlement right now on the spot. Otherwise, we're going full willy-nilly on you, the whole 9 yards. So, you know, give me, I don't know, $100,000 of hush money and dismiss this right now, and we'll call it a day.
they'll laugh at me.
Laugh back at them. That's the thing.
Look,
It's
I
all
ran
it's a
ran
poker
from these
game, right?
cops. I ran from these cops, and
But what did you actually do that was wrong?
I was trespassing, and then I ran off the tracks, hid out in the woods, and then they came looking for me and found me.
When you say you were trespassing, can you elaborate on that?
I was on railroad property.
What do you mean by railroad property?
I was
You're on train tracks that were in the public sector, or where specifically?
No, I was in a public sector.
So what like on like at a train station?
Next to a bike path, I walked up this hill. There's train tracks across the bridge. There was a shortcut to get to this local park, and they got me up there, and I ran off, hid out, and they caught me.
Okay, so you're just walking on train tracks that are just in public. The tracks are crossing over public train. Is that right?
The tracks, or it's not on the street. I was up on a bridge on railroad property.
I'm a little confused what you mean by railroad property.
Okay, train tracks. I'm up there on this bridge, not on public property.
On the bridge. Who owns the bridge? The tracks were on the bridge?
Yeah, there's a track. It's BNSF property. Burlington Northern Santa Fe property.
Burlington Northern Santa Fe. I'm not from your neck of the woods, so what is that a like a state thing, or is that a corporation? BNS, what is it again? BNSF?
BNSF, yeah.
What does that stand for again?
Burlington Northern Santa Fe.
Burlington Northern Santa Fe. Okay, so that sounds like state. Am I right on that?
State property?
Yeah, is that like a county?
It's private property.
It's private property. Trying to understand how that's private property. Is that a company? BNSF?
Yeah, BNSF they own that area. I mean, they own the tracks.
Yeah, there's multiple companies, and they buy the land that the track is on, so they can claim it as trespassing if they catch people on it. You got CSX and one other one that I know of I dealt with. What's the other big company? CSX was one company dropped me cars, and there was one other company.
Union Pacific.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just go with that for a second. So you're rolling on that, and were you trespassed by the owner?
No.
It's over right there. How could the complainant or the plaintiff of private property be a cop?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I shouldn't have ran, but
even if you ran, it doesn't matter. It was still an arbitrary decision that they made to come after you. Was there a call from the owner?
they said that they got a call. Oh, no. That didn't even happen. These cops, right? What they were really doing, they were watching me, and I asked the public defender. I was like, who called the cops, or how did they, what happened here? And they said that a cop called in the dispatch and said that somebody was on the bridge, and that's what happened. That's what they said. But what I'm saying is how quick they were to get me, the matter of time, and the area I was in, and how the cops had to come all the way around, walk under this bridge, come up the rocks. They were watching me. So, I mean, they were on me quick as fuck, and it showed me that they were just, keeping tabs on me, watching me,
Hold on a sec. Have a good one, JD.
You fucking criminal, you fucking thief. You better fucking do exactly what they tell you.
So,
but
yeah.
I mean, that's what they do. The cops, they'll gang stalk you, they'll catch you, quick, and
yeah, but they can't make an arbitrary arrest. I mean, they can, but even in their own system of bullshit, it won't hold up. And that was definitely, according to the information you gave so far, definitely an arbitrary arrest. So
That's
everything that they did after
that
that point is criminal action on their part, that you can absolutely, go after them for.
They don't have any jurisdiction on private property, right? On railroad property.
Right, and
The
until they're
railroad
granted
company.
so. When it comes to
Well,
trespassing, I mean, you'll have to just fine tune check, of course, in that particular location. Every single location might have different like technical little things when it comes to that. But I've never known any situation where an actual arrest made anywhere, especially on a first notice basis, where it didn't come from the actual owner and just came from the officers, was anything valid. Second to that, was it just a first notice basis? That's the other part of the equation there. Were you given a trespass notice?
No.
Right, an opportunity to leave, or were you just come and we're charging you with? You weren't even charged with trespass, were you?
No, they wrote it out, but I didn't get charged with it.
Right. So, and they can't do that. That's why. So now they know that they can't, because that would be an arbitrary arrest. So they don't have everything they charge you with was secondary issues, which is a big no-no if you know what you're doing. And they'll definitely know that. But they know that most of the public doesn't know that. And so it's just a big poker bluff right now, is all it is.
So
and most of the people will fold.
If I leave here, right, I'm gonna have a warrant if I don't go to court.
Most likely, that's that kind of stuff. I don't know, because that's different in the neck of the woods that I'm at. They don't do warrants like that over here. It's a little different. But as far as I understand the way it works where you are, most likely, I think that's probably just for your state or whatever. So you could go everywhere but in your state if you just ignored it.
I'm not from Idaho. I'm from Pennsylvania. So I mean, I'll probably, if I don't go to court, if I don't go to pretrial and in court, I'll probably get a warrant.
Can't you go to video court?
I did video court in jail, but
You can probably apply to do video court for your trial too, as well.
It's almost a repeat movie of yours, Dan. Almost.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
Except he didn't get into a fist match with them.
I appreciate your help. I've been, thinking about this, and I know they don't have jurisdiction on the tracks. I just
Well, they actually don't have jurisdiction at all unless if you grant it to them. And that's the whole thing. Like, jurisdiction is basically just a pissing match of a claim. Who believes whose claim of jurisdiction? That's all that is. Right? And who can be the better at verbal judo when it comes to that? And really, if you're going in their territory, you gave them jurisdiction altogether. Right? And that's the position that I hold. However, to really be solid in the position of maintaining your own jurisdiction, you have to have backup. You can't just be by yourself. I mean, for the most part, for little things, yeah, not a big deal. They're not going to come and probably snipe you in the middle of the night over a parking ticket, shit like that,
So I'm just thinking I'll plead guilty and just.
No, don't do that.
Why?
Can't you apply for video court? It's a lot easier to do it from home on your laptop.
I got to talk to this public defender tomorrow. I'll see what I can do.
I'm going to say what I said to Slashai. He's not your friend. Just remember that. He works for the state, right?
Yeah, the public defender.
Yeah. He's paid to be biased, of course, operating under a bar card license, bound in scope by only what he's allowed to do by the state.
And she even said she could try to change it to a lesser charge. It's crazy what they're saying to me.
Yeah, of course, anything that is a win for the state. That's what they do. It's a poker bluff. They go all in and they say, "Here's the charges," and try and scare the shit out of you. And it's all a bluff, right? And so most people are in this position where they don't know the game that they're playing, and they're just like, fuck, I just want this to be over with. It's scary. It's energy draining. It's stressful. I don't want to think about it. And it is. That's the whole point, right? That's how they get you. And so most people fold on the idea that this can sort of just kind of sort of get away as long as you give the state something. And it's kind of true. You could do that, except, you know, at your own peril.
Yeah.
So you could do that. You know, I mean, if the plea deal is something that's so minute that you don't give a fuck, then whatever. Who cares? Maybe it's not a record. Maybe it's, you know, just whatever. If maybe a $10 thing. I would say no matter what, I'm not pleading guilty. I'll plead no contest at the very least, right? Because
Or
then you maintain
conditional
your,
discharge.
yeah, you maintain your innocence that way with no record.
Say that again. Instead of pleading guilty.
At the very least, plead no contest. What that means is you're saying, okay, yeah, I'm not interested in going to court, but I'm not actually admitting to guilt. I'm just settling. I'm settling the issue.
All right, settling the issue.
So you say, okay, this is one way you could do it. Ask the public prosecution side, whatever the official term for it is over there, I'm not sure, to make them aware that you know that it was an arbitrary decision. And then say, make me an offer that I can't refuse. Say, I'm not pleading guilty. There's just no two ways about it. The cops fucked up here. They know it. I know it. You know it. So if you don't want me to go to town on this, make me an offer I can't refuse. And it'll be a no contest situation. No way am I pleading guilty. And then they'll probably just give you, you know, some little thing like 10 days community service, 6 months probation, and then it goes, or whatever the bullshit that they come up with is. Nothing that you don't really care about. And they get to have their little statistic cookie.
No, say that he won't be able to go back to those tracks for 8 months or something.
Whatever, yeah. Whatever it is that, you know, they come up with. But you gotta make it known that you know that the cops fucked up by making an arbitrary arrest. You have to present that you're aware of that. Otherwise, they're just going to think that you don't know how the system works and continue to poker hand you hardcore. And ultimately, they wouldn't win if you took it in court and you maintained that, but you would lose for all the time and the effort and the stress that they drag you through their court system. And they get paid the whole way through, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, if you can end the dispute on a situation where it's nothing to you, that's always the best result, right? Because there is no winning in this game. There really isn't. Every participant loses by default just when you play. And that's on a basis of just everything that you told me about it as well. So I don't know if there's any more to it or not. If you had it recorded, that would have been better too. But the fact that they never actually charged you with trespassing says it all. Every charge that they gave you was a secondary charge. Where's the initial wrongdoing, harm that you caused, or whatever, that gave them lawful reason to try to arrest you or whatever? Even if what you were doing was quote unquote not lawful, walking on private property, blah blah blah, there's a whole slew of gray area where they don't have jurisdiction to automatically arrest you and charge you and prosecute you. For example, do you know you're on private property? That's the whole reason why they're supposed to give you an opportunity to leave. And then on top of it, once you get a trespass, okay, now when you go back, that's when the situation kind of changes, you know. None of this happened, I would imagine.
Nah, I mean, I ran and they just kept saying stop, stop, and then they couldn't catch me on foot.
Right. So is it just like the tracks sort of go across, and then if you're walking up to the tracks, you go over the tracks and then go to the park? Is that kind of how it works?
Yeah, like I was coming off a bike path, and it was easier to go up on the tracks, walk down a hill, then go all the way around and come through the downtown area, cross over the river. So I just went up on the tracks, see the cop at the Amtrak station. He speeds up, and this was so quick. He speeds up, turns around, and I'm like, oh shit, you know. I turn around and see two cops on foot. They ran up the hill. It was all like theater, you know, like they all had it planned out. So I'm just kicking myself. I ran. I should have just not ran at all and talked to them.
Yeah.
I'm just not trying to fuck myself here, and because it's getting really insane in this town. The shit I'm overhearing, and
Oh yeah, it's going to continue.
yeah.
So yeah, you have nothing to lose, right? Like what they did was not right. They didn't even follow the proper protocol. I can tell right away, you know.
Right.
So they fucked up, and you certainly have that going for you. And so you ran, but then what happened after that? They caught up with you, and then
I ran. There's an area of woods. I hid out there, and like 15 minutes later, a cop comes through. He's looking for me. He's looking all around me, but he doesn't see me. And then like 10 seconds later, he looks back and finally sees me and starts spurging out. And I got locked up, or I got put in handcuffs.
okay, can you elaborate that part? Like he sees you, and then he just comes up and says you're under arrest, or how did that go?
Yeah, he just put your hands behind your back.
Okay, and then you just cooperated with him?
Yeah, he had his taser out. He's pointing his taser at me.
Okay. And so you just cooperated with him. He put you under arrest.
I mean, dude, I ran so much I couldn't keep running. So I mean,
yeah.
I just I got put in handcuffs. Played it cool, and they're cracking jokes. And the one cop that was giving me shit shows up, and he's talking shit, trying to be, you know. It's funny how they try to talk tough. So he's trying to talk tough to me, and I'm just like, all right, you know.
Do you know if they were wearing body cams?
Yeah.
Do you know if they were running?
I'm sure they were.
Okay. What I would do before you go any further as well, when are you scheduled to talk to the public defender next?
She said I could call her, or she said to call tomorrow. I talked to her
If I were you, I would get.
I talked to her yesterday, and I'm gonna talk to her tomorrow morning.
If I were you, I would get a copy of those body cams before going anywhere further, just in case they might think that they might think that you might know what you're doing here, and they try and do something to cover up, either
Right.
erase them
And
or change them or whatever. You know what they do. That kind of
yeah,
bullshit.
is that gonna? Do you think that'll cost me money to get the body cam footage?
I don't know. If you stand your ground, it won't. If you say, hey, listen, the taxpayers pay for this, there's no way I'm paying for this twice. I'm entitled to this, right?
Right.
Just stand your ground and say, hey, I need this. This is my defense. This is the reason why we pay the public to have this video recorded, so that we can hold wrongdoers accountable. So I'm not asking you, I'm telling you I need this, right? Like you just have to, the way you approach them, without being demanding, but being authoritative, right? And standing your ground. And because you have to also kind of make them aware, or make them realize that if they don't do what they're supposed to do, then you'll hold them accountable too, all of them, right? You'll take them all to the cleaners.
Right.
So they're getting paid to do a job. Make them do it. That job is to serve you what you need for your defense or offense. Because if you were to take them on the offensive, you would need that too. They may also even provide that to you in the disclosure. I don't know. Do you get a disclosure there? Is that the way it works?
Yeah.
Did you get that already?
I think I got it on me. Hold on.
Is it just a physical one?
Yeah, I got paperwork. No, I just got the bail paperwork.
The bail paper. Okay. So that's another part of the equation that you should be getting a disclosure. Unless if there's something different near the neck of the woods, but that's pretty standard across the board everywhere I've seen. And there is a probability that that footage, or at least knowledge of that footage, will be in the disclosure. And if it's not actually in there, mandating that you have it as part of disclosure would be in your best interest. So that's a pertinent part of evidence for this case, right?
You can do all this online. Everything.
Should be able to. He's also in the States, right?
When's your next court date?
Well, I told her yesterday I was gonna plead guilty, and now I'll talk to her tomorrow. And
The next court date, you should ask for a remand and tell them you're waiting for disclosure, and that'll give you a couple months to even think about it and do some research.
Depending on how busy they are, sometimes it takes months before they even give you the disclosure. Like Dan didn't even get all of his over a year. Yeah.
To get the disclosure to me.
And during that time is all an opportunity to have negotiations with the accuser and settle it.
Which they will. You don't need to plead guilty to this. Do you already have a record? Like you don't care?
this is the first time I got arrested, and I'm just trying to get this over with because the situation I'm in, I'm homeless, dude. I'm basically a hobo. I travel and hop trains. The place I'm staying at, I can only be there for a certain amount of time.
Gotcha.
Then I'm back on the streets, and it's like they're probably going to try to get me if I'm on the streets.
As far as other things goes, though, it's not really an issue. Like you don't have to get too much in your personal life or whatever. Like some people just don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if I had 12 million records because, you know, the only thing it would ever affect is if you work in the corporate world anyway, which is not something I ever have any care to do. And the only other area that it sort of affects is borders. And for me, that's another non-issue because I circumvent them to my heart's content anyway. So it all depends on lifestyle, right?
Right.
But in this case as well, really, what kind of record you would get, it would be hard pressed. It depends again on what they are trying to actually go for as far as a plea or a settlement deal is. But absolutely no way in uncertain terms you should be accepting to go for guilty for obstruction and what was the other one again? I forget.
Obstruct and resist.
And resist. Yeah. No way. Because they
Don't
didn't have
plead
lawful. Yeah, they didn't have lawful authority to arrest you to begin with.
and they didn't follow the correct procedure.
Correct. They need to. That's why I'm saying what I mean by arbitrary arrest is they took the matters on their own hand to be judge, jury, and executioner. They don't have standing. They don't have the authoritative position to do so. And
right.
they never do, right? So that's why they needed at least a call, you know, and that all has to be proven, and they have to give you a chance to leave the premises. Even when they found you, you were already gone. You weren't on the property. So I mean, there's just so many things that are against what they did. If it ever came down to an actual trial, it's ridiculous, and they would know that. They absolutely would know that. But what they're banking on is that you don't know that, and that you're just going to be the typical corporate slave mind that complies and is stressed out about the idea, is afraid because, you know, this big Goliath monster is up against you and all this kind of shit, you know. And it's with the exception of the actual time and procedure part, because that is real. It's all just a poker bluff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's probably what I would do if I were you. Like Dan said, is if you didn't even get disclosure yet, even ask the defender if you want. Am I supposed to get a disclosure? And they'll tell you, and they'll say yes. And you say, when am I going to get that? Say, I don't want to make any decisions for anything until I get disclosure at the very least and have time to consider my options.
What entails with the disclosure?
All the pertinent details regarding the case. And the stuff, all the relevant stuff that they would be able to use or will be using if it went to trial. And anything at the time that it goes to trial that is not included in disclosure could not be used in the trial as well. So it's like to give you a chance to have a fair opportunity to remedy the situation or to make a decision of a plea deal or if not, to actually go to trial. They're required in their own system of bullshit to give you disclosure up front as to what they're actually accusing you of, and, you know, give you a fair chance to make an educated decision for yourself.
All right, I just found this paper. Count 1, statute 18705. Charge description: arrests and seizures, resisting or obstructing officers.
That's count 1. Is there more than one count?
One count.
One count. Okay. Pretty straightforward. And so that's, yeah, you said that's in the bail thing. Is that right?
This is in the District Court of the First Judicial District of the State of Idaho. Dude, I'm Guru. I'm new to all this, man. I'm really ignorant with the law. But no, this ain't disclosure.
Yeah.
Trial date notice misdemeanor and for.
Yeah, it definitely would be like in a package. Usually disclosure these days is given to you digitally through something of the state. They give you like an email or something. They'll ask you if you have access, and if not, then they'll secondary mail it to you. But the reason why it's digital is for, some of the evidence these days tends to be like videotaped and whatnot. So to be able to include that in there. So, and it will be very clearly labeled disclosure if it was disclosure. And so you bonded out, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you bonded out, was there money involved with that? And also, was there conditions to being bonded? Bail conditions?
You're probably gonna laugh. I mean, it says bail was $200. That was it.
They really know they fucked up. I'm laughing because they're trying to. I'm not laughing at you at all. I'm laughing because I know their tactics, and it's funny. That's what's
they're
funny.
they're trying to pimp the shit out of me over nothing.
Yes, of course. So $200 and no conditions of bail other than that, just that you show up, of course.
And then the citation here says trespass. They didn't follow through with the citation, and then they followed through with the resist obstruct.
So they gave you a citation for
Idaho
something
uniform citation. It's got all my information. They wrote out a ticket, and violation number 1 is trespass.
Wow. So they gave you a
location 100 Bridge Street, Sandpoint. I wasn't on the street.
Wow. So they give you a citation for something you didn't even breach, was given no notice of, was given no charge of. Holy fuck. Now we're talking about extortion to an epic degree. This stuff is just laughable. If this actually went in front of a judge, even a corrupt one, if you presented and stood your ground on how this was a pathetic, arbitrary decision with no jurisdictional standing, no lawful authority whatsoever from the get-go, you would probably see a cross-firing of the judge scolding everybody who is involved in that. Most likely the case. But they know that's what they're doing.
She's playing along. She's just playing along.
Yeah, if you don't present that then everybody's going to take you to the cleaners because you're just a sitting duck at that point. You're ripe for the picking, right?
All right. I'm gonna write down what you're telling me. That's it.
Okay, give me 1 minute while you're doing that. I gotta do something real quick here. I'll be on mute. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right. Yeah, Reggie, thanks also for helping me out here, man. What's New Guru's real name? First name, I mean. I'm not trying to dox him.
Still doing something here. I'll be right back. But Nudie Guru is my real name.
All right, I was gonna say New Guru, but I'd rather just say your real first name or something.
You could just put initials NG if that's what you're. What do you need that for? Is it something on the?
No, I just calling people by like these names gets kind of weird.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, whatever you want to call me then. It's all good.
Yeah, NG.
NG. Nudie.
All right. You got to go or?
No. I'm just completing something here on the side. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm trying to write down what I want to say to this lady tomorrow.
Yeah, if you want, we can redo it, go over it thoroughly as well, so that you have it written. Give me a sec here, though. Let me just finish this. I'll be right back.
Yeah, appreciate it. You guys fall asleep? Anybody here?
Okay, we're good now.
Right.
Okay, so let's recap for you. What do you have so far?
You're saying don't plead guilty. You said no contest.
Okay, no contest would be a last resort.
No contest. No contest, last resort.
Right. There's basically three options for pleas. There's guilty, no contest, and not guilty. And no contest is, in a nutshell, for when you're just making a negotiation with the Crown and you want to maintain your innocence for whatever reason. Either number one, that there's no record. Number two, if you want to go and prosecute for wrongdoing, then you don't have a something working against you previously, where it could be used against you that, well, this was already tried on a defensive, and look, you pled guilty in this situation, so that would work against you. No contest means you're not admitting guilt in the end, but you're not wanting to go through the proceedings of bullshit. So you're trying to look for a remedy somewhere in the middle.
And you're saying that's the last resort?
Yeah, that's a last resort. That's what I would do. What you want to do, firstly, is you want to flip the script in the poker game. So they went all in right now on you, right? They put their entire hand on the table and said, let's see if you're going to fall for this bluff and settle somewhere in the middle. And so now you're going to do the same thing. You're going to go all in and you're going to say, listen, I know that this is a bluff. And you're going to do that by saying that this was an arbitrary decision, an arbitrary arrest. There was no lawful grounds for arrest to begin with. Therefore, everything that happened after the fact was a crime against you. And so that totally flips the narrative. Now, making them aware that you know that changes the game of poker here, big time.
All right. I also got to add, I ran across a highway.
Okay. Even all that kind of stuff is still. There's even a question of and this will be different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, is trespassing even an arrestable offense? And in a lot of jurisdictions, it's not. And now that's if you actually were trespassing, which again would need the requirements of you to have been lawfully trespassed to begin with, an owner of private property, and then you disobeyed that trespass, and now there's grounds for some secondary action to take place. None of this happened ever, right?
My fault, a dog just ran up on me. Say that again, my fault, NG.
Okay, so in many jurisdictions, there's even the question of whether trespassing itself is an arrestable offense. In many jurisdictions, it's not. But whether it's not, if it is, or is still second to, in order to be trespassed, you have to have been given notice by a private owner, a complainant, or somebody who's saying that they've been damaged. And then you have to be been given an opportunity to comply with that. And then if you disobey with that after the effect, then there may be some grounds for secondary action. And that's where the question is, would that be an arrestable situation or not, would vary by jurisdiction, by location. And all that is completely moot because none of that happened to begin with. You completely were just immediately, literally attacked by an officer. Not even on said property. You were already off of the property anyways. And there was no complaint by an owner on private property from the get-go. There's nobody that was, the state can't be a plaintiff in the case.
Well, I got to figure out if somebody did call it in, if BNSF called it in, I don't think that happened because it was so quick.
If that was the case, then they would be giving you a trespass notice, right? They would say, hey, listen, you're trespassing on that property. You're not supposed to go there. They need you to make sure that you're aware of it. They would need to get some sort of documentation that you're aware of it, whether it's video recorded or a signature of yours or something of this sort. And there's some formality that you are known that you are not to go there, that you are trespassed from there. Some
Which
sort of
never
formality.
happened.
Right. That never happened. So everything after that fact, even if it is an arrestable offense in that specific location, is completely moot because it never happened to begin with. That's where the arbitrary decision of the officer came in. And in Canada, that's a federal felony, actually. So there's a good chance it's going to be something pretty naughty on their part as well, a pretty high level.
All right, so I'm tell the public defender it's an arbitrary offense.
Yeah, it was an arbitrary decision. Yeah, it was an arbitrary decision on the officer's part. You might want to look up in your jurisdiction as well. You can look it up online in the specific county. It's not hard to do. Just Google the what do you call that? The statute pertaining to trespass in that county, and then just read it over. Read all the particulars. It's usually in pretty plain English. You might have to read it a few times before it sinks in. And there'll be a couple of clauses that are specific to your specific case. That's really all you need to narrow it down to, and just understand that whether or not it's arrestable. Sometimes things do vary a little bit from state to state, but I can assure you, I have never seen anywhere where an officer can just come in a jurisdiction and just, I'm arresting you because I said so, and then charge you with secondary things.
Right.
Right. Especially the other stuff too is so weak, like the resisting and whatnot. So you ran, big deal. How do you? Is there even proof that you knew that you were being pursued? And if you were, so what? What constitutes as resistance? Again, though, all of that is completely moot and irrelevant if the pursuit to begin with was unlawful. And as far as I can tell, based on everything you told me here, it absolutely was.
Right.
So yeah, you want to, I guess, tell the defender that, and look that up, and then make it known to your defender that you're not accepting any plea deal that is not in your favor here for guilty. Yeah, there's no way you're guilty in any case here. This is arbitrary, completely arbitrary. In fact, of course that makes it where everything that they did after the fact is a crime against you. So make your defender aware that you know that what happened here is a crime against you, and that it's going to go one of two ways. Either they're going to settle and this thing is over with, and let's make this no headache for anybody, or if they're going to pursue me, well, I'm going to pursue them to the max. And that's not going to be good for anybody.
Pursue them to the max. I'll in court.
Yeah, and you might want to add things to the effect of get the media involved and publish how corrupt and how wrong it was for them to arbitrarily pursue you, and that this kind of thing happens all the time, and so many people are just not aware of it, and how to stand their ground against it, and so on and so forth. They don't want to touch that. They don't, especially with the black eye image that the state and the police have already at this point. They're already really walking on thin ice when it comes to public trust, So the moment you start getting into that kind of territory where it's going to be another blow against the state, they typically start changing their tone with you. They may still, try and bluff you and try and still drag you through negotiation procedures to see, well, how, test you, because they think they have nothing to lose, right? The people in the middle, like the prosecuting attorneys and whatnot, they think they have nothing to lose. So you got to make them aware that you're going to hold them accountable too if they prosecute you arbitrarily as well. You're going to prosecute them for malicious prosecution if you continue this bullshit. But that's only if they really try and do that. It just depends on how much they're interested in trying to strong arm you, how much they think that you're just going to fold.
Right, and they're saying that I'll get a year probation and then probably 30 days in jail.
So yeah, so that sounds like on a first incident basis, a likely conviction, sentencing for what it is that they're prosecuting for. If it was now, is that on a conviction or is that on is that the plea terms?
I believe conviction.
Conviction. So even a plea would be something less than that if it was a guilty plea, is what they're saying. So they're all in bluff card is pretty petty right from the get go. So you turn the tides and say that and say, hey, listen, this can go away overnight. And if you want to just drop it, then I'll agree to that type of thing. But if you're going to continue with this bullshit, then I'm going to bring you through the ringer. I'm going to hold every one of you fuckers accountable because none of you have lawful standing here. None of you.
Okay. And when I did when I was in jail and I did the court video conference, the defendant in there said, could you guys drop the case? And she just, she wouldn't do it. Seemed like she was just trying to toy with me a bit.
Oh, so there was a negotiation already, by the sounds of it. That's interesting. And so the defender tried to request that the case be dropped. Is that right?
Yeah, he said, this was his first arrest. He asked the judge if she could drop it. And...
Right. Wow. So that's weak. But again, that's the scope of what they can work with. Right? Now, if you had known what we're talking about right now, you could have spoke up and said, hey, listen, I'm not asking for this to be dropped. This is an arbitrary decision. You have two choices. Drop it now, or I'm prosecuting everybody here under the full effect of the law to whatever extent is available to me for malicious prosecution and an arbitrary arrest to begin with. And you got to do a little bit of research too to find out if that's like I said, in Canada, that's a felony here. So that's a federal offense. So everybody who is involved in that's a minimum of 10 years behind bars, plus whatever punitive and other compensant, money damages that you're entitled to. It works out to be millions up here. Not that that's, the goal or anything like that, but just to flip it around like that, it makes them think twice real quick. Do we really want to go down this route or should we just drop it,
Yeah.
And that's really the position you want to play, right? If you want to get them to if you want this just to go away as quick as possible, then you got to hold that all-in card yourself. But the difference between yours and theirs is yours is not a bluff. And theirs is. So that's where you got to checkmate on them, right?
Right.
So do that and just, remember you got nothing to lose because you're standing in the right from the get-go.
All right. Yeah, I gotta think on this. I just can't deal with these fake fucks and.
No doubt. Oh yeah, and also I don't know if you wrote it down or not, but also the disclosure thing. the disclosure is pertinent to you being able to make a informed decision. So talk to the defender about that and see where it stands as far as you actually get that and whatnot.
Okay. Ask the defendant for the disclosure.
Right. And the responsibility for giving you the disclosure is on your accuser. So they have to get that to you, and usually it's by electronically through the court system or whatever. But sometimes it's if you say that you can't get access to it that way, they'll mail it to you. Are you pretty tech savvy with online stuff?
I got a cell phone. That's all I got on me. I mean, I'm pretty knowledgeable with phones.
So like if they, like the way it works up here a lot is for disclosure, the court has like their own little website hub thing. And when you have a case, to get access to the info on the case and the disclosure, they'll give you the link to the hub and then a key code for that specific file. And so then you just go on the website and type that in, and then you get all the info that way. Now I'm not sure if that's exactly how to work where you are, but most typically it would be something along the lines of that. So if that suits you, then you could just ask for that. Or if that's out of your tech reach, then just go the old-fashioned way and say, I need it mailed. But you got to give them an address then, you know?
Right.
And that's really only if it really has to go any further than that. You may find it could go either way at first, right? I wouldn't place an outright expectation up front that just because you call them on their poker bluff and make them aware that you know that they're completely standing on nothing here, and you've got all the cards stacked in your deck, that they're still going to fold right away. In Dan's case, they certainly didn't. They still tried to play the bluff card with him for a while until we stood our ground, you know. Evidently, it did go that way. So it could go either way, but they will fold at some point. So just make sure you don't have the wrong expectations, but make sure that you know that they are bluffing for sure.
Yeah, it's a machination, right?
Yeah. And it's a pretend checkmate that they're trying to, you know, make you feel like you're in. And in one sense, it's in their system. So just being engaged with it is like we're all always just.
Right. It's like it's literally like they're gaslighting me.
Yeah, it's all a theater, right?
Yeah.
But the reason why it's working is because they're using the law of numbers against you, right? So they've got more of a monopoly on violence that gives them an upper hand against you at this point, right? So now the question is, okay, well, but they're more interested on the cookie crumb monetary aspect of it than they actually are on putting themselves in a position where you know, they're physically at risk or anything like that, especially when it comes to something so petty. You're just another number in the machine that they can collect revenue on. So if you can understand that and present yourself as being something that you an individual that you can't be milked and it's actually going to cost them, that alone changes their tune typically quite rapidly, you know.
Yeah, and G, right? If you were in my shoes and you talk to this defender tomorrow, what would you? How would you talk to them, and what would you say? You've got it.
Well, for me, it's an interesting question. I'll try and put myself in your shoes to where you're at with what you know, because of course it's different for me. I would just stand on my own 2 feet, and I would just dismiss the defender. I wouldn't need them, right? but since you're just at the place where you're at, really, I would just repeat what I would say. What I said. I would say, I would stand on the two positions of the disclosure, and that this was an arbitrary decision made by the cops, which means that the entire thing is unlawful, and because of that, there's absolutely no uncertain terms that I'm going to agree to a plea deal of guilty whatsoever. That's the big thing, right? The fact that everything that they did was unlawful and arbitrary is your checkmate.
Right.
So just stand on that firmly, right? Maintain that as your position of strength, because it is, and it's the truth. All you have to do is stand on the truth when it comes to that. And they'll try and dance, probably, right? They'll try and do little doohickey things to
Yeah, some fake engage, you know, pimping.
right, some bullshit, right? And they'll probably try and wheel and deal with you a little bit, and the first counter offer to you is probably going to be something laughable. And you just keep standing like that and just keep going, hey, listen, you know, again, I'm not pleading guilty or anything like that. I'm standing firmly. Of course, you guys fucked up here. And just be bold and blunt like that. And until they give you something at the very least that is not worth any more of your time, either they agree to call it a day and walk away with nothing, or if it's something like so fucking petty that you don't give a shit about, like, you know, 30 days, 6 months or whatever it is of probation, and then it goes to the wayside, who gives a shit, right? Then it's just bragging rights at that point. But make them make that make the offers to you where you're not settling for anything less than no further harm coming to you of something that they did to you.
Saying, make them give me the offers.
Yeah, let them make the counter offers, right? After you made it aware that you know that they were in the wrong, right? And that you are aware that you can take everybody who is involved in this matter to the cleaners over it and say, I'm willing to let this matter be done with here right now. We can just, what's the word on that? Close the case, whatever their formal name is for that, quash the case or whatever. Doesn't really matter if you know the terms or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even in the formal proceedings anyways. It's just the negotiation times. You know, quash the case or close the case, and it's over with. I'm willing to do that, you know, and call it a day, even though I know that what you did against me is a crime. I'm still willing to do that. But if you're not willing to agree to that, then whatever you're going to do further against me, I'm going to hold you accountable for as well. In addition to what they already did to you, I'm going to hold you accountable for that. And I'm going to hold you accountable for further actions, which in this case would be malicious prosecution, right? Because now they know, they've been made aware that it's arbitrary, so they can't have that as an excuse. So, you know, because sometimes they might do that, right? As if ignorance is an excuse, but it's actually the duty of a prosecutor or defender to make sure they're knowledgeable of the cases that they're taking, so that they're not actually underscoring something and defending somebody who is actually in the wrong, you know, and trying to make a case against them when it's actually not the truth, things of that nature, right? So you're getting it on record when you do this, that nobody can actually, you know, claim negligence or naivety or whatever.
Right. Okay.
And so
I appreciate your help, man. NG. I appreciate all you guys.
you bet.
Rights for Vets. He probably fell asleep.
Yeah, I think he was asleep even getting there as he started this.
Yeah, I'm gonna look
have
at
the
Idaho laws and then.
Yeah, do that. You have the recording of this as well. I'll make sure Rights doesn't put this on delete after, so you can reference it. And if you need any more help or have any more questions, you can get a hold of me actually by email if you want. Let me put that in the chat.
All right.
For you.
But you said you're in Canada. Have you ever had to deal with the law in the United States?
Yeah, in different aspects.
Okay.
Not a trespassing case, but yeah, in different aspects, mostly for business related stuff, not criminal related stuff.
All right.
When you see it though, it all is really just kind of same shit, different label when it comes down to it. But it's always pertinent to investigate the specific location. So that's your job. You do that. You know, make sure you understand the particulars of that specific location and scrutinize it up and down. And you'll have that as a card too. You know, like in Dan's jurisdiction, it literally said the specific instances where you could be arrested for trespass. And that actually totally worked against them completely. So there's a good chance it's going to outline it clearly in the statutes. So my at gmail.com. Okay, there you go. There's my email in the chat.
Okay.
So you got a meeting with the public defender tomorrow, and as far as you know, is there anything else for the case scheduled after that?
Well, I
So
told
far?
her yesterday that I was gonna plead guilty, and now I'm not gonna plead guilty. So I talked to her yesterday. She said I could. Or I talked to her 2 days ago, and she said to call Thursday. She was gonna
Okay.
email me paperwork.
Were you given as far as you are aware, were you given an arraignment hearing?
Raymond here.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
That means no. An arraignment hearing would have been the next step. That would have been the time where you would have formally on the record given your plea. And then after that, well, if it's a guilty plea, then they would have just at the same time as the arraignment, then they would have given the sentencing. They would have went through this little formality with you and made you state on the record that nobody was coercing you into the plea that you made and this and that and blah, blah. Make sure that you're doing it of your own cognitive decision and blah, blah, blah. And then give you the sentencing and have you agree to it. But if you didn't plead guilty, then depending on what your other plea was, they would give you the next steps of where they went for trial. That's what an arraignment is for.
Okay.
And that is not supposed to happen until after you get disclosure and you've had a fair amount of time to look over the disclosure, contemplate it, discuss it with an attorney if you need, and come to a proper educated decision as to what you want to do as far as a plea goes. So that's what you want to ask the public defender about before you go any further. To say, what's the situation as far as disclosure goes, and definitely make them aware as well that there's no way. Tell them that you did some research and you talked to some people, you became knowledgeable, that what the officers did was an arbitrary move, that it was unlawful, and there's just no way in hell am I standing on a guilty plea anymore. That wouldn't make any sense.
Okay. And what did you say to Asker? My fault.
As far as the disclosure goes, where do things stand as receiving that?
Okay.
She might, is it a he or she, the defender?
She originally in when I was in jail was a guy, and then it's a girl now.
Okay, so it got transferred over.
Yeah.
Do you know if she's assigned to it to carry through, or could it be another person each time? Like that kind of thing can vary.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I'll ask.
Okay. Yeah, either way, that's what you want to make the defender aware of. And so there was no mention as well of, or was there, as far as the options go, other than pleading guilty, or was the always the direction that they tried to focus on with you right from the get-go? Guilty plea,
No, it
guilty
was
plea.
not guilty.
Oh, it was not guilty. They were thinking that you should go for not guilty.
Yeah, and she was saying we could try to get get you down to a lesser charge where it's or not, that was for guilty. She was saying originally, yeah, not guilty, and then with the guilty, she was saying we'll try to get you down to a smaller charge. And I said, why? Well, why is that the case if the charge is obstruct and resist, and you're trying to, now change that?
Yeah. Okay, I got it. So that's interesting. So even the public defender, okay, if the public defender, which again, like even an attorney of your own is also, of course, still going to have very limited options. But a public defender is like the least amount of scope that they can give you for options. And if even they are saying, hey, that's a nudge, right? That all is in your favor here. So, yeah, when you talk to her tomorrow, go back to that position right away and say, hey, listen, I didn't realize at first that what happened to me was a crime against me. Now I'm aware of it, and I want to stand completely on non-guilty. And I want you to work with me to get this dismissed right away based on an arbitrary decision. And you can tell the public defender if you want that you're willing to let this go, slide under the radar if the prosecution side is willing to settle in that way, where this is just we drop it, right? We drop it, nothing further happens. So that's your first position. The second position is any attempt to pursue this further. Other than that, your position then is to hold everybody accountable for further harm that's caused you for maliciously prosecuting. Maintain your position like that, and then see where the chips go from there. And then it's a matter of if they're willing to drop it, then you don't really have to worry about disclosure or anything like that. But if they want to call another bluff and go in a different direction, if they don't agree to that right away, then that's where the disclosure thing comes into effect. So you're not going to trial in like 2 days or anything like that. So ask her about that at the same time. When do I get the disclosure? How long does that take? How long do we have to contemplate plea decision and all that kind of stuff?
How long do we have?
How long till you get the disclosure, and how long do you have to contemplate before? And you can say this if you want. That's what an arraignment hearing is for. An arraignment for.
How long do we have to contemplate before the plea?
Yeah.
Right. Right. Yeah, man. Thanks a lot. We'll see how I'll see how it goes tomorrow.
No worries. Keep us posted one way or another.
Yeah, and I recorded the conversation with her 2 days ago.
Cool. Continue to do so for sure, like the whole way through.
Yeah.
And you know, if you want some additional advice where you feel that's needs to be in private, that's one of the things that I do for my activism. So feel free to reach out at the email there. Other than that, we got your back. You know, we'll continue to back you up as you go here. As far as I can tell, though, you got a landslide. This should be a cakewalk.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
There should be no reason why you get thrown through the ringer for something that you didn't do. Yeah, you walked us on some train tracks. Ooh, big deal. Right? Ooh.
Yeah, but it's funny how they were really watching me, because like it was literally so fucking quick, man. And if you saw the city, if you saw the layout and the geography,
yeah,
like it was like they were all just ready, and they were
It
hoping
sounds-
I would go up on the tracks, and I did, and they're like, all right, you know, time to pounce.
It sounds like entrapment, which is another no in their own bullshit world as well.
Right.
So yeah, it definitely sounds like entrapment, which would be another, you know, negative, not in their favor in this whole ordeal. And then how they pursued it on top of that, you know, so that's as far as I can tell, based on what you told me visually. With Dan, it was a little different. He had it all video recorded, so I could look at and scrutinize it a little bit more specifically. And sometimes, you know, you don't know the ins and outs. But for a lot of this stuff, you don't really need to know. The most important factor, right from the get-go, is were you given an opportunity to take your feet and move them off of somebody else's property?
Right.
And in your case, you weren't on somebody else's property when you were pursued. So that's already moot at that point. You had already left the property. You just jumped on somebody's property and you jumped off. If it's even somebody's property, let's assume that it was. Like you say, let's assume that that is private property. You jumped on somebody's property and then you jumped off. You didn't cause anybody harm. You didn't, you know, you didn't cause a disturbance or interfere with somebody's business or cause anybody to be in physical danger of any kind or whatever, right? You didn't disturb the peace. Even you just jumped on there and jumped over and went about your business. Big fucking deal.
Yeah, but I mean, I ran, dude. I ran.
That's okay.
Like,
That's okay.
ran across the high. I got you.
Like, look at it this way. I know that that's another scare tactic they use, right? Running would only be something that would work against you if you were running in resistance to something that they had lawful jurisdiction over you for. Now this becomes a situation, is running itself a crime? Of course not. You didn't do anything unlawful by running.
Well, I ran across the highway.
Big deal. I don't know about you, but I've never heard any logic behind running across a highway would be a crime. It would be the same thing. Who's the victim? If running itself was all they had against you, wow. Think about that.
I hear you. They also try to do the same thing to me in Arizona. A cop watched me. I saw him on the side of the tracks, and I think he might have had one of those thermal cameras or something, where he knew I was on the train. Maybe I was on a freight train. Maybe somebody working called the cops. Somebody called the cops, or people were talking. And the cops like 30 miles out or 20 miles out of, I think it was like 20 or 30 miles out of Winslow, Arizona. We pull into Winslow, Arizona. I get off the train, and in like a minute, the same fucking cop I saw like way back, he pulls up. He's like, "Hey, come here, man. I want to talk to you." And I was like, I was like, I gotta go somewhere, man. And he starts running after me. So I ran off, and then I ran back into the yard. Like I juked him out, and I hid out there. But they tried that shit on me in Winslow, and then they're trying to get me here in Sandpoint, doing the same stakeout shit.
Mm-hmm. Now, that was the case where you were actually on a cart.
Yeah, that time I was actually on a train.
So that could be a little different, right? Because in this case, yeah. But
I was just saying that, just letting you know, like that's what they do, you know.
Right. They're desperate for pennies, right? Like that's 99% of their existence and their function is revenue collection.
It's also a thing. My dad was a police officer. He was an undercover cop, and I don't like him. I don't respect him, and I've been against him. So that's kind of bringing heat onto me. Maybe there's all types of, I can't read their minds, but I watch what they do, and I overheard cops in the past saying stuff when I lived in Houston. So it's like these cops know who I am. They know about me, but they're just bluffing, you know.
Right. They're definitely bluffing and trying to use, the scratch their back system that they have stacked in their favor against whatever, so that they can continue to have a reason to artificially function and exist at the demise of those who they entrap in it. That's really all that's going on, right?
Right.
And as much as your case is a petty ordeal, in the scheme of the entirety thing, it's not, because it's another little. If you just fold, right? That's another. Not that not folding is going to do anything as far as like it's still a band-aid. But if you just fold, that's just another stack on their favor of running somebody through the machine where it gets no resistance against that or whatever, which just continues to build in their minds the confidence to continue to do so, right?
Right.
So at your own demise, of course.
And avoiding court, not a good idea, right?
I don't think it's necessary in your case. You've got this so pinned in your favor based on what you told me that it's not necessary.
So if I skip town, like if I get out of here, I mean, not a good idea, right?
Again, I don't think it's necessary. I'll tell you what, though. Corruption is corruption. And I think right now, rather than thinking about that type of thing, just see what happens with the stuff that we talked about and see where things go from here with that.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
At the moment, though, I wouldn't say rule it out, but at the moment, right now, it's so stacked in your favor. Hang on, Sly. I'm coming 1 sec. Everything is stacked in your favor. At the moment, I don't see that as even being something needing to be contemplating from the experience that I have so far. So I would kind of think, along those lines for the moment, and not really have that as a concern to think about at the moment. And just go with where you're at. See what comes about now that you change your position. And see if you can get this thing quashed sooner than the fly comes in the room, type thing.
Right.
Welcome up, Si. Skipping
Oh,
town
hey.
would be a last
Okay.
resort. Where I would recommend you do that is if you have like some sort of an all-out conspiracy against you, where no matter what you do, there is no sensibility in engaging with them any further. They're going to retaliate against you to whatever means, and they're just going to abuse the shit out of you no matter what you do. Then I would say, yeah, you might want to consider other options. For the type of case that we're talking about here, I don't think they would go. This is in Utah, you said?
No, this is in Idaho, northern Idaho.
Idaho. Yeah, so yeah, it might be a little different if you're in Sly's neck of the woods.
Well, I got stories about Philadelphia. I'm renting a room in Philly. I come out of where I'm staying, and I'm biking down the street. Cops come up to me and like, "Hey, come here. We just had a homicide call, and
right.
You match the description." So
right.
And then 10 cops show up and they're all staring at me. I show them my ID, and then they're just like, "Oh yeah, you're good to go."
There's different levels of dirty pool, and different places vary as far as how that degree of dirtiness goes. As far as I know, where you're at right now, it ain't Philadelphia dirty,
Right, but it's
Yo,
still.
don't be talking about dirty Philly, man. What's up with that, yo? I heard you.
Yeah. Go ahead, JG.
No, I'm just saying I know their tricks. And I've talked to local people here, and they said a lot of these cops in Sandpoint, Idaho, aren't from Idaho. They came here from different areas in California, and people are saying they're corrupt and whatnot.
The whole
So
thing
it's
is a scam, top to bottom. That's just
right. I'm just saying they got cops here from different areas that are a different breed of people.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, that the whole system is a scam, the real question is how far is somebody going to take the scam? And that's going to vary from individual to individual. And location has a factor on that. What goes on in that location, upbringing, how corrupt is it in that particular spot? And, how sadistic is the mind of the individual or individuals that you're up against?
Right.
So, but in the case that you got going on right now, I don't see it being, an issue where you're cornered into a get out of Dodge type thing. I wouldn't worry about that at the moment. It seems like really just a petty little easy ordeal where they were just looking for another statistic to put on their record and a few dollars for a bonus on their cookie crumb paychecks, commission type thing, the classic scam that they pull. And
another sucker,
that's right. And in this case, they must have been real desperate, either it was close to the end of the month or whatever, to go to the lengths that they're going with entrapment or whatever, or they just get away with it so much that they're expecting that nobody's going to challenge it.
Right, and before I got arrested, a day or two before a cop pulls up. I met a train hopper here in Idaho, and we're on a bike path next to a gas station. Somebody called the cops. This guy shows up, and he's hey, can I see your ID? And then he's asking me questions, and he's like, have you ever been arrested? I said no, and then he's like, oh, I found that hard to believe. So he was getting, he was being a douche there. When I got arrested, that same cop pulls up, right, and he had to get his words in and talk his shit. I think I already told you that, but so it's just they're just trying to mob down on me,
It's a system of abuse that everybody's participating in.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to tell this young man that I was talking to. It's a system to you either obey and comply, or you stand up with discernment.
Right.
And then the question is, if you're going to stand up, you need to know how.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Knowledge.
How to effectively stand your ground, right? Because it's one thing to just, stand your ground and invite retaliation and invite a pissing match and invite more corruption into your life. It's another thing to effectively stand your ground and resist where things remedy.
Right, properly.
Right. And that's kind of an art in itself. It takes understanding, and definitely it's a practice. And it's really helpful to have these types of things where you can get educated and information from people who have experience. That came in handy for me back in the day. It really did, when I didn't know any of this shit either. We all come from that position, right? The position of naivety when it comes to this situation. And they know that. They realize that these people, they practice this shit all day long, every single day. So they're very versed at their own game, right? And they're looking at the ones that, it's like sales. They're just looking for that easy target, that easy picking that's going to come in and right for it being hit. That's not going to challenge them. That's not going to press them. It's not going to pull back on it. That's just going to comply. Give them the cookie crumb, and they get to win their little ring of merit of how many they put through the ringer for the month, and get a commission off of that. And that fulfills the statistics requirements where they can get even more funding next year. That's what it's all about. So the question becomes, how do we not give that to them without putting ourselves in a position where we're really getting retaliated against? And how can we settle the matter appropriately? Also, where we're not having our energy withdrawn from us, or at least at the least amount possible. And that's a practice thing, a little bit. But just what we went through over tonight in your specific case, JG, that should be enough for you to know how to properly stand your ground in the position here, because you actually have all the cards stacked in your favor, even in their own system of bullshit. As we speak, everything they did is completely unlawful according to their own definitions of what's lawful and what's not. So.
Right, they're just fucking with me.
Yep, and they just expect you not to know that, and most people won't, and that's why it doesn't get challenged most of the time. They expect most people not to know any of this stuff and not challenge it and just comply. And so it doesn't, the legalities and the lawfulness doesn't matter to those who are naive and gullible. Like if I take you down to the river myself and I say, hey, you owe me $8,000 because I said so, and it's the law, and you give it to me, there's a maxim in law It says, let he who be deceived be deceived. And that's the law of nature. That's just the way it goes. If you bought into the bullshit, you bought into the bullshit.
Right.
Simple as that, right? So it's good that you even are open to the questioning of that, and want to take a second look that, hey, my ass isn't open for business. Let's think of another direction here, and you don't have to get further pursuit. It's bad enough what they did already.
Yep. Right. I got to bounce. It's getting dark. I got to make some moves. But yeah, I appreciate you guys helping me out.
Okay, man. You bet.
JG, sorry I missed you being up here, but thanks for coming.
Right.
Thanks for being up. Keep us posted. And like I said, don't be shy. My email's in the chat. If you need any further help on that, have any other questions, reach out.
JG ain't shy, Nudie. JG ain't shy at all.
Yeah, Newt, I appreciate not like being a douche to me, like not being patronizing or condescending, like just being cool. Appreciate that, because you know how it is on these panels with people.
The world's full of assholes, man. I ain't one. I only throw back people's ignorance to themselves and walk away. That's how it works with me. You're cool in what you want to do, and my activism in itself is to help those people who want to be self-reliant and stand for themselves. So I think you'll
You're in
do
the
good
right
here.
place. You're in the right place, buddy.
All right, Sly. I got to get out of here.
Peace.
Slides here. Slides here. I got to leave.
Shut up. Bye, boy. JG is cool. That's my boy.
You know him from a while back from Paul. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's how I met JG, through Paul or one of those panels. But he's always been cool. He related to me because we're from Philly.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, it's been about a year now that I've been seeing him. So I'm glad that sometimes he goes places and he fits right in. But I'm glad that he was able to get what he needed when he came here.
Yeah. Any time we can empower somebody to lift themselves up out of compliance is another step in the right direction. That's what it's all about. No matter how small or trivial it might look, it's not. It's not at all. I don't think there was anything more empowering for me than to learn that I don't have to bend over and spread my butt cheeks.
You stupid.
But not with arrogance, right? Just to know that I don't have to be fucked with, that it was up to me, and that I can go with confidence and live my life according to how I see fit. That there really truly is no other authority other than me. And if somebody else gets authority over me, it's because I granted that to them, meaning that I am still the sole authority over me, just to know that and live that way. It's probably the most empowering thing that I ever became aware of. Let's put it that way.
Well, this young man that I was out here talking to all this time, oh my God, he's a piece of work.
Sly, you were talking fluoride.
I'm talking fluoride.
You were talking to fluoride. Yes.
Oh, I was talking to fluoride.
To
Yes.
fluoride. Yes.
Yes. You ain't lying, dude. You ain't lying.
You are making a good case for how you can't fix stupid.
Exactly. But I just learned something, right? So can y'all hear me? I'm trying to whisper. Can y'all hear me?
Right now?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
All
I
right.
think I might be the only one left right now up here.
I hear two of me.
There's no echo on this end.
Okay, so it must be me. It's probably the TV. I'm outside, but all that time that I was out here talking, this young man defended that he doesn't sleep on the porch, right? You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
He defended that he don't sleep on the porch. I just seen him go up on the porch. You hear me?
I hear you.
I just seen him go up on the porch. He ain't come back down off the porch yet. Don't nobody live here. But he said he don't sleep on porches. But I just seen him go on the porch and he ain't come back yet.
I don't blame him one bit for not wanting that to be known about.
Oh shit! Well, he shouldn't sleep on this block then.
You probably have a blanket that's still, pretty concealing at least,
Well, then he should wait until everybody go to sleep before he go up on his porch. Cause I just watched him go up on his porch and he didn't come back. I'm just saying, yo. Am I being judgmental? Hello, am I? Should I answer that for myself?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can now. Yeah, I don't know if I lost you or I'm on Starlink, so sometimes it cuts out a bit. But I usually see a circle when it does that, and I didn't. So I didn't hear.
Yeah, I'm breaking up. I gotta go in the house. I gotta go in the house. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on, Nudie.
Yep.
Okay, I had to turn off YouTube in the house. I had YouTube on in the house. Can you hear me better now?
I'm okay. I can hear you just fine. It's just I think it was me who cut out a couple times there. It's bound to happen here off and on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dang, man. I've been outside too long. How long was I outside? God darn. A pretty while, huh? I don't know. It seems, was I harassing the cops? Was I harassing the cops?
Were you harassing the cops?
Yeah, was I harassing them?
Fuck no.
Well, that's what the guy think. He thinks I was just harassing the cops.
Yeah.
He said
Classic bootlicker mind.
That's what I said, right? And then this other young man came up. So Reese said, Sheila, why was y'all arguing with the cops? I said, cause they was trying to get Rashawn to tell them who was out here fighting.
They were on a fishing expedition, which is what they do all the time.
That's what I was trying to tell Rashawn. He talking about no, I'm cool with them. I'm cool with them. Like,
I'm cool with them as your nose is bloody and dripping down and black eyes and how long do you stay cool with them, right?
Right. He says, when I run into them, they don't bother me. I said, listen, they setting you up to be their little, you know what I mean? Whatever. All they got to do is.
It's a little bit of an art with these fluoride heads, right? But you, of course, never expect any result. But something like that, I would have said something to the effect, you're telling me you're cool with the terrorists? You're telling me you're an ally of the terrorists? You're in bed with the terrorists? You're not really trying to tell me that, are you?
He called you weird.
That's
He called you.
always right. When crazy calls you, if crazy doesn't call you weird or crazy or something along those lines, then it's time to look in the mirror and ask some questions.
Yes. So wait a minute. Are you telling me Dan and Peeler went to sleep?
I don't know about Reggie. He might have. It's a little earlier for him. He probably took his dog for a walk. Wrights was falling asleep before he came up here, I think.
I kind of said that when I was in the chat. I think I said he sounds sleepy.
This is another one of these unexpected. I had no idea Wrights was going to do this today. I haven't even finished foraging out the fields. It's probably a little late for me now. I think I got enough for the night. So not a big deal. I ended up, I would have went back already if it wasn't for this guy, JG. He needed some help. So, that's the type of thing that I want to give my attention to. It's actually kind of sad what he said near the end there, where he actually thanked me for not being down on him or whatnot. You know what that tells me? It tells me a man who needs a little bit of an uplift here is so used to just getting beaten down everywhere he turns. And I can relate to that. I've been there, that's sad. But hopefully this was an uplift where he'll be able to at least stand on his own 2 feet with this particular case and be a statistic on the other side of the fence where, he didn't bend over and get it handed to him.
Yeah, he's a strong young man. I like him for that. And I think, like you said, it's the boxes. It's where he goes. It's the people that he be around. You know what I mean? Engaging on it when he's in these boxes. So by him coming here and getting what he need, he really appreciated that.
Well, I hope he's successful in that endeavor. There's no reason why he shouldn't be. He's got everything going for him in that case. Like I said, it's kind of a repeat of what Dan was going through, except not with the physical confrontation part. And in the instance where with him too, like with Dan, it was actually on the property with a private owner that really was interested in trespassing him. So that was different. But that there was no formal trespassing with Dan's case. In this case, not only was there no formal trespassing, but there was obviously entrapment going on here. And not only was it arbitrary, but you can't have the state as the plaintiff in their own jurisdictional boundaries of bullshit. You just can't. There's no private individual here that was asking for a trespass order that JG had breached. None of that. It's not on record anywhere. And there has to be an opportunity for the individual to leave a premises.
But just like they said, they was trying to say that they were out there drinking on public property, that they can't have open containers of liquor outside. I kept telling them they're on private property. They're in front of somebody's door. They talking about, no, this is public property. Now I'm going to show you where they were sitting, where he's talking about it was private. I mean, public. Public property goes beyond this little space right here. So
you're not on cam at the moment if you're trying to show.
Oh, shit, I meant to turn the camera.
You're on mute.
No, look, I done turned the camera on and asking you questions and got the button off. But you can't see the steps, can you?
Yeah, I can see. I can see stairs now.
Okay, so we got 4 steps, right? And then we got this little space right here, right? That's private property. When you get past that space right there and get in the on the street, this is public property, right?
Yep.
Over here, this is private property because it's not even past the line. Where they was sitting, that's why they walked off. He gonna tell me, oh, yeah, we can lock y'all up for that. I said, did you see anybody drinking? No. Well, then you can't lock nobody up. Well, y'all got open containers. We ain't got nothing. You don't know what we got. And we
Even the
on private
drinking,
property.
the drinking in public thing is such a phony baloney part. It's like I cannot believe people buckle when it comes to that. Where's the fucking victim?
Yeah. That's what I said. I said, they not harming nobody. They sitting here. They not bothering nobody. So what are you gonna try to get them for?
Now, if you're
I said,
gonna,
this is what y'all do.
and this is what they'll try and do, they're gonna use that's an ordinance. You're violating an ordinance. Show me where I have a contract with a corporation that requires me to, I'm in agreement to obey an ordinance. I'm, as far as I know, I'm not in McDonald's right now, and if I was, I certainly wouldn't agree to them forcing me to eat a Big Mac 3 times a day. Go fuck yourself, right? Show me a contract that I'm obligated to comply with this ordinance 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you don't have one, get out of here.
Right?
An ordinance. I'll tell you what, I have an ordinance too. Now, which is my ordinance? Is this going to come down to whose ordinance is bigger than whose ordinance? Because if that's the case, I'm telling you, my ordinance is big and fat. Like, it's huge, right? It's so big. Your little pebble ordinance doesn't stand a chance. My ordinance says I shall not obey or comply anybody else's ordinance other than mine. How about that? Let's start. It's against my religion. Let's put that on top of it. How far do you want to go with the ordinance scam?
I got a mandate.
A mandate. It's a big fat fucking mandate, right? My mandate is so big there ain't no other mandates allowed. I'm a monogamous.
So I finished that project that I was doing last week, Nudie.
Oh yeah? Yeah.
I finished it today. Today was the deadline, and I finished it with a smile, and hopefully I'll get paid tomorrow.
That's so that concludes what I was thinking. Reggie, if you're hearing this, it sounds like Sly was doing that as a job that wasn't in her house.
Yeah, Vets thought it was in my house too.
Yeah, Reggie thought it was in your house. I didn't. I thought you had a contract or something.
No, we don't tell everything though.
I'm just presuming.
Yeah. Allegedly it was a job.
Allegedly it was a job. Yeah, it could have been a volunteer. It could. I don't know. Right.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like you were renovating. That's what they thought. They thought you were renovating your house or something.
Wow, I wish I had a house that big like that, yo. I wish I had a house like that. That joint going for 1.5. That's crazy.
So that was to get ready for a sale or something?
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It was a fixer-upper.
That kind of, sort of, yup. They remodeled the kitchens and did a little remodel in the bathrooms. So yeah, it was kind of like a fixer-upper. Well, I mean, it was a nice place already. It just needed some, some extra work, some upgrading.
Sure. To get ready for what? Is it already sold or to be sold? To get ready for market?
Get ready for market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I did one last year. Last year I did one allegedly, and oh shoot, I forgot. I did one this year allegedly, and and I
All
go
of this
back.
is not on the record, allegedly.
No, allegedly it's not allegedly, but I I go back for the new people on like the 16th. You hear me?
Yeah.
So the it's sold, and now the new people need me to come back and finish some stuff.
Gotcha.
So that's allegedly it's a blessing.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just
Yep.
trying to just like you said, be sustainable, responsible for myself.
Yeah.
That machine you hear is the air conditioner.
Okay. I was seeing you said earlier you're sitting on it, trying to cool off.
Well, sitting under it, like close to it. It's like a portable joint, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like really close to me. So that's why I didn't want to come up on panel, because I know the noise is, it's noisy.
Look at Wright's trying to palm me. He starts a stream. I come up on a matcha break, and he tries for me to make a. You know, I'm gonna have to start making a condition. I come up when class is ready in session. I'm gonna make people sign up for the class. I think that's where we're going. Ahead of time.
So you're saying Wright starts a class without you, and then wants you to hold the class while he take a nap?
Well, it was. I think the only thing he wanted to do was showcase what happened at the whatever that thing is, the VA.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, it was just a spontaneous thing. Just like the last one was a spontaneous thing. I think what he's trying to do right now is he's trying to hold the intermediate thing as well, the time in between, while I get class 2 ready, which is almost there. We're working on a rebroadcast of the first class video as we speak. And I normally do that myself, but the video editing software that I have a subscription to is no longer supporting Windows 8 or 8. It's barely even supporting Windows 10. So I was looking at other options, and in the meantime, Wright asked me if I wanted to piggyback off of DaVinci, which is Windows 10 software. And I said, you know what, why don't we do that? We'll make it an opportunity to see if that's a viable option. And so we were working on it together for the last week and a half. That's been a learning curve.
Oh, that's that backstage meeting, right?
That's what we were doing back using StreamYard on screen share. I was basically just giving him instructions on his computer using DaVinci Resolve software, which is an editing software that works on Windows 10 for free. So when you see this Class 1 rebroadcast, you're going to see the outcome of that. Where half of it was done there, half of it was done on another program called Canva. So you'll see that. And then from there, I don't know. After that, I have to make a decision what software I want to go with for the future.
And this software does what?
Edits and makes videos professionally.
Oh, you don't edit and make videos on your own?
Yeah, I do. But again, the software that I was using, I had a subscription, and it's a software called Cyberlink, and it's a yearly subscription. And as of a few months ago, I use Windows 8, and so the software is okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
My dog my dog stepped on the mic button.
No worries. So yeah, I have a subscription with Cyberlink, and as of a few months ago, it's not supported on Windows 8 anymore. You got to have Windows 10 or higher. So that corners me into looking at other options, and one of them is DaVinci Resolve on Windows 10. And so I took the
You gotta
opportunity.
get Windows 10? What? You're gonna get Windows 10?
If I want to use that, that's one avenue I could go. I could splice half of my hard drive, put Windows 10 on it just for using that, and only that. I still use Windows 8 for everything else, like being online and blah, blah, blah. But just to use that software might be something I might do. I could also use Cyberlink on Windows 10 as well, if I want to go in that direction, which I might do that. Another option is another free program that is more for Linux. What the hell is it called again? I forget it off the top of my head. That one is currently running its current versions on Windows 10, but the older versions will still run on Windows 8. So if I can download an older version, then maybe I can just go with that. But rather than that takes time to sort out. So in the meantime, I just piggybacked with Wrights on his Windows 10. We worked together on DaVinci to get the rebroadcast video ready. And also I'm making a promo video for Class 2, which I made on Canva, and we'll probably use Wrights' DaVinci to finalize that and get it uploaded onto his channel.
So
and then after that, I'll go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask, who gets paid using DaVinci's whatever? Who gets that money?
The company that makes the software.
Does DaVinci's people get any of it? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, well, DaVinci is it's got a free version. That's what we were using, and then it's got an upgrade, which is I think $200 for life or something. I'm not sure. Didn't really look into that. So yeah, the company who makes that software, I don't know if the company is called DaVinci or another company, and DaVinci is just the name of the program or not. But whoever makes that software and runs it, it's a company, and yeah, they get paid if you purchase it.
Yeah, well, I was saying using DaVinci's name. That's what I'm talking about. Using DaVinci's name. Like, how are they using DaVinci's name on a program? And DaVinci ain't even alive.
That's just the name of their software. They call it DaVinci Resolve.
DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah.
DaVinci is rolling over in his grave right now. He ain't signed that contract.
Talking about Leonardo da Vinci?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Who you talking about? I'm sorry.
I don't know. I think there's tons of Da Vincis in there.
I don't know. I was going to ask you, was Da Vinci a real person?
At least Leonardo was, as far as I know.
That's kind of who I was thinking. Leonardo da Vinci was a real smart person.
I don't remember. Maybe a philosopher or something. I'll look it up.
I thought he did. I thought he was like a scientist, a philosopher. I thought he had a lot of like stuff going on. I don't know. I just heard the name Leonardo da Vinci.
Leonardo di Ser Piero da Vinci was an Italian polymath of the High Renaissance who was active as a painter, draftsman, engineer, scientist, theorist, sculptor, and architect.
There you go. That's the guy I heard about.
Sounds like somebody kind of smart.
All right, welcome back. Delete laws is free.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's what Brian got on. It says delete laws is free.
I saw there was another appeal or something going on.
Okay, yeah. Well, it says he's free.
Kind of getting close to the 3-month mark anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's right. 90 days. I thought, wait a minute, 90 days? Yeah, that's 3 months.
That was probably their plan. Get it close to the 3-month mark and then give him a little win so that he doesn't pursue us for what we did to him, you know.
So do you think he'll be more? Do you think he'll be a little more humble now?
I wouldn't count on it.
Yeah. You think he's still gonna call them boot stud check pigs?
It depends. It depends how badly they roughed them up behind closed doors.
Well,
now you got
I don't know.
all kinds of questions. Is this going to be the same delete laws that even, you know, it was the same thing with Dean Clifford.
That's what I mean. Like, is this going to be the same delete laws? Is he going to still be, you know, the
loudmouth?
yeah, right? Like, you know, because we saw him cry and, you know, and stuff in court. So now he gonna have to come back strong now.
Well, it's hard to say. It depends again on what they did to him, what they really did to him, and how successful it was on what they did to how much more MK Ultra he is now. We'll see. But delete laws is he's just controlled up as far as I'm concerned. Maybe not even direct controlled op, as far as you know, being directly, intentionally a controlled opposition individual. He's at the very least controlled op as far as solutions goes. He's just another band-aid distraction psyop. Let's try and fix the system.
Yeah, but don't they know that the system can be fixed? It's
not broken.
designed. Because it's not designed, like you said. Yeah, it's not broken. It's the way they want it to be.
And no matter what you do in it, it will always be a distraction from the true remedy. The moment you look for remedy in the system is the moment you fell for the psyop. So do with the system as you will. It's intended to be a distraction and will always be a distraction. It's succeeding as a distraction, as it was intended. So no matter what you do with it, it will continue to be a distraction. No matter how you change it or slice it or dice it, it will never be an actual remedy. So, you know, I always commend somebody for going in a direction of, if somebody can help to mitigate violence in some way, all the power to them. I will always encourage that. But don't be blindsided and fooled that a Band-Aid is still a Band-Aid. You can't cure cancer with a fucking Band-Aid. If you want true remedy, and we're going to get into this in class 2. I don't know if you saw yet or not, but the actual name of the class is, it's about, I'm kind of indecisive. I was going to call it the clusterfuck, but I think I'm going to keep it as how to unclusterfuck yourself. It's about true remedy. And if you want true remedy for cancer, you have to first identify what is the cause of the cancer. Only then you can start to look for actual true solutions that are meaningful. And it ain't going to happen with Band-Aids.
I don't think it's going to happen, period.
It happens to those who make, who choose to be the remedy for themselves. Like myself.
I see that.
It's not going to happen. Like cancer itself is never going to disappear. It's part of nature. Oxidation is part of nature. Breaking down of something that's diseased is a part of nature. Disease is a part of nature. That's never going to disappear. That's fine. The question becomes, do you want to be part of the cancer? And if not, then you can be part of the remedy for you. And for everybody else who doesn't want to be a cancer too. That's the option in life. Sure, as more people realize that, the system crumbling before them that they're so dependent on, they're going to have to look to other options. Otherwise, sit and fold and just become the result of what happens to disease. Dwindle away, you know? So that's why I applaud, you know, the system uploading. It puts matters more to a ahead for people where they can't make the excuses that they could make for so long. Corners them into a position where they have to look more responsibly or continue down the path and let nature take its course one way or another, you know. Either way, it's perfect. It's a perfect balance. But this idea that you said a moment ago, you know, I don't think it's going to happen. For most people, absolutely it won't. And for people to hold their hopamine ideals that it's going to, or that they want it to, or that that's what needs to happen for it in order for them to walk the other path, that's the worst mind trap you can be in. You did it to yourself, right? Now you're just making excuses for yourself. And that's what a lot of people do. Get caught up in this idea, I can't do nothing until everybody else around me thinks that they can do something. And that's what everybody around you is thinking. That's why none of you are doing anything.
Right. Why ruffle? This is how these guys think. Why ruffle their feathers?
Right.
Why give them something to bother you for? Yeah, that means so. If you arguing and loud on the block, and the cops got to get called and show up, who's the problem?
Why shine a light on a cockroach, right?
Right.
Maybe so you can see the cockroach. And I don't know about you, but every time I shine a light on a cockroach, they run away. Right. If that's not a remedy on its own, I don't know what is. I mean, you know, it doesn't really get any better than that when having a sadistic-minded, violent freak run away and nobody got hurt. I think that's a pretty good remedy at the end of the day. if that's all it took. Again, that's not a cure for cancer, but you may have prevented somebody from being put in a cage or having their ass kicked violently, or even died. Because that's all it takes, right? It's just one corrupt, sadistic mind to be so high on their horse for a minute that they go the distance with their ego. How many times have we seen that over and over and over again, right? We get countless amounts of, uniformed or not, doesn't matter, countless amounts of videos now, millions of them. You can watch that violence porn all day long if you want, just on YouTube. Every person who willfully resists, delays, or obstructs any public officer in the discharge or an attempt to discharge of any duty of his office, who knowingly gives a false report to any peace officer when no other punishment is prescribed, is punishable by a fine not exceeding $1,000. And I think he's putting forth the research that he's seeing here. Every person who willfully resists, delays, or obstructs any public officer in, or attempt to discharge of any duty of his, who knowingly gives a false report.
I was going to say, who are you talking to in your soft, sexy voice?
The chat. JG is... JG put a couple things in there. I think he's putting what he's finding in his research.
Okay. That's good.
I think there's going to be more. Let him post everything that he finds there.
And sometimes, some of these guys, that's all they need, like you said, or like he said, is for somebody to just listen and hear them and understand them. You know what I mean? And stop trying to take them for a joke all the time.
Well, not only that, Sly, there's just a lot of people that are full of shit. And in the guidance arena, if you want to call it that, or, it's no different, especially when monetary gain is involved. So that's typically your first clue, right? As to what are the incentives and motives behind where you're getting your information from. So, of course, the horse's mouth is just doing your own due diligence and research. That's the number one. And that's where most of the people in the corporate world fail. How many people that you know, Sly, sign all the state contracts without reading them first?
We go straight to the fine print and try to read the fine print.
Basically, you read put signature here.
Right. We don't read the shit that we need to supposed to read to understand what we signing to, right? I could be signing over my life.
Exactly. So, and then coming after that and claiming I didn't know better, right? Or whatever at that point. This is the example where ignorance is not an excuse. You didn't do your due diligence. You didn't research and understand properly. Just reading over something in one pass is not enough. Making sure that you understand thoroughly what it is that you're agreeing to is important. Otherwise, how could you properly agree to something and consent to something you don't have thorough capacity and knowledge about?
And then when you get jammed up, you say, "Oh wow, I ain't read that."
Right. So there's that aspect of things, and then there's the rest of the aspect of things. Whereas, did you ever stop to think that in an agreement with somebody, this means that there's negotiation of terms on both sides here. You don't have to just, sign on the dotted line and just whatever it says in this fucking thing is like you obligate yourself to. Do you know that you can strike out clauses and, until you've signed a piece of paper, it's an offer. It is. It's an offer. And that's the proper way to look at it. It's an offer. Say, here's my offer. If you agree to it, sign on it. If not, make me a counter offer.
So how they suck the mothers into signing that damn birth certificate?
Simply the same way that we were just stating a minute ago. Just a failure to do due diligence and just following procedure and protocol that they think in their mind is the way to do it instead of being responsible.
I think they take advantage of them. They know that the mothers just came out of 12-hour labors pushing and all of this stuff. And then they catch them right after they push out the baby and say, here, sign this.
Well, right from the get-go, that you go to a state-run hospital when you give birth is your first clue that you're an idiot.
Oh, okay. So that's what happens. If we go to the hospitals, that's how we get sucked in.
State-run. State, keyword, state-run, right? You're going to the states to help you with your labor? Are you kidding me? Right? So there's your first clue. Like, they don't put the cross on the top of them hospitals for no reason. Right? They're saying, come here to crucify yourself.
I never looked at it like that. You stupid.
And they're not hiding it, right? They know that you're so lacking accountability and responsibility for yourself that they'll bluntly tell you in symbols or even words or whatever what they're doing to you because you're so irresponsible. You're going to fail to look at it, read into it, do any sort of homework about it. You're just going to sign on the dotted line. And if you're willing to be that complacent, why wouldn't somebody take advantage of your stupidity if you're willing to do that? Why wouldn't they? It would be like throwing money off the table if they didn't take advantage of that. You want to submit yourself without full disclosure on the table and say, have me, have my ass. I'll sign on the dotted line. Put whatever terms you want in a contract. I'm not going to read them at all. Never mind attempt to understand them. I'm not even going to fucking read them. And then people want to complain after that they're getting their asses handed to them. Why do you think that is? It's the irresponsible mind that is the problem. It's, people want to blame the state. I get into this with rights all the time when I'm trying to get them to come out of this, and we're getting there slowly. But people want to fall for the blame game, right? Because the state does this to you as well as part of the distraction. It says, not only am I going to set up the stage where I'm going to, in cooperative agreement fashion, in honor, fuck you over. And you're going to not only ask and beg for it, but you're also going to blame me for it after. And you're never going to get anywhere with it because you're always coming to me for answers and solutions. And you're never going to be the answer and solution yourself. You're never even going to think to do that. And the moment that you even have any breadcrumb of an idea to do that, we've already set the stage that all of your peers around you, they're going to pounce on you for, what are you doing? Don't rock the boat. Like, the two individuals you're talking to. Heaven forbid you have the audacity to think outside of anything other than running to your state oppressors for remedy.
Yeah, that's their mindset. Why would you rock the boat? Why would you? Like, yo, why not?
Why would you think for yourself?
Yeah.
That's what they're saying.
Why you not scared of them? Huh? Why should I be?
Why would you think for yourself? But yeah, back to the contract thing. That's really what it all boils down to. So, you don't really have a true system of slavery going on here. That would be quite a radical misnomer. What you have is a system of ignorant compliance. So people are just complying without doing their due diligence. That's just an epic level of irresponsibility. That's what's going on. So you got stupidity. As far as the masses go, the masses are just being stupid. And that's why things aren't going to change, because you can't fix stupid, but stupid can fix stupid with the conundrum of this. There's one criteria for this. Stupid has to become aware of stupid. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Stupid has to become aware of stupid for stupid to fix stupid. And
how
then...
does that work out? Please explain that to me. How does that work?
I don't know. Stop the fluoride? So stupid has to recognize that stupid is stupid to stop the stupid. And then the next step is stupid has to stop being the stupid, which means instead of being irresponsible, stupid has to start being responsible and doing the things that stupid was doing instead of what stupid was doing when stupid was irresponsible. So now stupid has to start reading, comprehending, understanding the agreements they're getting into, thinking about that, making sure that this is what they really want to get into, critical thinking, instead of just, delegating all that away to somebody else.
That's the lazy part.
That's it. Got to stop being lazy. What you have, okay, is a case of mass atrophication across the board with the corporate slave. Atrophy means after a prolonged period of time, your ability becomes diminished. It's become so blatantly diminished that the recognition of the diminishment is not in the brain palette anymore. They don't even know how many people know about growing food. Planting a seed, they don't even know this anymore. They actually think that growing food is what the grocery store does. That's bad. That's terrible. It's so out of reach of their contemplation because of that atrophication. That's what spoon feeding does. Spoon feeding breeds atrophication. But it's done all by the cooperation. And the masses did this to themselves. The masses are the system of abuse by and for people who are participating in the system of abuse. They did it all themselves. They have nobody. The blame is also a distraction. Let's forget about blame. Let's just focus on responsibility. Whose responsibility is it for one's well-being in life? Simple question.
Mine.
Yours, right? And mine. It's nobody's responsibility to make sure that I feed me, that I clothe me, that I have a roof over my head, that I have good health. That's all me. The idea that it's not anybody else's, that it's anybody else's responsibility other than me, is the root of the cancer.
I'm still here.
Me too. That's what it all comes down to. Very, very simple. There's really only two paths you can take in life. Responsible or irresponsible. The corporate path is the path of irresponsible, which breeds disease and destruction and excuses and abuse. It's the path of abuse. The other path is the path of responsibility, which breeds learning and health and cooperation, and solving challenges and growth, and the opposite of atrophication, development, I guess, proper development. Right? Yeah. guess that's what you would call that, or what was meant to happen actually unfolds. I was on the wrong path in my 20s, and I got to find out very early on what happens to most people by the time they get to the point where it's no return and too late, very early. So I was very fortunate that I was young enough to turn that all around and go in the other direction, where I took responsibility for most of the stuff in my life, but where I was lacking was the first priority, which is so foundational that it makes the rest terrible, and that's health. I failed at health in my 20s, and it was only because I did decent in health in my upbringing with being athletic and whatnot that kind of rode as far as I rode before it blew up in my face. But after that happened, and learned to take responsibility for myself and went in the other direction, the rest of it all fell into place. And I just never looked back since. It's just all been self-reliance, it all led into that direction. And so now I'm just telling about it. I'm telling about, hey, this is the other path in life that everybody has the option if they want to go down. And I can give you a testimony as to what happens when you do.
Don't nobody want to live, right?
Not even just live, but what about quality of life and the discovery of some of the divine spiritual attributes that were meant to happen, that most people will settle for a manual or a menu instead of experiencing it, having the feast and the food, right? It's good enough to just read, oh yeah, you just do this and this will happen and blah, blah, blah. People sit there and go, oh wow, that's so profound. And then they go to bed as if they just ate like this gourmet meal or something like that because they had a big revelation, quote unquote, about it, right? Well, having a revelation is one thing. What about experiencing it? What about knowing it? What about living it?
Living it, that's what I do. Like, I mean, and I think just like, remember when I was telling the story about the shit? So we had me and the lady had a little discussion because they don't understand teamwork, right? They think, oh, I'm doing my thing, you're doing your thing, and that's just how it is, right? My thing is, when I say teamwork, I mean, if you're working in a room, you're cutting wood, right? When you finish cutting that wood, what do you do?
You're working in a team, you're cutting wood, you finish cutting wood.
Once you finish cutting your wood, all right, I got you.
Go on.
I got you. I'm just rolling my L right now. Giving you a minute to think. So I set up, I cut my wood, I fix my wood,
Yeah.
and then I walk away.
Yeah.
What about taking your shit with you?
Oh, cleaning up?
Yeah, why leave your tools and everything in the room where you know what I mean, it's not needed no more. So they don't understand when I say, hey, if you're not working in here no more, take your stuff out of here, right? So we can say this room is done. You know what the lady, she said, oh, they don't know stuff like that. Huh? Oh no, they're not organized like that. They no, they don't.
Now this is where in my field of view, I'm going to choose my allies wisely. And if I'm working amongst other workers, fluoride workers,
Right.
I shouldn't be there.
Yeah, and that's what I said today, right? She said, well, duh, you know, sometimes you're going to have to da 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 da. And I said, no, I got choices. Yo, you're not supposed to say that to people. They think you're crazy when you say you got choices. They think, oh, if it's money involved, you're supposed to just settle for it. No.
That's always confirmation. Right? Remember, when crazy is calling you crazy, it's always just confirmation that you are on the right path.
I'm on the right path and they crazy.
Mm-hmm. That's
right?
Remember, when one finger is forward, three is back at yourself. Any what's the word for that? Ad hominem type thing or whatever, even if it's not a direct thing, is a projection from a reflection. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're projecting what they're reflecting. They see craziness because they're crazy. They can't see what you see. They're crazy. So they're saying that's crazy.
That's exactly what she said. She said, I disagree with you. I said, well, they're unorganized. She said, yes, they are. So how are you disagreeing if you know they're not organized? Oh, they're respectful. They clean up behind themselves. No, they don't.
There's many people, Sly, that will disagree with 1 + 1 is 2. And my response to that is, if you don't have enough base resolve to know how to count, this conversation was over before it started.
Yeah, that's true. Because that's what I was saying. If you don't understand where I'm coming from, if we're working together, right, we don't have to be in each other's way. Right?
It's basic sense.
Right. And she says she disagreed with that. Your people are going to be in your way. No, you don't know. Like if you got to be in that room, you put your shit in the middle of the floor, like in the middle. You don't put it all along the walls. Right? You know, you kind of think.
If it were me, I would definitely be in. If I was working on a team,
right?
It would be very ridiculously unsensible to not have consideration for the team as a whole. What are you doing as part of a team?
Thank you. That's exactly what I was saying. And she says she disagrees. That's exactly what I meant. Exactly.
That's where it comes to choosing allies wisely, because anybody who disagreed with that doesn't have the sense of team player mentality. They're not fit for it then, you know.
All right, so yesterday, when I had to leave, I left early because everybody was just in the way. They was just doing shit and they wasn't thinking about the next person. So I left and I went back. When I went back, the same stuff that I said that I had a problem with, I went back and it was just like that. Like they didn't even hear what I said. It was just like the stuff on the walls, stuff all along the walls, not in the middle of the floor. She said, well, where did you expect us to put it? Somewhere neat and out the way. Common sense. Why make somebody move your... She says, oh, well, that was my stuff. Well, why would you want me to have to move your stuff if you know I got things to do? Why would you put your stuff in my way? That's not thinking.
Let me just let me just address JG here. It's saying there's 0 viewers, so I don't know if you're still there, JG, or not, but there was a trespass charge. The resist and obstruct charge would be valid. Okay. The resist and obstruct charge would be valid if there was already a lawful trespass order that had happened from a prior incident that you are breaching, or they gave you a lawful trespass order in this incident, and after giving you that lawful trespass order, you were breaching the trespass order and going back on the property, and then
Right.
they tried to arrest you for that, and then you resisted and tried to obstruct the arrest. Then that would be, you see how far down the road that is from what actually transpired. So that's when there would be that would be valid. But because there was
that was an illegal trespass.
no trespass.
Oh,
He wasn't
okay.
even given a trespass. That's what I'm saying. So all of this other stuff, which is secondary, right, is completely moot because there was no trespass to begin with. He was never trespassed at all. Not
So
once.
he wasn't asked. He wasn't on the property. They said leave.
Correct.
You're
That's what I was-
trespassing. If you
that's what I
don't,
was-
and then yeah, I got you.
Yeah, that's what I was going over the details with him from what he was saying. You know, he had crossed some tracks which are deemed to be private property of, you know, whoever owns the tracks or whatever, and he was riding those, and then he crossed on the other side and went to a park, and he thinks that it's a bit of a entrapment bait scenario here where the cops are watching for this, and so he went on the other side, and then when he was there, I guess he had noticed the cops were trying to pursue him, and he ran. Okay, so and when he ran to the park, and then he was in the park, and he was, I guess, tired from running. And while he was in the park, some cops showed up, and he didn't run anymore. He just cooperated from that point. And immediately, at that point, a cop had put him in arrest and charged him only for obstruction. And what was the other one? Resisting, yeah. And then after the fact, they gave him a citation for trespassing. So
Don't you know you ain't supposed to run? Make them cops run. They full off of donuts and
no,
he
he did great by running.
He did great by running?
He did great by running, yeah. Because first of all, there's nothing illegal or unlawful about running. That's number one. Number two, now, at the time that they pursued him, he wasn't even on private property, so he left on his own merit. And number three, there was no attempt to trespass him from a lawful party to trespass, which wouldn't be the cops. You know as well as I do that not only soliciting a trespass is unwarranted and unlawful, but issuing a trespass on behalf of an owner with no owner involvement whatsoever. What is that? There was no owner, no complainant whatsoever. So now you have a situation where literally a representative of the state is being the sole complainant here.
And cops aren't supposed to be.
No, they can't be, even in their own system of bullshit. And they know that. So there, still to this point, there is no complainant. There's no plaintiff other than the cops, right? So now you've got nothing. You've got complete testimony of a 100% arbitrary arrest, totally arbitrary. And this is where it gets interesting, because up here in this neck of woods, an arbitrary arrest from the get-go is a federal offense. Subject to no less of a punishment of 10 years, minimum 10 years in jail. And that's before anything that they do to you after the fact. Take you to a cage, that's false imprisonment. If they batter you or injure you, cause you harm, that's battery and assault, blah, blah, blah. There's a whole slew of other charges after the fact, both criminally and civilly, that are applicable in a case like this. after it's arbitrary. So they're even more arbitrary than in Dan's case when I was helping Dan out back in the day in this situation. At least in Dan's situation, there was an owner, but the owner never lawfully trespassed Dan. That's a kind of a different matter. In this case, there was no owner whatsoever involved in this situation. So it was just complete entrapment.
Yeah, the state, because when they say the state versus JG, like who the fuck is the state?
Yeah,
Like,
can you
the whole state is there?
right? Can you bring my accuser before me here? I don't want a representative of the accuser. That's bullshit. I want my accuser. I want to face my accuser. Otherwise, this whole thing is bullshit. Show me who's my accuser. The state is your accuser. The state. The state.
The state, like
there's some imaginary fairy. Show me the state. Produce the state. Bring me the state.
Of.
Let me have a conversation with the state.
The state of.
The state of what? The state of mind that it's a fictional fairy. If I can't have a physical conversation with my accuser, then the accuser must be imaginary. And if you're going to try and stand on an imaginary accuser, what does that say about this fucking court?
So yeah, so how do they get 12 of my peers to judge me? If the state
if you're dumb enough to fall for this scam, back to that maximum law again, let he who be deceived. If you're willing to go along with the scam and participate in this game and you get your ass scammed, then you deserve it. If I take you down to the river and I say, you owe me $10,000 and we had a tribunal over it and those are the jury over there and they're my friends and I paid them $10, and you went along with it and you bowed and said, okay, and then you paid me. And then I said, on top of it, now you got to go in a cage for 10 days because I said so, right?
Excuse me. Let's talk about the jury. Those 12 people that get hired.
Right. State-sponsored contestants who are going to.
They don't even get paid. They don't even get paid. Yo.
I think they do a little bit, don't they? They get
paid $9.
$9.
If they get selected, I think they get $9 a day.
But remember, if it's a jury of your peers, I'm the one who's selecting them. And they're not going to be state-sponsored, indoctrinated shitheads. They're going to be my friend.
If they're a jury of my peers, right, why can't I select them?
And you can. Just not in their jurisdiction, of course. And that's where the rubber meets the road. If you're engaging with them, you submitted yourself over to their jurisdiction. You walked over to them. You participated with them. You acknowledged that they were a thing. You're showing up in their kangaroo fictional courtrooms where they wear costumes and robes to give the personification that it's real and legitimate because, we're stupid to think that that's what you would need to do for something to be legitimate. Tell me what kind of extent you'd really need to go if something was authentic. Do you really need to go any extra mile other than just being on its own self if something was authentic? Why do you need to wear a costume if it's authentic?
I do what I'm told.
So, yeah, and there's a big difference between acquiescing because you're outnumbered by a bunch of, corporate retards that are just playing a game and whatnot. Now that's one scenario, right? Where you're just outnumbered by what do you call it? A monopoly on violence in a situation. Okay. That's That's a situation. At least you're aware that this is a facade, but the facade is like, at this moment, forcing me under the threat of violence. So, and that's your evidence that it is a facade, because if it wasn't a facade, there would be no need of force. You know, I mean, you don't, do we have to force gravity to be a real thing by holding a gun at the air and making sure that rocks fall to the ground? No, that's a law of fucking nature. So there's no God. It is what it is, right? So, but knowing that it's a facade, that's half the battle. The other half the battle is, what did you do ahead of time in case that facade wants to come and try and force you against your will to participate against it? That's the other half of the battle. And however far you're willing to go is, you know, how much freedom you really have in this life. So, but at the very least, if you're going to acquiesce at the threat that, if you don't, then, you know, your life is in danger or whatever. Don't just acquiesce because, oh, we need to keep the system going, or we can change it, or, you know, you're breathing life into the system. Because you want to recognize that the system is something other than a fraud.
Well, don't nobody see it. People don't see the fraud because of what they were indoctrinated or what they were taught.
That's where I'm going to change your statement to one other aspect here. Not because they were indoctrinated, Sly. That's the first part of the equation. Yes, they were indoctrinated, but because they're not taking responsibility for the indoctrination.
They don't see that they're being, because they don't see it as indoctrination. They see it as truth.
And why? Why is that the case, Sly?
Because so many people say it, I guess. I mean, it's repeated.
Nope.
What?
No, I mean, that doesn't help. That cements it in. But there's one fundamental aspect in the equation that makes this whole thing what it is. Comes down to this one
You're not
tiny
thinking
thing.
for yourself?
Even before that, you need this one piece of the equation before you're going to even start to even counter think or contemplate or whatnot. Without this, you're just going to accept whatever it is as truth.
I don't know, without heart?
It's based on truth.
Right. Tell me, Nudie, you know I smoke marijuana.
People are dishonest.
Wait,
People
you are
choosing to be dishonest.
Wait, I just saw something about these people was in a simulation to Mars for I don't know how long, Nudie. But these people was living in a simulation of Mars. The truth is coming out. You hear me? I seen this other day. I don't know how old this video was, but these people was 3 people was in this spaceship supposed to be taken off to the moon. Now they in the rocket, Nudie, 3 people waiting, they count down, rocket go up. These people are still, they're not shaking, moving, nothing. They just sit and they damping each other. I said, they just watching the damn video, the simulation. There's
And
no way in the world they in no rocket ship.
They're accepting belief instead of fact, which is the action of dishonesty. It's the end of honesty. Belief is the end of honesty. Sly. That's what it is. And that's what people are doing. They're choosing to accept anything less than factual truth. That's a belief. And whose responsibility is it, as we said before, to know truth?
Mine.
There you have it.
I guess that's why I'm so boisterous, though, Nudie. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm I get it. I take it. I get it from my mama. But I am very boisterous about what I believe or how I don't know. Like I don't believe that anyone should have authority over another human being, right?
It's only a belief that somebody would. It's not fact. You have to believe it for it to be a thing. It's not true. Nobody has authority over somebody else. Authority is only a made-up word in the dictionary. Define authority. What is that?
Somebody having control over you.
Now, who has control over you if it's not you?
Well, God for me. I'm just saying.
Okay. Well, in that essence, there's a natural authority, right? Like that's the natural law principle, right? Like you jump, you come back down. Unless if you circumvent that through some other what is law of nature, such as we made planes, that type of thing. But as far as another human being goes, a fundamental law that some sort of natural law that another being has authority and control over you. This is not the case by default. I'll tell you what is there by default. The option to present the case that they do and the option to believe that they do. That's a law. The other part of the law, though, that's only half the duality, is the presentation of the case and saying, fuck that bullshit, because it's bullshit. Knowing that it's bullshit. That's the other part of the law. And this is where honesty is the deciding factor in the equation. To have the ability to discern requires honesty to begin with. And aren't you seeing the discernment part is what's really lacking in the corporate mind all around you?
Not only in the corporate, just everyday people, yo.
That's what I'm talking about.
That young man that I was talking to.
That's what I mean by corporate mind. Those are the corporate minds. They've been, the discernment has been inbred out of them because honesty goes part and parcel with that. They're not being honest with themselves. We know that because we are. They've accepted a delusional fallacy fairy tale fiction in place of truth because it makes them feel safe. But the joke's on them. They're not safe.
And that's what he said, Nudie. He said, "Oh, I keep up a good rapport with them. I'm good. That makes him feel safe. If he keeps up a good rapport with them,
my
cool.
Pimp's only going to punch me in the face 8 times if I give him $30.
He said, and he said it. He said, I'll take a couple of rib shots."
I'm telling you. As long as I give a bit of retribution, I'm good. I'll get, 80% of the oppression. I'm good with that. I feel so much better now.
He said, as long as they don't take me to jail, and they can basically they can do what they want.
Let's ignore the fact that, you're already in one. The walls are just a little bigger, Let's forget about that part. See what I'm saying, Sly? It's the dishonesty. And this is where the conundrum of stupid has to recognize itself. They have to first see that, hey, I'm being completely dishonest with myself here about the reality of what's going on here. And most of the people around you are not willing to do that. They want to stay dishonest because they don't like what it means when they're honest. They don't like what they have to look at and face and take responsibility and accountability for. It's much easier to just push that all under the rug and say, that's not my responsibility. And then when things go sideways, blame it. That wasn't my fault. Waste of time. Waste of time. Waste of a mind. It's a diseased mind, but a chosen one, right? They chose the path. They didn't have to.
Right? Yes. Yes. Yes.
So no
Oh my
excuses.
God.
There was
No
nobody sitting there
excuses.
holding a gun to that man's head saying, you must say those words and have that mindset. Nobody. And,
And then
and
he's
on
always
top of it, you were sitting
apologizing
there.
for it.
You were on top of it. You were sitting there holding a mirror, telling the truth to the guy, and he was still wanting to be dismissed. So now it's now really no more excuses, right? But they'll still be the first one to cry wolf, saying, "I didn't know better." Bullshit, bullshit. You didn't know better. You knew better. Your entire fiber of your being told you. Your instinct, all of your instinct told you. You just didn't listen. You stuck your head in the sand and you became ignorant. You practiced ignorance. You practice it so wholeheartedly.
You let somebody dictate to you to be ignorant. That's a bit of how I see it. Like you let somebody teach you to be ignorant.
I don't know how much more ignorant it gets than to justify ignorance, Sly. Could it get worse than that? Ignorance justifying itself.
It does. On a daily basis, it does.
I actually wrote up this thing that I'm working on. It's still work in progress, but it's the rebuttal to the "I didn't know better" excuse. Here's what I got so far. You didn't know better because you failed to do your homework and look into what you were choosing to get yourself involved with top to bottom. You didn't know better because you decided to accept the propaganda from your parents, your friends, your teachers, the textbooks, and medias as truth instead of questioning it and investigating it yourself. Whose onus is it to do their homework and due diligence in life in the first place? Do you think not knowing better excuses you from the consequences of your choices? Is it not knowing any better? Is not knowing any better an excuse and justification for committing an act of participating in a system of violence and abuse? I didn't know is an excuse for I failed to do my homework and investigated to make sure I did know better. You ought to have known better. And you would have known better if you took responsibility for yourself in the first place to do your homework. And if you continue to shout out, you didn't know better as an attempt to justify and excuse the ignorance, you will continue to shout out the message to others who will continue to absorb that and copy the same excuse. You will continue to help perpetuate this irresponsible mindset instead of taking a leading role in changing that. What you ought to be doing instead is shouting out how irresponsible it was and is to choose to accept direction from others without question and showcase the terrible things that happens when you do this.
I think that's why some of these people around me are like, kind of like turn their nose up at me because I'm doing what they don't do or they
Yes.
refuse to do for themselves.
Yes, and they can't have their excuses because you represent that, oh shit, we really are doing this to ourselves. So they can't
Right?
feel
I don't have excuses. Yep.
Right.
I don't come up with excuses. I don't.
And the more people that do that, especially people who have issues and challenges in life, look at Wrights. I'm getting him to that point, and I'm getting him onto this path where, with his challenges, he's got to walk with crutches right now, and physical disability challenges and whatnot. Yet he's going down the path, and at some point he's going to be able to say, "Look, I'm self-reliant. What's your excuse?" Right? And have a documented case of showing it, the whole thing, and also coming out of the indoctrinated programming of statism and once being a patriot and all this kind of crap. Coming out of all that, that takes hard work. Hard work. It really does. And it takes not making excuses.
And a decision, and a good decision as well. You got to make up your mind which way you want to go.
And the stuff that we were just talking about, the resolve and the commitment to yourself that you're not being dishonest to yourself anymore. And you're going to face what it means to do so. for healing, for coming out of their trauma, for, admitting to yourself what you did, the mistakes that you make, and then learning from that and healing from that. And from there on out, not being a part of perpetuating that anymore. And yeah, there's a lot of people, obviously, that are in resistance to that. For number one, because of what it means to take responsibility for your work, for yourself, it means you can't be lazy. Oh, terrible, right? It means you can't be lazy. That's number one. Number two, a lot of people have a lot of skin in the game that they have to lose by doing so. But again, the joke is on them because there's so much benefit to be gained from accessing the abundance that is there by default for us to utilize, that we're beyond entitled to. We can't even get away from it. Something forces our feet to stay back in the ground. So we're beyond entitled to it. But you'll miss it all if you're dishonest with yourself.
People think, I don't know what, most people think that material things are what makes them happy.
Yeah, because there's this double-edged sword part of our anatomy that plays with our emotions with this funky little thing called a hormone. And the hormone gets, part of the abuse is the hormone gets miscalculated, for lack of a better way of putting on it. A dopamine and several other hormones are important to give a fast burst of rush, which is necessary for flight or flight reasons and reasons of survival in the wilderness. So, but in the corporate world, in the concrete jungle, there's a bit of natural atrophication that happens there again, actually a lot, but it can be re-triggered artificially. And your mind doesn't actually know better. You know better, but your mind, the way that it reacts and your subconscious doesn't know better. So when you're sitting there and you're playing video games and you're clicking on buttons and these likes and pushes and you're getting all this kind of stuff, your mind is responding and reacting in the same way, regardless if you were in the wilderness. It's not. It's the way that it's programmed to do so. So what happens? Yeah, in this case, it turns out to be it works against you because now you're in a synthetic environment that's not healthy, and you end up get suppressed and depressed because of that environment. Okay, and then
wait. Let me cut you off real quick because I got something that's kind of fitting there, right? The mayor, our mayor, not our mayor, I vote, but the mayor of Philadelphia wants demanding that the city workers take their asses back to the office. The city workers are fighting with the union, the union fighting for the city workers. They suing because they saying it's too soon to go back on the 15th. They done got so comfortable at home, chilling in their pajamas or whatever, doing what they want to do while they at work. So now they mad because they got to go back to the office. And I think it's only fair that they do so because taxpayers are paying them to be comfortable, not getting no work done. We got to do everything on the computer now. I went in the store the other day, Nudie. There was not one cashier. You hear me? They got machines for every damn aisle. There's machines. Self-help. You don't get nobody. People need jobs.
No, Sly, you're touting avocation for the corporate narrative.
All right. But I mean, this computer shit is not working, especially for senior citizens.
Oh, it's working. Remember what I said? Spoon feed breeds atrophication.
Listen, I got a computer sitting right here, Nudie.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 43-inch screen.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't use it.
Mm-hmm.
It just sits here. You know why? Because I hate getting on the computer to do business. I want to talk to people. I think that's what the mayor was saying. People need to talk to people. People need to interact with people. Everybody's going to this computer digital system. And it's really driving me crazy. It's frustrating because I'm not computer savvy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I had to get that out because it was kind of close to what you were saying, I think.
Well, it's kind of a side thing, and that's correct. The social distancing is something that's been happening for a long time, and the digital
Right.
world has been a big part of that. That being said, though, Sly, trying to reverse that by putting people closer together in cubicles is not the solution. That's another Band-Aid. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I kind of understand that. But
Okay,
all this
so
shit, all of this new stuff they build space. Get them out of damn cubicles. Get them air. Give them space.
that would
Shit.
make sense if the bottom line agenda wasn't in play, but the bottom line agenda is there. So
Okay. What's the
put that
bottom
in
line agenda?
culling the herd. Radically culling the herd.
See, people need to be here hearing this kind of stuff. Go ahead, Nudie. Preach.
One last part in that agenda equation: culling the herd by getting the herd to cull itself.
So another op move, huh?
Definitely an op move.
Another Ponzi scheme.
That's when I say system of abuse, I'm not kidding. More accurately put, system of self-abuse. Walking right into it. We laugh at the notion that people would actually walk into the gas chamber in Nazi Germany. Hello, you corporate slaves out there, you're doing this on a daily basis, just in slow motion. You're choosing a slow motion path of walking into a gas chamber and gasifying yourself to death.
Or you're voting for it to be done to somebody else.
Well, you're all doing it to yourselves and each other.
Well, true. You're right.
Right?
You're right.
That's what I mean by everybody is participating together in the system of abuse. They're cooperating together for that's why I was saying earlier, slavery is really a misnomer. It's more like
you're gonna have to stop using these big words. I smoke marijuana. I keep telling you. I'm old and I smoke drugs. You said a big word earlier and I couldn't stop you. I hate cutting you off because I make you lose your track of thought, your train of thought. But you be saying these big words, man. I don't know how to pronounce the words you just said, but you said a big word.
Just notation the word and then have me elaborate on it. The only one I can.
Oh my God! Now you want me to do homework too?
Terrible. I know it's terrible.
It is 1 a.m. for me.
You remember how to use a pen, don't you?
No. Are you kidding?
Shit.
Wait. No, I'm lying. I got a pen right here. I had to fill out some paperwork the other day. So I got a pen. Yes.
The two words that I recall that
I
might have been
can't
big was
spell the shit that you said.
you don't need to. You don't need to spell it right for yourself. Just spell it whatever you think, and then to remind you what the word was. The only two words I can think of was misnomer and attrification.
Okay, did you? Oh my God! See, this is why I mess with you, because you knew the two words.
Okay, well, I elaborated earlier. Maybe you on the atrophy. Maybe you didn't catch it.
No,
You know what?
no. I followed along with it, but when you said the word, it shot. It shocked my brainwave a little bit because I ain't. The fuck did we? What does that mean?
It's the challenge of like sometimes I'm trying to be short and not take the scenic route, but also not. I don't want to use big words that go over people's heads. I want the information to get across. So it's a bit of a balance, you know.
Right. So
So
you don't like cutting
attrification.
corners. You don't like
No,
cutting
right,
corners.
right. I mean, I'm not here just to preach to myself. That wouldn't make sense, you know. I'm here for a purpose for having open minds recognize information. Right?
Education. I got it.
Education.
I'm
Yeah.
with you.
So, and I told this to Wrights many times, and Reggie too. You know, you guys. I don't mind being not interrupted, but saying, "Hey, can we go over that?" I don't care if we have to go over something 14 times before it's understood and sinks in. If the intention is with sincerity to do so, it's worth every single second of my time. That's what I'm here to do.
And see, some people don't understand that. Like me, even with my little story about the shit and all that. Because even the lady asked me yesterday. She said, well, what did you say to make him say that to you? I said, well, the first thing was I didn't appreciate them coming up on the third floor where I was at and taking a dump, and I had to walk into the bathroom and smell it. She said, well, maybe they just had to go to the bathroom. I said, well, they had a bathroom downstairs, which was missing a door, but they were down there together. So one of them could have walked away while the other one went and took a dump, right? I said that they didn't want to smell their own shit. So that's why they came up to the third floor. She said, well, I said, well, they could have went to the first floor. She said, well, they don't think like that. They're young. They, did it and they laughed at it. They thought it was funny. I said, well, I didn't find that shit funny, right? She didn't understand how I'm mature and I'm responsible, and that's the way I conduct myself. She didn't understand that. She said, "Oh, I'm." She disagreed with me that I'm supposed to be, just because I work with other people, that I'm supposed to just go along to get along.
Right. Most people are content with the idea that they don't have to think for themselves. They don't have to be responsible for themselves. They don't have to put any effort into that, expend any extra energy other than just a one-track, mundane focus in life of their, petty little job or whatever it is. And because to them, that's so simple and easy, the idea of doing something else expends so much extra energy. To them, it doesn't make sense. Why would you want to do that?
Right.
To them, they
Why
don't
would you
see
want
any
to do?
benefit of doing that.
Why would you want me to be organized? I've been unorganized all this time, right?
Right.
And nobody tells me that I should be organized. Nobody corrects me when they see me unorganized.
Right.
Nobody says, well, hey, let's look out for this person because they're here too. You're not the only one that has to, just like you're telling me, you're not the only one that had to be in this room. You tell them the same thing.
Let me use another example of why this is a very unhealthy mindset. I have a machine, hypothetically, that can build a house for me, and it can do it all day long. And I'm reliant on this machine. This machine is awesome. I can just sit there, pound back a shot of whiskey, whatever it is. This thing will do all the work for me. Don't have to lift a breadcrumb or think about it whatsoever. The only thing I might have to do is make sure the machine is in the right spot and fill it with whatever the material is required. Maybe I got a
You
machine
sound
that's going
like
to do
Jack
that too.
Talcott. I'm sorry. You sound like Jack Talcott. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So day 1 goes by and this machine is working awesome. Day 2 goes by and this machine is 1 year goes by. This machine is just working fantastic. 1 year and a half goes by and all of a sudden the machine breaks. And I look around and scratch my head and go, oh shit, I'm fucked. I have nobody who knows how to fix it. I don't know how to fix it. And I don't know how to build the house myself. This is the corporate world.
That's why don't nobody know how to do nothing, because they leaning on the corporate world.
Right. You're depending on a machine, and a machine doesn't have to be a physical thing, you see. A machine can just be an ideal way of function. One as to being put the responsibility on anything other than yourself. That's a machine way of thinking. That is a machine. Spoon feeding breeds atrophication. That's probably the thing that maybe was the way that I put it earlier. That went over the head a bit. Spoon feeding means you have a situation where things are done for you and you never learn it yourself. The ability to do that becomes atrophied. And then you're in a predicament when nature catches up with you, which it will at some point. It's inevitable. And says, you don't get to get away with that. Now what are you going to do? And those who didn't take responsibility to learn what they needed to learn are fucked. And they did it to themselves. Now, if that happens once or twice, that's one thing. I mean, if you're lucky, you don't die from the first time of sticking your finger in a light socket. If you're lucky. But if you keep doing it second, third, and fourth, and fifth time, now what's your excuse?
That's what, and I say that to people all the time. Nudie. Like, they say, I'm trying. Well, how long you gonna keep trying?
Trying to what? Trying to eat?
Yeah. Trying to not drink.
Right. How do you try in life? I tried to not smoke. Yeah, trying is another excuse for it. Didn't choose yet.
I got 7 months, Nudie. I'm not smoking cigarettes.
That's all it is. You make the choice.
Right. And I chose not to smoke.
And what does that come down to? Always that one thing.
A couple of extra dollars. Oh, did I say that? Was that the right answer?
To actually end the excuses. Excuse is it's a synonym for the other foundational part of the equation. Dishonesty. It's all in excuses. Just being dishonest.
I'm sorry to take you off track. Let's get back to, what's that word? Affirmation? What's that word you said?
Atrophication.
Atrophication.
Yeah, it's an extension of the word atrophy.
Okay.
You become atrophied. Which, to elaborate what that means, is when you don't know how to do something, your ability becomes weakened. Atrophied. Like when you build muscle and then you don't do an exercise, your muscle atrophies. That's atrophication.
That's what I'm going through. That's why my thighs be hurting like that. And when I walk, and my knees.
Right.
Because I don't do enough exercising.
Right. Well, our anatomy is not just our physical self for atrophication. It's holistic. Our ability to think, process information, critically think, absorb, memory, all of it. Use it or lose it.
I'm kind of, look, I do smoke marijuana. I'm going to admit, I've admitted it, right? But I do.
Lightly, yep. Go on.
Yes, I do find myself though.
You see what I mean by the honesty part,
Yeah,
right?
but I do find myself wanting to, wanting to learn. Not, I mean, it's already there. I like hearing other people talk it to give me the affirmation, I guess, right?
Sure, sure,
That's
yeah,
the word,
yeah,
the right word?
sure. Affirmation or reflection or
Affirmation.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm. Of
Like
course.
that's how I always connected with you, is because I related to so much you were saying. Even though I don't live like you, I still kind of have that in me.
Yeah, of course. If an honest mind will relate to it instinctually, because I'm only the voice of the instinctual read. Yes, I live it too, though. That's, it's not lip service when it comes to me. But the first part of the understanding is going to appeal to the honest mind who can look at and observe things from an instinctual perspective. You're going to know what I'm saying. You're going to feel it. You're going to understand. It's just basic logic. You eat healthy, you get healthy results. You eat stupid, you get stupid results. It's not rocket science.
You ain't never lied. I stopped eating a certain like a lot of stuff. Like since I've been coming up on the panel with y'all, Dan was saying about the dairy. I haven't had cheese. I don't eat cereal, drink milk that much. I still have my coffee in the morning. I'm thinking about trying to wean myself off of coffee, but um, but I haven't been in pain like I used to.
That's great. There ain't nothing by like having some results to affirm to yourself further that it's the right path. Even if it's just a little. Pain is a big one, though.
Yeah.
You know you're on the right path when you naturally start feeling better, not superficially boosting yourself. That's back to what I was saying earlier with the dopamine stuff, right? So here you are in people in a corporate world where it's unhealthy, and so the result of that is a depressed state, even without awareness. A lot of people don't know how depressed they are because they haven't experienced what it's like to be submersed in the abundance and being totally naturally healthy. So they don't even have a comparison, but nonetheless, they're in a depressed state. And now you've got a situation where people are unaware of what's causing it, and they get to experience these little superficial uplifting bouts with dopamine and other hormones. And that can happen just through visual exploitation through video games and other unhealthy ways, such as abusing other people and getting a superficial uplift of that. Ooh, I'm powerful. I can put somebody who's down even further down. Yay. But they get a little brain rush. And to them, that's all they have. And they're settling for that instead of, again, that's a Band-Aid, right? They're settling for that instead of actually being honest and objectively looking, why am I not healthy in my element and vibrant every day? Because does it make sense that life would be about being in a depressed state? That doesn't make any logical sense. Why would that be the case? We were born just to be in a suppressed and depressed state all the time. That makes absolutely no logical sense whatsoever. But again, to even look at that, you have to be very objective and honest with yourself. No, let alone then actually trying to make some grounds to go further than that and pursue correcting it in another path. And that's what most people are not doing. So it's just that simple. People are, instead of confronting things honestly, they're neglecting and ignoring and embracing dishonesty to justify doing so.
People are afraid. I think people fear the unknown.
But now you sound like Talcott. and he's right on that, right? Like fear is really the bottom line of why people do these things. They're afraid to confront the reality and be honest. Fear is the absence of honesty.
And then and then because if they face it, then they have to admit it, or they will admit it, right? And then the people will hear them, and then
And
they're afraid that they're going to be judged.
and what else?
What?
What else do they have to do if they look at and see it with honesty? What's the next things?
They got to do the work.
Right. They got to take responsibility for it. And who wants to do that, Sly? Who wants to stop making the excuses?
I'm sorry. You hear me? Not Jack. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it again.
Not 98% of the people around you.
I know. I notice it. I notice it.
They'd rather sit there and either do one of two things: blame in ignorance or lip service in ignorance. Either two is the same result. It's a very unhealthy practice. And both of them are dishonest. And that's the truth. And that's the only difference that I made that may be different than most people. That's it, is that from a very early age, I had an impeccable standard of myself where honesty was, I was taught the honesty way, it's like, I didn't even come up with it myself, right? And then very quickly, the same people that were projecting that narrative showed me the most epic levels of dishonesty that they were participating in. I knew very quickly, shit, I'm on my own here when it comes to this world that I live in now, and with honesty and everything and figuring all this out. And I just held myself to that standard. I didn't accept anything less, just because it didn't matter how many people around me weren't. I didn't care. It didn't matter if 17,000 million people, 11 billion people still wanted to pretend that Santa Claus was real every year. Fuck that shit. I don't care.
Yo, I'm so glad you said that, because that's, I guess, because I used to go to church, Nudie, and I'm Baptist, I was a Buddhist. I was just talking about this to that young man earlier. I religion, I believe that, I had to go to church. And then when I stopped using drugs, I don't know what happened, but I started seeing things for what it really was. And I was like, yo, why are people believing in lies? Like, you know what I mean? With the Santa Claus and the white Jesus, and
because we get to have celebrations with our deceit.
Well, and the celebrations are just profitable days.
Isn't paganism fun?
That's what it's called, yo.
That's what it is called. It is. Totally is, Deceit and deception, embracing that to see how far we can go with it. Isn't that fun?
But why do people still believe the lie, though, Nudie? Like,
I never understood why you asked the question. Still, I never understood why they did in the first place. So it's beyond me.
Well, you had a Bible. You had somebody telling you had to go to church. You had to have a religion, and you had a Bible, and you had to read it. And I don't know where Santa Claus is in that Bible.
But these same people that were telling you that were lying on the next sentence. So the question is, which side did you want to side with? And that's where it comes down to the individual. I chose to side with truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth. I married that. And most
But
people
when
don't.
did you
5.
realize?
5.
5.
Yeah. There's 2 main events that happened and several others that were close around that. But the 2 main events that for me that did it was when I asked why my babysitter's neighbor's cupboard was empty, when I asked for a snack and all they had was a box of raisins, and it didn't make sense why that was the case, but our cupboard, and my mother was a single mother at the time, raising me and my sister, and our cupboard was always full, you know? And so I asked why, and that was the introduction to the basis of the money system in government, as far as you could converse with that to a 5-year-old child, of course. And I asked, why is that the case? If money is just made by the government, why don't they just make enough for everybody and we're all happy? That's just not the way it works. That was the answer I got. I never accepted that. That was the first one. And the second one is, well, actually there was two others. The second one is don't lie. And then I find out that the people who are telling me never lie, on a mass conspiracy basis, millions worldwide every single year are lying about Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, Valentine's, and so on and so forth, lying to me like through their teeth constantly. That was the second one. So I'm not going to take for face value anything that a source that lies to me gives to me of information. I realized never take anything for face value anyways. Investigate yourself. I knew that was my responsibility. And then the third was don't talk to strangers. Don't talk to strangers. And then at kindergarten, I'm thrown in without any warning where I'm going, this school thing, to be surrounded by, I don't know how many, 300-400 strangers, quarter of them teachers or whatever. And I was very nervous and confused and scared because I didn't know what to do. It was instilled in me, don't talk to strangers, and suddenly I'm surrounded by, like, you know, tons of them everywhere and confused as fucking hell.
And you was taught don't talk to strangers at what age?
As far as early as I can remember, you know, that was one of the first things, right? Don't talk to strangers. So there's people out there that might do bad things and blah, blah, blah. 3, 4, I don't know. So, you know, kind of these things set the stage.
I was going to ask though, I don't know why, and I know you're not going to tell me, right? I just still want to ask, how old are you? Whatever you are.
I'll tell you, and that's actually one of the few things that I don't mind doxing the truth about. Is 48.
40?
48.
Oh, 48. Oh, you're almost a 50. All right. So, okay. All right. You 48. Wow. So, and you've been since
You met
5?
me when I was 44, I think. 3 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. You was 5?
The incident of the box of raisins, I was in kindergarten, so I was 5 years old. And that was a big one.
So did you tell your mother? I mean, you asked your mom, why do y'all have food and your neighbor don't? Did your mom give your neighbor food?
I don't know.
Okay. But you knew it was something wrong with that.
Yeah. Everything instinctually, I thought that's horrible, right? Food, we all need to live. Why don't we have, especially if the system is somebody can just print it, just make it. Why aren't they making enough for everybody then? Didn't make any sense to me, you know, as much as the logic of a 5-year-old could have, you know, naive and in an innocent way, right? Of course, that led down the path of always wanting to know, how does the monetary system work, if that's the case? And I figured it out at some point, you know, I really delved deep into it. I did the due diligence that most people don't do in this system that they're involved in, and then make excuses for it.
Because we're lazy.
Lazy or whatever the other excuses are. Maybe it's just because instinctually you know if you do the due diligence, then you can't be as easy on yourself and have the excuse that I didn't fucking know better. Because you have to actually realize that you participated now knowingly in a system of abuse. And I think most people aren't that sadistic in life when it comes down to it. They would have a very hard time at that point still functioning in a system of abuse and not having it eat them alive inside.
I think
This way,
I think that's why people are alcoholics and drug addicts.
yes, that's exactly why it is. It's a vice to numb that, right? Because instinctually, you can see around you. You don't even have to investigate the whole thing. You know that there's not everybody who doesn't have a home and can't afford groceries is just sheer because they're lazy. It's because by design, you're operating in a system of rob Peter to pay Paul. It's a fucking zero-sum game. Not everybody can have things in this bullshit system of abuse. That's the way it was designed from the get-go.
And they get you too. So you living from paycheck to paycheck, right? And then every month they gotta sell, or I mean a holiday for you to have to spend money. Because either you gonna have to buy new gear, get your hair did, get your toes did, get your nails did. You gotta look good.
Whatever gives that dopamine rush of feeling superficially better about yourself.
Yup. And they
all that also is to get you to continue to chase, right? The faster they can get you to spend those dog treats, which is what a paycheck is, right? The faster you got to go back on that hamster wheel and work twice as hard to get another one.
Exactly.
What's up, Mitchie?
What's up, Mitchie? Mothballs.
Listen, if it fucking works, it fucking works. You're not gonna bust my balls over fucking mothballs.
We don't have to. You bust your own balls putting the mothballs down.
I was going to say that. I was going to say that too. You bust your own balls. We didn't do it. What's up, man?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
What'd you do? Fall asleep earlier?
Yeah, I went to bed. I'm fixing to go to bed again.
Yeah. I actually had a big, long sleep. Starting afternoon, I slept for almost 20 hours.
I went to sleep. I might have a Harley coming today.
Okay.
Yeah, so I went to sleep early. I was like, what? Yeah, I'll be over with it tomorrow for you to look at. Okay. So I'm going to bed.
Are you going to ride it? If you get it, are you going to ride it?
Lady, they call me fucking madman. Of course I'm gonna fucking ride it. That's crazy.
I don't know, cause you get set and comfortable. Your ass don't even want to get on a damn bike and go nowhere.
You have no idea who you're talking to. Ah.
Didn't you say that you don't even want to go to the store sometimes?
Yeah, but that don't mean I don't want to ride.
Oh, okay. All right, just checking.
I still actually, even when I did the I went about a year and 2 months without going to the stores or anything. I think I might have hit the gas station a couple times. But even then I was still running quads and stuff. I just did it here.
That's what I think I need to do. I need to start moving around a little more.
Yep. I've been staying pretty busy and only getting on here at night and in the morning. It's been a lot more enjoyable.
Well, I had that project for a couple of weeks, and it's done now. I got another one coming up in a week. So, but I get comfortable. Sometimes I get comfortable in here.
That's the pit trap. Comfortableness. I'm been going
It's
through a
not
little bit of that
safety.
too here.
It's not safety. It's not, maybe it might be safe. Because when I'm out in the street, man, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, there's a balance in the equation, and in your particular case, there is no such thing as healthy at that point, right? But comfortable is a different thing. Comfort and healthy are not the same thing. Safety, though, I don't know. Safety is that's 98% fallacy. You know, they're safer than other places. That's about it. Maybe.
Yep, it's getting pretty ridiculous.
Wherever you go, if you think that you're safe, you just set yourself up for another
Nudie,
rude awakening.
the sun is on hell, man. It's been 90, almost 97 degrees every day for the past 2 weeks.
Well, it's summer.
No, I mean it's weird. It's weird because even turning on the stove, the fire feels hot. Like, I mean, it feels extra hot, and I'm like, well, why? Even when I turned on the oven yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
it just it felt like it was just extra hot. Like they turned fire up like 400 degrees.
What state are you in? Because we're barely hitting 80 here.
I'm on Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we're barely. Hey, I noticed like 3 days ago, 4 days ago, that you guys got hit by bad storms and it tore some stuff up, and they just say nothing on the news.
We did get some bad storms. I don't know where. I don't really watch the news. I don't know where, like, how bad it was. But it was some storms, yeah, trust me. I thundered crazy. It was lightning tonight when I was outside.
Well, pay attention when it's lightning like that. During one storm, I caught some kind of a scan thing going on. What's somebody?
What, they shooting something through the sky?
I don't know, but I've seen like one of them scanner things at the grocery store go by. It went from north to south, and then it went from east to west. I've only seen it once though. I haven't seen it since.
So that's what it all boils down to, Sly. The bottom line is just that one simple fundamental thing. Honesty. Isn't that just the pinnacle of reality?
Yup. What's messed up is if they can't be honest with themselves, what makes you think they're going to be honest with other people?
Well, of course. But of course, a dishonest mind, all it can do is project dishonesty. But that's not an issue for an honest mind. It makes no difference. Let them have par for their own course and chew themselves up.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what you want.
I'm gonna let you folks have at it, and I'm gonna rest, and hopefully I wake up to this grand surprise of a Harley Davidson, man.
Is it to fix or to have?
No, to ride.
Oh yeah, like to keep or just?
Yeah, the lady won it at a casino thing. One of those casino things going on, and the lady won it and left with a Harley. She don't like it. So I'm gonna get
So
me a
she
little.
just giving it to you?
No, I'm gonna swap my hot rod for it.
Oh, okay. What's your hot rod?
77 El Camino.
I see.
I'm gonna swap the El Camino for the bike and then ride. The bike's cheaper for now.
Oh, for sure.
I'm just hoping it's got one of them tanks on it that does better than a fucking 80 to 120 miles. I remember riding one. And I had to stop every 80 to 20 miles, like 80 to 120 miles because I had a peanut gas tank.
I hope gas becomes $500 a gallon tomorrow.
I know you do, you fucking prick.
I'm such a prick, eh?
Yeah.
Such an asshole that I want the air to be cleaner. I know. It's terrible.
Listen, you can keep tapping Mother Nature's blood for the fucking rest of eternity and ain't gonna make a difference.
No, not at all. Go stick your mouth on the exhaust pipe and tell me that.
It's macro. It'll be okay, I promise.
All right, stick on a mask before you put it on the pipe then. Have at her. Macro. That's funny. That's just another example, Slushy, that people, we all do and make excuses for it. It's just absolutely appallingly terrible. Another part of the abuse, things we drive that cause harm to anything other than just ourselves. This is terrible. Terrible that we do that and make excuses for it.
What happened to Mitch? What you do to Mitchie?
He went back to bed. He's going to dream of his Harley gasaholic guzzler.
So he think if he go to sleep and wake up, it'll be here.
Yeah, that's what he's hoping for. He's praying for Santa Claus to come down the chimney. He wants to ignore the true fairy.
Yeah, I'll be all right. I think I'm getting sleepy. My first inkling of no Santas when my mother stole my Christmas stuff. Stole my stuff and sold it. Yeah, that's when I found out it wasn't no Santa Claus. Oh, I'm sorry. Allegedly, we don't want to be messing up no kids' dreams. No parents' lives.
Right.
I believe there's an Easter bunny. Yo, I used to look forward to getting dressed up on Easter Sunday. We were so indoctrinated, yo. We went to Easter. We had an Easter farm.
Hey, if they can make abuse fun, they got a good chance of keeping the scam going for a long time.
Exactly. It's been going on for a long time.
Dress up and have parades and shenanigans and, chocolate, right? all the healthy things for you. All the glitter and the gold and the magical lights that flash and flicker. And
all of the deadly sins.
What a show. What a show. And then, of course, you talk to the mind that doesn't want to be honest about it, and it goes, quit pissing on our parade. You want to ruin all the fun. Okay.
That's because they're afraid of the truth.
Right. Enjoy your fun. I don't care.
If my kids knew that I was telling them a lie. But then when the kids get old enough to realize there's no Santa Claus, then they got to lie to their kids. Like, what the hell? The vicious lie don't stop.
Of course. And it only stops when somebody wants to choose to be honest. When honesty is important, then it stops. And here's the conundrum. You've got a sea of hundreds of millions of people that have decided for a long time that honesty is not important. So thinking that that's going to change all of a sudden just because you decided to wake up and be honest is just another level of dishonesty. No names mentioned. Many people fall under that. Many. Right? They fall under that loop. Daily loop. Thinking that everybody's just going to choose to be dishonest and stop participating in the system of abuse just because you did. That's just another level of dishonesty to yourself. And thinking that they have to or they should. Well, now you're an oppressor. Now you're a tyrant. Now you're a hypocrite. And thinking that somebody else is responsible for making that happen, i.e., Congress or the government or whatever, is another lie to yourself. Especially if you haven't finished sorting yourself out.
Because if you're not making your own choices, it's not nobody's fault but your own.
Right, which again I would change because they'll go off with the fault thing. That's a distraction. Just change that fault word to responsibility, Sly, and you'll get much further.
Okay.
Whose responsibility is it? That's where the rubber meets the road, and they don't like that at first because you're just like, and you'll get that response. I've had some people say, I hate it when you do that. I hate it when you don't let me focus on blame. They go on a tangent. They go on a
yeah, I get arguments like this young man. As soon as I start, pointing out some stuff, it's a whole big argument.
Just hammer the responsibility semantic home till you're blue in the face. It just holds that mirror up steady, right? Whose responsibility is it? Whose responsibility is it? You'll just see them continue to stop and pause. Mine.
Because that's all I say all the time. Like this, I'm responsible for me. I'm responsible for my choices. I don't have to go along to get along.
Right? Whose else could it be? That's where the denial kind of stops, because at that point, if you continue to be in denial, you're really professing how it's not ignorance. You're just flat out choosing stupidity, right?
That's ignorance.
It's ignorance to another level. You're just nobody just look at the psychology behind this. You hold the responsibility card. Nobody's going to want to deflect that and making the projection that I embrace not being responsible. Now you're not ignorant, you're an idiot. So you're hitting him where it counts with that, right? So you don't get to have your excuses in this conversation, is what you're saying. It's not going to work. You're not going to get away with it. You may get away with that when you're talking to yourself, and other ignorant minds, but not here. Responsibility card. That's number one. Because the responsibility requires that one underlying foundational thing again where the rubber meets the road. What is it?
I don't know. Say it again.
Honesty. You can't be responsible and dishonest. There's oxymorons.
Oh, true that. That's definitely that's without a doubt.
So just reciprocate. Hold that responsibility. Mirror. Consistently. One after another after another. The only thing that can happen is one of two things. Honesty or run from the other participant. That's it. I either want to be honest or I want to get out of here.
Most of the time now, this day and age, I be wanting to get out of here.
And
like I wasted too much time tonight when I was out there. That was just wasted 2-3 hours, man.
And absolutely, and they do you a favor when they show that, right? Because again, there is no. It serves nobody to be engaged with the distracted or distraction. It's counterproductive. Let's examine that a little closer. How much progress has Paul made? I'm not even there, and I could tell you, but let me see. You probably watch a little more than I do.
Do you want me to be honest?
What do you think?
I haven't seen much. I'm kind of getting a loop. I mean, it sounds good. It does sound good, but
it's just another Talcott.
He's just he's just comfortable. He's just gotten too comfortable.
Yeah.
Well, no, not he. Talcott's another him. Not he's another Talcott. No. Let's get it right. Talcott started because of Paul.
Whatever.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that Talcott was not doing what he's doing now, because he's trying to be like Paul.
Just another loop.
Another loop. That's all. So that's why I don't really, you know what I mean? Like I can't really.
Not to discount the merit that they do also give. They do. Both of them.
Ooh,
they have some merit and value.
I'm sorry. You see how I picked one, right? And I said Jack.
Both of them have some merit and value. Both of them have some merit and value, but it's so tiny compared to the rest of the loop narrative that you would have to be really objective to be able to discern and pick that out. Only I would probably.
Then they don't really. Then they don't really have no. What did you say? They have what?
Value.
If they have very little, they don't have any really. Because if they're still doing the same thing,
they have really good value, but they don't focus on the value most of the time when they could. And that's where what they're offering and what can be received then is the same as if they didn't have much value, because the focus is not very valuable most of the time.
I gotta ask you this. You know me. It's a little pushback. I'm getting ready to get a little Joe Cool on me right now. So
bring it on.
So what value do you see in Jack?
Oh, he's right on the money when a couple fundamental things. Fear being a huge aspect of why people make the choices that they do and why they're caught in the conundrum. Further to that, though, is the honesty part, and that's where he's lacking because he's still caught up in it.
All right, so the fear, right. So the fear thing has been his key. What so for the past 2 years? That's all
Um,
he's been going on. Is that
yeah, I
that's
guess it's
all
this
he does? Yeah, I mean,
foundation
so
thing, right?
what? That yeah, that's his
He
go-to
also
keyword.
he also projects some other fundamental keys for peace, which are right on the money, and does self
Please
work,
tell me
which I've
what.
seen.
Please tell me. Please tell
Humility,
me.
self reflection, and
Okay, he has done that in the past week. He has. I
while
mean,
that's a work in progress, there's still a lot of neglect when it comes to that as well. So it's sort of maybe less than half proactiveness, and then a big chunk is still lip service. So there's a lot of this sort of do as I say, not as I do loop that goes on too, right? So, but a good, open, honest, discerning individual could take that. There's some wisdom there, and it's not about monkey see, monkey do. They can take some of that value, and maybe that actually changed some of their views for the better for themselves. And I could say the same thing about Paul. There's, if you dig through, I got a couple clips of Paul who just slammed home the narrative of the state,
oh
like
yeah,
so
I
bang on,
told you. Yeah, yeah. He spit some fire though. You know what he's talking about. It's just that he has gotten comfortable with
LARPing.
just that. Yeah, he feel like he don't have to do no work anymore. And
95% is a LARP show.
right, right,
which ends up being the same with Telka in a different way, maybe. With Jack, it's let's bit and go back into the loop of Charlie Brown and Lucy, where I'm going to give another chance and allow people that I know that aren't here for being proactive to come up and showcase how naive I am to allow people to continuously take advantage of my kindness for weakness, and then get angry at them for doing so when I am not taking responsibility that I enabled that on my panel, right? And there's a certain amount of awareness that he's progressed with that too. Like, and I want to give him that, and that's what one of the purposes that I saw for being there was a bit of practice in encouraging that. So he did progress there, but then I saw him kind of hit a wall, you know.
because there's how do I tell you this? I mean, I can know how to tell you this. You know that there's a broadcast and there's a show. There's no show without chaos, Nudie. There's no broadcast without chaos.
Right. So
Unless they stay focused.
That's where the other part of the scenario is, right? There's half truth telling mixed in with half sellout. It's like in the world of truth, if you want to actually talk about true remedy, you can't have one foot in one boat going in one direction and another boat going in another direction. The only result of that is your fucking ass gets wet time and time again.
So that's why that's why one says for entertainment, and then they line up some other things, right?
Right.
That their broadcast is about.
Right.
They
And
let
that's
you know from the gate it's entertainment, right? You take what you can from it, and there's plenty of stuff you can take from it, right? But then you have to look at the other one. All I'm really seeing in the other one is hands in the same refrigerator script.
Yep. Yep.
That's what I see. I mean, people and
A lot of lip service.
right. Yes. A lot of lip service.
You know, I will also say that it's challenging, especially when you're a work in progress. But even at the best, you know, to hold yourself accountable to maintaining a healthy panel environment, especially when you're constantly being bombarded and tested by troll minds and this and that. But this is where
Who's a work in progress? I didn't mean to cut you off. Yes, I did. Who's a work in progress?
Jack.
He a grown ass man.
Yeah, but he has not only confessed, but has made some grounds when it comes to that. Like I said, he has improved, definitely, but he's hit a wall, and he's also backpedaled. He backpedals a bit, and then he hit a wall.
Either he's improving or he's hitting walls. What the hell is it? You can't drive. You go down the same street and keep falling in the same hole. When are you going to stop falling in that hole?
Whenever he decides to. And at the moment, he's hit a wall when it comes to that improvement. At least that's what I saw as of like about a week ago. I haven't really, that was just a side thing mostly for me while I continue to work on things here. And then Rights has been back in action here. So I've been much more heavily focused on this again. So I haven't paid much attention lately. It looked like the backpedaling was going to be more continuous. So I was like, fuck, whatever. There's nothing really to encourage while an individual wants to backpedal, right? So let it happen.
It's a waste of energy you know what I mean? To me, it's a waste of energy when you keep having to go back to the same backpedaling.
Well, and it is grown-ups to begin with, right? And for me, I'm really, it's an exception, just like up here, right? Like I'm not interested in being surrounded by people who need to be babysat. I'm also not really wanting to engage in arenas with adults or people who should be adults that don't know how to maintain themselves as adults. I do make certain exceptions for different reasons, mostly just for social experiences to see what kind of progress I can make with mindsets that are trapped and stuck, using the skills that I know how to use, and also to find individuals that are in those pockets that are not so stuck and looking for information. That's actually how I've found some of you guys. It's exactly through that strategy.
Yeah, I know. I felt that.
Found Rights through a sort of semi-drama place. Not heavy drama, but just kind of a drama queenish sort of environment that had enough room for good casual conversation. So got to do that.
Did you see that link?
Found Dan and you through Epics.
Yeah. Did you see that show I sent you the other day?
Refresh me. I think so.
Yeah. Remember when I said that's his people and they got offended?
Yeah, it rings a bell a little bit.
Yeah, so that's why I sent you that, because when I seen it, clicked on it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's why I said what I said. That's his people. That's what they do. Yeah. That's just another epic show. That's all that is.
Let me look at it again real quick and make sure I did see it. Hold on a sec. I'm pretty sure I did, but in the midst of everything. Where are you? Why are you way down in that list?
Because I probably haven't sent you no message in a minute. I did send you that equality one, didn't I?
Yeah, that's not the one though. You're saying the one above that?
Yeah, the one above that is the show.
Oh shit. I click on it and it says video unavailable. So maybe I didn't see it.
Wow. It said unavailable?
Yeah.
Wow. That must have been a hell of a show.
Now that was a rebroadcast for Mills, who I'm familiar with a little bit.
Oh, okay. So he was restreaming theirs too?
Yeah. Yes.
Wow.
Are the elites trying to tell us what's coming? ... I took a peek at that one. I don't
You
know.
did? Yeah, I send you the things that I think are interesting. Like that equality joint really caught my eye, right?
Right. It's a good
He
meme.
said, what do you want to be when you grow up? He said, alive.
Right.
Definitely don't want to be one of you. All right, yo, Nudie, I ain't mean to take you off. But what's that other word you see?
Atrophication. Well, fuck.
Come on, you
Now it's
caught.
been a minute. You're gonna make
I
me
know,
sound like I
right?
smoke pot or something.
No, I smoked the pot, man. And I forget. It sound like Monopoly. Did you hear me?
Shit.
It
Yeah.
sounds like Monopoly.
Yeah, I'm contemplating. I only remember the first half now. You know, spoon feeding brings atrophication.
I'm sorry. I should have kept you on the track.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll say it again. You know, it's not uncommon for me to say that.
Not uncommon for you to say what?
Those things in that topic.
I was trying to get you to say it. I thought maybe it'll come to your mind.
It's in the realm of the responsibility topic.
Right.
And honesty.
Yes. Did you get on rights for cutting y'all off in mid sentence last week?
Did I get on rights for cutting for huh?
Did you get on rights for cutting y'all off in mid sitting sentence last week? Remember, rights just ended the stream and y'all was in the middle of talking.
No, not at all. I was already done at that point. It was really just I was on
I know
fumes.
Dennis said that like he was just a lonely little boy that damn day. That night he just wouldn't let you go.
I think he fell asleep at that point.
Yeah, he probably did.
Yeah, I was pretty spent at that point. That was the other spontaneous one again. You know, I was just going with whatever.
Yeah.
And there was nothing really meaningful going on anyways at the time. So Wrights actually asked me, he was half asleep when he woke up and he saw that we were still going, and being half asleep, I don't know why, he pressed the button. He pressed the end stream button.
Yeah, because I was listening to y'all and I was like, well, what happened?
And then he said, he typed in the private chat, oh shit, did I fuck up?
That sounds like him.
Yeah. Then he asked me if he wanted to start another one. I said, no, don't bother. I was kind of on fumes already at that point.
Well, your ass ain't gonna run me on fumes. I'm ready to go to bed soon.
So you guys got to get to where I'm at. Then you can see what it's like to run 2 or 3 days before you need an actual sleep.
Yeah, see that's I don't know. That's kind of scary.
Right?
It's scary, I said.
Yeah, I said, right? That would be very scary to a mind that has been programmed and trained to run on the corporate clock and has for decades.
You can really stay up for 3 days?
You've seen me. I do it all the time on these panels.
Wow. Man, I gotta get some sleep.
It's like it's a natural thing, ain't it?
Rest is a natural thing, yes, but the rest that people need is not proper rest. It goes hand in hand with the conditioning that they're dealing with. People need to recover in the corporate world far more than they would if they weren't atrophied with their health. Let's put it that way.
Did you see what happened to Carolina?
No,
Fort Worth?
no idea.
There's this cop. He brutally threw her to the ground.
Oh no.
He brutally threw her to the ground and knocked her
Something
square
recently?
out. Huh? Yeah, it was
Recently?
recent. Yes. Threw her to the
And
ground, knocked her out cold, and then yelled, "Stop resisting! Stop resisting!" She was snoring.
what breaks me more than the fact that this is happening is that everybody else is too pussified to actually respond the way that the only way this is going to stop is when citizens stop being citizens, say enough is enough, and just blow the dang head off the fucker, right?
I ain't John Wick.
Is that what happens in John Wick? I don't know.
Yeah, he wanna. Yeah, he don't take no mess.
Well, I don't know. I saw a little bit of John Wick, and it was sort of glorified in that classic movie theater action-packed way type thing.
Yes,
You
because
know?
he don't take no mess. He's like you, but you say just blow his head off. Why go through all the unnecessary rigmarole? You know what I mean? Just go ahead and handle it.
Just think how fast they would come to a halt, right? If all of a sudden you had people who weren't pussified to the consequences of what would happen of that, did that a few times, how fast the ripple effect of the message that, we're not taking this. It would be messy, but these cops, right? These sadistic freaks, they're doing it because the resistance isn't there. They don't actually, they're not excited about having any resistance, though. That's what people don't get. The moment you show resistance and pushback is the moment their enthusiasm towards their sadistic ways starts to dwindle, because they're not really wanting there to be there to get their heads blown off. That wouldn't be very exciting for them. Or even to get hurt. I mean, they're 10 times more cowardice to that anyways. You see them all the time. Officer safety, obey my commands. If you fucking blink the wrong way, I'm going to blow your head off.
But that's a bunch of bullshit with that officer safety, though. That's
Of course it is. A bunch of bullshit that the shitison idiot falls for time and time again.
Exactly. Because if they were so scared, why would you walk up to somebody's car and you know what I mean, stick your head in their window and all of that kind of crap?
It's a LARP that works.
Right.
And because it works, why? Obviously, they're going to keep using something that works, right? Whatever works. They won't use it if it doesn't work. So for it to not work means the citizen has to say, fuck you. And cut it out. And take it to another level, right? It's one thing when they're just on a fishing expedition and doing that, but it's another thing when they're sitting there blatantly, physically cracking the fuck out of somebody in front of you. As far as I'm concerned, everybody who just stands around and just holds a camera at that point ought to be in a cage. If you didn't shoot the fucker, you're an adversary to violence, and you condone it.
I didn't have my I ain't have my Jordan with me. Okay.
You didn't have your taser?
No. But that one though, he always got something smart to say. The tall one, he always got something smart to say.
Yeah. Well, they're there to make money, and it's all sales.
Yeah.
Right? And they're trained to have a script, and people don't know that. It's the same as any other sales job. They're running a script. And again, if it's a script is a synonym for LARP. That's all it is. And if the LARP works, keep doing it because it works.
So now you understand what Talcott is doing.
What do you mean now?
Oh, you've been understood, but because you said it was progress. Because you said it was some progress there, and I'm trying to just show you. I'm just trying to get you to see progress.
There is progress.
What though?
There is progress in self-work, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a LARP and a loop that is going on. Of course there is.
Okay.
Absolutely. Just watch some of my comments if I happen to be there. You see, I'm pointing that out.
I do. I be cracking up, and like the ones that he the ones that you when you tell him something like it's the company you keep or some shit like that, right? He likes that. But if you say something that might really catch his attention, like that's not really for him, like you know what I mean, like you're not with him right now, you somewhere else.
Right.
He don't post that shit.
Right.
You can see his eyebrow lift. Like, what the fuck is Nudie talking about?
You see though how it's like that's part of a psychological thing, right? Where you got to do this sometimes. Where he knows I'm not there to fuck with him or be another fuckwit, right? Another fuckwit bit player. He knows I'm not there for that. That's been established. So there'll be a little bit more of a sense of credibility if something that's in opposition to his narrative is stated, where he has no choice but to look at it a little further. Maybe he still doesn't accept it. Maybe he still doesn't this and that. But because of the foreground laid there, which it doesn't happen overnight, and a lot of people don't understand this, at least brings to a head that, hey, you don't see him being as dismissive with those comments as you do with the rest that try and bring it up. You see that if you look at the tactics of the others, they're coming up, right? And they're trying to show him his hypocrisy. And if you're objective, you'll see it. You'll see it. They're mirroring back his hypocrisy. That's you. They're mirroring that right back at him, right? And it ends up being a shit show in a sense, because
I do it sometimes.
He's in denial.
Yeah.
Right? But the reason why it doesn't work with him is because there's no establishment of rapport and credibility with those guys. So he's immediately doing the this in the basement, the this and that, rejection. And then it's always amongst the other folks that jump up, like the what's his name there? The Illuminati and the other guy. Snafu, right? Who they're literally there for nefarious purposes, right? So it gets all lumped in with that, and then it just becomes a cycle.
Why do you think that Tommy and Snafu are there for nefarious purposes?
I don't think that they absolutely confess that they are.
Yeah, but you don't know that that's Tommy's bit. That's Snafu's bit.
I do know that.
Yeah, but it's not to be nefarious. They might say nefarious, but I don't see it as that. I see them just doing what they do. They've been doing the same shit for over a year now.
All right, let me
2 years. Go ahead.
let me change the semantic then. Unhealthy tactic.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Like what Paul says, the sane asylum.
Yeah, even Paul is highly unhealthy tactic. Like the idea that you're going to toughen somebody up by taking their pinky finger and bring it all the way back till it snaps, and then to say that's
Yeah,
for your own good because I'm helping to
yeah.
make you stronger.
Like the cops think that I'm gonna hurt you to get you to comply.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, fuck that. That's a gaslight, right?
yeah, I got you. I understand that part. Yes, I always say that too. Like, I don't need you to beat me down to build me up.
Right. And then there's probably another underlying thing about that when there's money involved in shit, and clicks and views and blah, 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 and entertainment, blah, blah, blah. So there's all that, right? Now, in the midst of that, even those folks underlying, I won't even deny that there could be some sort of healthy intention, but it completely gets jaded and mastered and becomes null and voided.
No, it don't. They get their donations and stuff like that. What you just said. Talcott and Paul benefits from it.
I didn't say there was no benefits. I'm talking about the healthy thing underlying all that becomes covered up and
Hold up.
jaded.
They eat good after they get them donations and stuff, yo. They healthy. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Are you trying to say that donuts are made of veggies? Where'd you go, Sly? You fell off. I don't know if it was her batteries or signal or whatnot. Anybody who happens to be in the audience listening, I'm going to be on mute for a sec. Doing a Tim 100. We'll see if Sly comes back. Oh, sure. Oh, sure.
I done laughed myself so hard I pushed the wrong button.
You pull the rights for vets.
Yo.
So, what are you trying to tell me? The donuts are made of veggies?
Vegan.
Are you vegan? Okay, vegan donuts.
Yeah.
So, next time I watch Snafu and Tommy, I'm going to expect a war cry of vegan donuts. If it's not there, I'm coming after you, Sly.
Hold on for a second. Nah, because it sounds like I hear like a sander or something.
Would be only on your end. Everything seems very.
Oh, yeah, I know it would be on my end. I'm just thinking, because I always thought that, like, when they build these houses and these apartments and stuff, that they let they let the workers, like, go in there and then, because the place will get done, like, in 3 days. So they be in there working, sanding and stuff, painting and stuff, right? And then in 3 days, the place will be done, and you be like, "Well, I ain't see nobody go in and out of there." That's because they already be in there.
Mm-hmm.
All you gotta do is get them off of Home Depot or Lowe's parking lot. Take them, yo. You can have a place to sleep. Go ahead and work, right? You don't see my logic?
I do. I was just contemplating something.
You're going to fix it, right? Go ahead, fix it.
No. I just noticed that DirectD has been doing his own lives lately.
Lately? Oh,
Okay. Yeah, he's all direct. He always do his own lives.
I've never seen him before, other than like a
No.
couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah, direct. That's how I met Direct D. He started doing his own life. He was doing his own. You know. Oh,
I
you
don't mean
mean on
it's
the street?
yeah,
You
no,
mean?
no, I don't mean it's activism. I mean like we're doing now, like having a bit
Oh
of
yeah,
a
yeah. That's how he. Yeah, that's how he started. He started doing lives first, like by himself, sitting, just talk to his fans and stuff.
that
Yeah.
must have been. I remember a couple times he did that back in the day, but this is a
Right.
regular thing he's doing recently, like almost
Oh
every
okay.
day, every
Oh
second day.
okay. Oh okay. It's
Even
probably
in,
you know.
he even had a panel a few days ago. Dennison was up.
Okay. What?
Yeah,
Gotta be careful with them.
I think they kind of know each other a bit, probably from you people.
Yeah, yeah, definitely you people.
Yeah,
You know you people too?
yeah. I co-hosted on his a little bit
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, back
for
then.
for a few, anyways. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's when they was trying to tame me, teach me how to be on YouTube.
right.
What the fuck? How you trying to teach me how to be on YouTube?
Well, you know, there's how do we say that? There's like a system of phases you go through.
YouTube etiquette?
You present yourself, you get seen as a newbie, and you get tested to see how naive you are, and however well you do or not so well, you get beat up and spit up and chewed out and tossed to the other side, and then they see if you're still intact or not.
Ain't that how it go though, for real? you
And
just you might
if
as
you
well write a
survived,
YouTube. You might
if
as
you
well write a YouTube. A YouTube. What do you call it? What you just say? Wait, it's gonna come to me. Wait, Nudie, wait. A YouTube guideline book.
and if you survived that, it's at least one or two more cycles of that just to see if you truly can cut the mustard or not, you know. See if there's anything left at the end. And if there is, you might start to be accepted a little bit.
I don't know. I'm accepted a lot more, but I just don't participate in the nonsense.
Well, that's why, because that's what doesn't happen. If you don't participate, they can't spit you and chew you out, so they have no
Right.
choice,
Oh,
right?
they did it. You know they did it. They chewed me up, spit me out, did all.
Yep.
You know they did it.
That's the plan, right? That's the Trolls trophy victimhood objective. But you have to be, just like with the system of abuse, you have to be a willing participant. Nobody holds a gun to your head and says, come up here and engage with us.
See, that's what I be trying to explain to people. I got choices.
Yep. But, you know, they don't like it when you talk like that, Sly, because that means you might actually escape the clutches of the scam and lead
You
on to
mean
other
I think
people.
for myself?
Right.
What?
Right. You know, I mean, that means they can't get you, and other people might start thinking like that too. That could be detrimental to the
To the
agenda.
channel.
To the
To
agenda.
the channel.
To the agenda of
Yo.
self-sabotage and sacrifice and, you know, for the greater good. What is this greater good, Frederick, they say, Sly? I can't figure this out. I was contemplating this morning. What greater good? That's one of those point to the state things for me. Can you point to this greater good thing?
All right, so Joe Cool told me, he said, well, Sly, you know, if somebody time you out or whatever for $100 for the person that panel it is, you should be all right with that. You should take one
Take one for the team.
Yeah, for the greater good of the channel.
All right. Well, you first.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I think he said he has done it. He might have. I mean,
Show me
you
how
know,
it's done,
somebody might
and
have.
Show me 100 times just to make sure that it absorbs in my head and I get it.
Yes. Yeah, but that's
I mean, you
for the
should do
greater
this
good.
right. I
For the
mean,
greater good of the
if it's
channel, man.
if it's for the greater good and the benefit of the whole, I mean, you should do it religiously, consistently, right? It should be all the time.
And I think he does. What's his name? Flow State. I think he does do it all the time. It's consistent. They think it's fun. Unhealthy, I think, but fun.
Yeah. That's the
Why
missing
would I
link.
want to go? Yeah, but why would I want to go someplace I'm going to be abused?
Well, mushrooms are fun.
Okay, I'd rather. No, I can't even say I'm scared of mushrooms, man.
Jumping off a bridge can be fun, you know, just.
Nah, that's jumping off a bridge can be stupid.
Well, we weren't asking the question of stupid or healthy. We're only focusing on the fun part, right? It's all fun until you get to the consequence. Then what?
Till you get to the bottom. I mean, to the
right. Then where did the fun go?
You missed it.
Well, that's what parachutes are for. That's no fun. Fuck the parachute. Take it
Man,
for the
that
team.
parachute might not work. For the greater good.
Parachutes are expensive.
Jump out without one for the greater good of mankind.
I tell you what, for the benefit of the whole, let's put the whole on one parachute to save money. And everybody go at the same time. Bon voyage.
So you write aftermath of Chile de Castro's appeal.
What?
I don't know, the delete laws, aftermath, Chile de Castro's appeal. So his lawyer or this lawyer is talking about his appeal. I don't know. I'm just scrolling through, seeing shit.
You know what? I can't believe. Well, I can, and maybe it's just part of the facade. As much as Chile is very much highly indoctrinated and very much status rhetoric, he's got some smarts to him, especially when it comes to, you know, shilling and sales and this and that. And that doesn't happen without some self-educating and homework. How could he let a lawyer railroad him like that and not fucking do it himself, you know, especially as a self-proclaimed fucking constitutional law scholar? Come on, you could have done a better job starting at day one yourself than that. That is ridiculous.
That's the first thing Paul said when he found out. That's the first thing he said. He got on it. He said the same thing. How do you have so much discernment and education and this, that, or the other, and you go to court and let another man speak for you?
No kidding. And out of the bunch that you allowed and could have picked, like, what did he do? Go to the dollar store fucking lawyers? Holy shit. Seriously.
His lawyer was he was scared of the judge.
He was an idiot. I watched it. He was an idiot.
He folded his arms and gave the fuck up. That's what he did. You know it.
He didn't do any baseline level of defense.
He didn't.
Nothing.
He didn't. He didn't call out the cop for lying. He didn't do any. He didn't show the video. He didn't do anything.
Right? He didn't call out the judge for being arbitrary in the moment and basing it
because he was scared of her.
and basing it on a constitutional argument. There was no mention of that. It was completely just,
Let
not
me
only
find
was
out he was a
not
public
only
offender.
not only was the not only was that cop doing an arbitrary thing with Chile, but now the judge was arbitrarily backing up the situation. Holy fuck! How could he be that dumb? I was just going over that with JG. How can you be that dumb to not challenge that? That is something that is within your scope of your bar card to challenge. The first thing you challenge in jurisdictional matter is the constitutionality of the claim.
She was working on feelings. She wasn't working on a law, Nudie. She was working off of feelings. What she felt about his channel and what she felt about him being rude and all of that. That's what she worked on.
Of course, obviously she was biased and paid to be biased. There's no doubt about that. But again, his lawyer, just as a base defense lawyer, right off the top, immediately should have challenged.
How you know ain't nobody pay his ass? You seen him fold his arms?
Of course. But Chile gets to choose that, right? So Chile accepted that. I would have fired that fucker on the spot and said, "What? You're not gonna challenge the judge here where's the constitutional merit here that's going on? Excuse me." I would have stopped that dead in my tracks. And then Chile himself, this is what I'm saying, Chile proclaiming through his teeth for so long his number one thing that he stands on, being a constitutional law scholar. Here you have your golden opportunity. You got an arbitrary cop situation being backed up by an arbitrary judge situation, and you're not going to sit there and practice the thing that you profess for so long.
And defend yourself. Yes.
Come on, ridiculous. And that's just the basis of it. So you're just asking again to be put in a dungeon.
All right, so that was my next question, because as you was talking, I was thinking that. Do you think that might have been just a play to go and be able to report about the dungeon?
This whole thing could be a psyop again. There's a lot of controlled opposition to get people who start to think about that there's secondary layers of indoctrination to counter people who are either starting to wake up or questioning the narrative or getting some courage and this and that, to suppress them down. And this very well could be another one of those. It wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know for sure. I don't. But Chile definitely has a lot of chillism.
A lot of chillism. Did you say a lot of chillism?
I said a lot of chillism, but I think chillism is probably more appropriate.
Okay, yeah. Oh, but now don't get me wrong, right? He's another one. Like, I was listening to him even when he first came out and he had his thing on the wall when he was living in LA. He was teaching about the years and stuff about the law.
Mm-hmm.
And he had his little wall thing and the dates and the years and Congress and this, that, case law. He was teaching a lot of shit when I first met him. And then he started being a cop watcher.
Right. And there's a lot of merit to what he teaches within the system itself, right? And I also, like I say, if somebody can do something that mitigates violence in a certain way, they should. I think that's a healthy thing to do. At the same token, though, don't be in denial that it's Band-Aidism. It's not a cure for cancer. That's number one. Number two, what about focusing on that cure? And that's where Chile goes sideways. Chile is an advocate for statism. He's an advocate for a system of atrophication, which
Do
is
you know somebody called him out on that?
there was
Man.
James Freeman.
Yes, that. Yup. You remember that, huh?
I watched it.
Yup. You watched it. I watched it too. Yup.
Actually, Paul also called him out on that.
Who?
Paul.
Oh, okay. I thought was it Brian? Brian didn't call him out on it, did he?
No, Brian's in the status too.
Okay.
Brian would be on Chile's side when it comes to that. They're
True.
pro patriot, right?
Yes.
And that's where the root is being ignored here. The avocation for a system of abuse is the root of the cancer.
I think Brian is starting to wake up a little more though.
I think so, a little bit here and there. You know who else is
Yeah.
also waking up a lot is Will.
Who's Will?
Mr. America. Will and what's his name? They did a lot of I forget the other guy's name. What was his name? Fuck, I forget Will's last name, but you know, he's a little bit younger. Wears kind of the hat sideways. He's got kind of that pop culture.
Oh, you talking about you talking about Will Tybert two. Yeah, I haven't seen Will in a minute. We Facebook friends, you know that. But I haven't seen Will in a minute. But yeah, Will, yep, I believe that.
Yeah, he's definitely coming out of the shell when it comes to that. Seeing that the system itself is the root, you know. I don't know about the other guy, but Will is for sure.
What other guy? You talking about the other guy that used to be with him?
Yeah.
Oh no, you don't mess with him no more. I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud?
It don't surprise me. It didn't look like it was that solid.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Will is more. He has more discernment.
Fake Mike Will.
Fake Mike, real news.
Right. We're talking about the same person, yeah?
I know when you said hat to the side or hat to the back, I knew who you was talking about.
All right. Just checking, making sure. Not Will Smith, you know. He's a status.
No Diddy.
Yeah, he's coming around. And Chile, we actually had a better conversation about that with Paul than he did with what's his name?
James.
James, yeah. James was more of a pissing match because Chile went on the defensive. And he didn't go so much on the defensive in the discussion with Paul. There was 3 people in that discussion. I forget who the third was. And I thought that was pretty interesting. It was more sensible. It was not so debate-ish, not so standoffish. It was rather productive, actually. So I thought that was good. But
which one?
The one with the same focus. There was a really good roundtable with Chile, Paul, and somebody else. I can't remember.
Yo, I gotta see that. You remember who some show that was? I ain't never see that one.
I think it was hosted on the third person's. If I remember, Paul was a guest and Chile was a guest.
Paul and Chile was together on this other person's thing.
Yeah, and they were rapping in a cordial manner, in a healthy manner, and it was productive.
Oh, okay. I missed that one.
I could probably find it. I know I went back to look for it somewhere because I didn't watch the whole thing, and then I did. And I thought, this is good. This means Chile has, you know, enough cognitive function to at least question the narrative and challenge it. So, you know, I always thought to myself, Chile's got so much energy. right? Like, I mean, he's just fired up. He's a rocket launcher. And at least he's also an all in and to the end type of mind too. He's got a lot of resolve. And it's just kind of a shame that a guy with that much resolve and energy is a status mind and only band-aid opia. If he were to actually be on the cure the cancer minded side of the fence and got out of the indoctrination patriotism part, that guy would be a force to reckon with him. And I would sign up with him in a heartbeat, like fast. No doubt. He's got the rest of the qualities, you know, to no holds barred, not be a pussy and, you know, do what
It's
needs
the
to be done.
fear. It's the fear. The fear of going in the dungeon.
You sound like Jack. But you're right.
Fear.
It's the fear of the rest of the truth of, you know, coming to terms with the other side of the equation too is you were
Wait,
dumb.
are
You
you
fell
still
for the
talking? Wait, you missed the whole like 4-5 seconds, yo. I ain't hear nothing.
yeah, I was talking. Maybe my net did that. So, you know, I was just recapping with the patriot conundrum part, and it ties into that fear. It's the fear of admitting to yourself that you were naive and gullible and stupid and you fell for it and you got to cut it out, stop it. Means all that stuff that you did up until that point was for nothing. All the rhetoric of flag tardopia or flag it munching, status munching, advocating for statism, this and that, you know, advocating for military brainwashing rhetoric, all of it, the whole 9 yards, right? Democracy is healthy, anything along those lines. You have to immediately turn the tide and say all of that was garbage and a distraction. And so now you have to have the courage to admit to yourself that you were that gullible, naive, and dumb to include yourself in that bullshit and cut it out. And this is where the rubber meets the road for most people. And that's why I'm saying if Chile were to do that, right? I mean, if anybody were to do that, I'd side up with him in a heartbeat. But somebody like Chile, he's got exceptional qualities that could really make good positive change for the cancer thing, you know, like his
He looked
resolve
like
and his
he could
energy.
he looked like he could climb a tree with the swiftness, yo.
Right. You know, and he does things to, like, obviously health is important to him. The guy doesn't look like he's, you know, a toothpick who can't pick up a twig, right? So he's got a lot of positive attributes as far as self-reliant responsibility, foundational 101 stuff goes to speak. And so, yeah, if he could just at any point put 2 and 2 together, and again, it all comes down to that fucking honesty thing. Honesty's such a bitch, isn't it, Sly? If he could just be one more step honest with himself about the reality of things, he could be on the right side of the fence for the rest of the equation and definitely make a dent in things much bigger.
We'll see.
No, I'm not holding out for that. No, I'm just saying that if it's a big if, right? That's where things could go. But he's chosen the path that he's chosen, and it is what it is. And for as long as he continues to choose that path, and so that path leads you down these situations and conundrums that he's in right now. Right? He's up against the state. Why? Because he believes in the state. And he believes that the state needs to be fixed. And, you know, all the stuff that statism people think that, oh, if only we had better people in the state. And they'll make the case, right? Like, look, if there wasn't a corrupt judge in there, you know what? It's not that the judge is corrupt. It's that you're participating in a system that is designed this way. Doesn't matter who you put there. Doesn't matter.
It's designed to be corrupt.
The design is corrupt. The design is abusive,
No,
right?
you're right. Oh, wait, hold up. I'm sorry. Wait. I've been smoking. The design is corrupted.
Right. The design is the corruption, and the participation is what brings the corruption to life. If there was no participation in the design of corruption, it wouldn't be a reality. So there you have it. There's the root. And so it's the participation because of the is this the other word? Advocation? Is that the other big word? Maybe.
No.
Oh, okay. You participate because you're an advocate for it, right? And so you breathe life into the system. In other words, you are the system of corruption. You are the system of abuse through your participation. It's nothing else without that other than just an idea, right? Just some imaginary idea in the brain. So that's what makes it what it is. And so it continues because of that. People are acting out the LARP in their mind and then pretending that it's anything other than a system of abuse to justify that. And until you get right with that, you're going to continue to, lessons will repeat in life until they're learned. So how many times do you want to loop this LARP before you choose to be honest with yourself? That's the question. The dishonesty is appalling. You know, the loop of it.
Fear of the unknown is what holds people back.
Is it that bad, eh? That the honesty is so far unpracticed that it's unknown?
Yeah. Because they don't know what it is.
That says it all, right? So let's accept anything less than the truth. And that becomes the truth.
What was that word that you say? You said, wait. Not for mankind. What's the other word? For the
What was
good
it
of
again?
what? For the good
For the
of
greater good?
for the greater good.
Yeah, let's all choose to be a sacrifice for the greater good. Does
For
this
the
make
greater
any
good.
logical sense?
Yeah.
Let's everybody
But that's
put
how it
ourselves
is, though.
on a cross to be burned at the stake for the greater good.
For the greater good. Yes. And that's how it was. What story sounds the best?
And if you're not willing to do that, you should be shamed and ridiculed and feel very guilty about thinking anything other than that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not my problem.
Right. Yo, they say you should be if you don't like the US, you should go somewhere else. Like, yo, why do I have to like this place? Like, why who said I had to like it?
The ultimate gaslight is the one you do to yourself, isn't it?
Yeah.
I have this other thing for that. It's intended to be a quote of the day at some point. People are very good at believing and pretending. So good they believe their own pretend.
Say that one more time, please.
People are very good at believing and pretending. So good they believe their own pretend.
Yes. Countless of years and then wait, countless of years of lying to your children, then countless of years of lying to your grandchildren. I mean, that's some shit.
Quit raining on my parade, Sly. It's fun to practice Santa Claus.
That's crazy though. Yo, you teaching, you tell your child, don't lie, right?
Right.
But you ain't doing nothing but lying for
Right.
a whole time until they know that there's, but then they don't say,
And then
Mom.
scold them for not trusting you.
Yeah, but they don't say, Mom, Dad, why y'all lie to us for so long telling us about a Santa Claus? They
But
go
I did.
on to perpetuate the lie too.
I did. And you
You
know what I
did?
got? I did.
What you did?
You know what I
You
got
did?
in response? You're
What?
grounded.
Oh yeah, that's right. You told me. You told your sister, right?
I think I asked her, and also there was another one later down in the year about my biological father, and I found out she already knew. Oh wow! Well, thanks for informing me. You know.
Oh, so
Yeah.
you was the last to know in the family.
Well, at least the last to be talked to about it. I actually knew. I knew that. See, I had a much better memory than they thought, and I actually remembered the breakup. I was cognitive enough already at like 3, 4, 5 years old when that was going on. I remember what his car looked like. I remember the visitation. We had visitation. The last one was at Christmas.
Wow. And
My
he took.
sister was too young to remember, but I did. So yeah, I question it. I question why are you lying after you tell me you're not supposed to lie. I'm the
You
boss
had
around
heart.
here.
You had heart, because I didn't have heart. I didn't have heart. I'm like, what? I just kept it quiet. I knew she sold my stuff. I just, you know what I mean? I just kept it quiet. I ain't say nothing. I ain't say, well, why you steal my gifts? I put Santa Claus. Yeah, nope. I ain't say nothing.
I just
I just went with
determined
the lie.
at a very young age that I don't care what the source came from. I'm not going to take any bullshit, and I'm not going to settle for anything less than factual truth. That's the only thing that nothing special. I just made one fundamental decision that most people, for whatever reason, don't see, went the other way. I chose honesty.
Well, Nudie,
To the core.
You got an extra 21 minutes out of me, my friend. My dog is looking at me like, why ain't you sleep? Because this is the time I usually wake up. But I'm going to go to sleep because I know in the morning y'all going to be wide awake. Vet's going to act like he was here all night.
We'll see.
Dan, I hope Dan ain't still walking the dog, though. I'm just saying.
We'll see what happens. I'm not sure. I'm gonna after you jump off here. I'm gonna I might even go out to the field and grab something. It's dark, and we had a bear incident a few days ago, so I'm a little reluctant, but we'll see.
Take your bear spray with you.
Always.
You got some milk? Huh? Nudie. I lost him.
Larkin Rose video, a recent one that he did. He's been on a roll lately.
I miss you some. I miss some of that. What you saying? You're talking about Rose and who else?
I'm gonna put on a Larkin Rose video that he did recently. He's on a good roll lately. He always has good stuff, but lately he's on a really good roll. So this one actually coincides with the stuff that we talk about a lot as far as, let me just look at it again. I think the title should say it all. 1 second. Ooh. System being slightly laggy. There we go. Oh yeah, it's called What Choice Do We Have? That's the name of the video. 20-minute video. So I'm going to put that on as you exit and let it play out. And then I might or might not head to the field. We'll see what happens after that. Whether or not I continue to roll or call it, because I got some more editing to do in lieu of Wrights and I. What's coming up here around the corner is we're rebroadcasting Freedom School Class 1. And that's in lieu of Class 2. That will announce when it's going to be coming right up here as well. I wanted to do a rebroadcast of Class 1 first so that people who didn't get a chance to see or participate gets another chance. We condensed it down just to the juicy stuff. And there'll be a short quiz at the beginning of Class 2 on Class 1. So anybody who wants to participate on Class 2 will need to be prepared for that. Class 2 is going to be called How to Unclusterfuck Yourself.
Well, I know I better not smoke no marijuana that day. That's for damn sure.
I'm going to try and give, some, at least a good couple days in between. Like, we'll see if we're going to premiere. We're going to use the premiere feature on YouTube for the rebroadcast of Class 1. So if we're right at the tail end of editing it as we speak, and if we get lucky, it won't take very long. Wrights and I are scheduled to do that later today. So if we get done in time, then maybe we'll do the premiere even this coming today. And if that's the case, then I'll see what Wrights' schedule is like for this weekend. What are we? We're going into Thursday? Yeah. We'll see. Maybe Saturday or Sunday we'll schedule for Class 2. Something like that, if his schedule permits. So we'll play that by ear.
Okay.
But I'll definitely let you and everybody else know. I'm making a short 1 to 2 minute promo video that also will post on Wrights' channel for Class 2. So when that's ready, it'll have the date and time announced in it, and I'll fire you the link to that video in your Facebook so you can know well ahead of time.
Great.
So that's what's coming up.
This is my farewell, not farewell, wrong choice of words. Until we meet again, my brother.
That's your slushy.
That's my slushy.
All right. Well, thanks for being up again as always. Another good combo.
My pleasure, brother.
All right. You take care. Have a good rest, and we'll see you very soon on these streets.
Yup. Bye, Dan. Bye, Vet. I mean, Wrights. I mean, Pillar. Officer Pillar. Petty
Officer Peeler. That's so perfect.
Officer Peeler. All right, yo. I'm gonna listen though until I go. All right.
All right. Have a good one.
Later. All right.
All righty. So for anybody else who's in chat, anybody else listening? Interesting. This was another unscheduled live that Wrights can be into as he fell asleep. I'm starting to know your tactics there, Mr. Big Thumbs. Getting used to it. So let me showcase to anybody who's still here. Another video from Larkin Rose that he did, a rant that he did recently. really good one. I only listened to about half or 3/4 of it so far, so some of it will be a bit of a repeat, and get to hear the rest together with you guys. Oh wait, let me redo that and make sure again that the audio was there. I'll put the link to this in chat for anybody who wants to see Larkin's stuff in his channel. Larkin is another individual who used to be a statist, but he overcame that himself quite a long time ago. He's still a little bit of got some residue that I don't personally agree with when it comes to capitalism and some system residue work that I think he still has to overcome. But nonetheless, most of what Larkin talks about, I completely see eye to eye with, and I definitely highly recommend his work. He's the author, for anybody who doesn't realize, he's the author of the Plantation video, which we showcased quite a few times here. There we go. That's the right one. And for anybody who hasn't seen that, I definitely recommend you watch that video. It's very eye-opening, telling, and hits the nail on the head as to kind of the foundational ideology behind the statism situation that we're all participating in here as we speak. So here is Larkin's rant from 4 days ago. It's a pretty good one, entitled, "What Choice Do We Have?" And this is where it gets interesting, where the crossroads happen to anybody who's critically thinking about the statist narrative and who's even still involved in statism and is starting to challenge the ideology behind that, thinking, do I have a choice, or is there other options, or whatnot? He starts to get into that very well, and the psychology behind what a mind might be up against when they're starting to maybe become more aware and critically thinking these types of questions.
Hey, Larkin Rose here. So I did my video about why Trump sucks, and I got a comment that I see very often. There was actually one comment in particular, and I thought I want to reference that comment and do a video in response to that comment. So I went back and I was scrolling down through the comments. I couldn't find the exact one, but I basically found 3 other people saying the same thing. The comment I was looking for, it was basically somebody saying, well, no government isn't an option. Like, we're going to get one of them anyway. So never mind everything you said about how much Trump sucks. Slight paraphrasing, but it was basically that. And then in scrolling through to try to find the exact comment so I could quote it, I found 3 more. So I'll tell you what they actually said. One said that these are 3 different people. One said this, quote, "Like it or not, one of these mofos is going to be the ruler of the United States. There's nothing we can do to change that." Another one said, in all caps, "I don't have the choice of no government, or I would choose no government." And then someone else said, "I'm no fan of Trump. Hate to vote for him. What choice did we have, really?" So I want to respond to that, because it's one of those things that when you're inside the mindset of statism, that seems like a reasonable question. And it seems like, how can anybody dispute that? Like, one of them is going to win. The election's still going to happen. One of them is going to win, or even if Biden drops out and they put in some new clown, somebody's going to win. Somebody's going to be president. So to not vote, what good does that do? Now, as I've explained a million times, not voting isn't the solution. It isn't just don't vote and the world fixes itself. And I've often used the analogy of if somebody, comes up to you and says, "Oh, my head hurts." Wham! You say, "What are you doing?" "I'm hitting myself in the toe with this hammer to try to cure my headache." And if you say, "Don't do that, that's not going to cure your headache." "Oh, you just want me to do nothing? What should I do instead?" If you don't think I should hit myself in the toe with a hammer to cure my headache, hitting yourself in the toe isn't going to cure your headache. Not hitting yourself in the toe also won't cure the headache, but it'll make your toe not hurt, which will be progress. Instead of doing something counterproductive, you can first move up to the level of just not doing anything good or bad, because voting is doing something absolutely counterproductive and bad and destructive because it legitimizes the game. So you could start by moving up to the level of accomplishing nothing good or bad, but then there are other things you can do to actually accomplish something worthwhile, which voting never is. Voting isn't even up to the level of nothing. It's worse than nothing. It's a lot worse than nothing because it legitimizes it. But look at the mentality. And I totally sympathize. I totally understand. I probably said the exact same things myself 30 years ago if anybody had suggested not voting. But look at the mentality. One of them's going to be the ruler. Imagine an analogy, and one reason I like to use analogies is if you do an analogy that's accurate, but you take it out of the setting that people are used to, everybody can recognize how bonkers it is. So I use the analogy, if two people show up at your front door and they say, oh, you, Mr. Random Person, you get to decide which one of us is going to beat you up and take your stuff. So who's it going to be, him or me? And it's really on you. We'll be representing you, and you will have consented to this. You just pick one. And if you say neither of you get to do that, well, no, this is our system. This is how it works. You can't have neither. One of us is going to beat you up and take your stuff. In that setting, would you go, well, okay, let me ask you some questions about like how much you're going to beat me up, how much of my stuff you're going to take? Or would you say, piss off or I'm going to shoot both of you? Like if it's two random people at the door. Now, if it's two crooks running for office, you know that doesn't work very well because they have lots of mindless enforcers with guns who will make you comply with their demands because they outnumber you and they outgun you. But still, in principle, why the hell would you express agreement with either of them robbing and subjugating and victimizing you, which is what you're doing when you vote? But the fact that people have been so stuck in the political mindset, so stuck inside this narrow box of statism that they can't comprehend anything else is just sad. And I mean, they can't comprehend anything else because they say, well, what other option is there? Either that guy rules us or that guy rules us. I can't fathom anything else in the world. It's going to be one of those two. And let's pointlessly bicker over which one of those two it's going to be. And by the way, as I pointed out a million times, it's going to be both of those two. You're not going to vote for a guy and that's the rest of your life or the rest of time. They're going to take turns. Biden is here because Trump was here before. Obama, Bush, Clinton, Reagan, it doesn't matter. It goes back and forth. The left will rob you and dominate you. The right will rob and dominate you. They will take turns robbing and dominating you. And you keep stinking voting for it as if you're making a difference. How many hundreds of years have to go by of that happening before you realize this isn't really fixing anything? But some people will say, as they did, what other choice do we have? This is an amazing study of the power of propaganda and indoctrination, that people actually say that. Many years ago, I did a video called The Tiny Dot, and it shows the graphic representation of the difference between the total number of members of Congress and president and like all the federal political parasites, in addition to the total number of IRS employees, around 100,000, I think it's less than that now, compared to the massive number of Americans that get robbed by the paper pushers at the IRS in the name of this tiny little group of a few hundred political parasites. And people think, well, that's the system we have. That's legal. That's democracy. That's our great constitutional republic, blah, blah, blah. And the funny thing is my little video called The Tiny Dot got a gazillion views just because if you just see a visual representation, the absurdity jumps out at you. It's like, why is this massive throng of actually productive people listening to that tiny dot of parasitical crux. And it's still a tiny dot, even if you add everybody who works for the IRS. Now, is it that each member of the giant throng is scared of the IRS? Kinda, sorta, also no. Because they're only each scared of what the IRS might do because they expect the rest of the throng to go along with it. So if they stick their necks out and say, I'm not playing your game, they expect the rest of the throng not only to go along with the thieves, but to condemn them for not going along with the thieves. And to a large extent, that's true. That is what will happen because that is the anti-human nature of statism. It will make most of the victims of authoritarian BS cheer for the victimization of anybody who resists. And the political right does this very openly in its celebration of badge-wearing thugs beating the crap out of people for obeying laws against victimless crimes. Now, if somebody's actually like assaulting somebody or robbing somebody, I'm all in favor of them being stopped by whatever means necessary to stop them. And whether the person stopping them has a badge or not has no bearing on whether it's moral or not. The vast majority of what cops do is not that. They cage tons of people for having the wrong plan. Yeah, but it's the law. You broke the law. Okay, what the hell does that mean? Well, that tiny little group of political parasites over there, they did this weird ritual, and now it's the law that you're not allowed to have that plan. And so you deserve to be caged if you disobey. That is the mindset of a slave. The political right absolutely have the mindset of slaves just as much as the political left has the mindset of slaves, because they resent anybody who doesn't bow to and kiss the ass of their political masters and pay tribute in the form of taxes and obey whatever arbitrary crap gets enacted as law. So most of the people stuck in that mindset, all they can comprehend when it comes to changing the nature of things, changing society, changing the country, whatever you want to say, all they can comprehend is how can we get the tiny little group of masters to change the commands that they're issuing? Because we can't fathom disobeying. No, then we'd be horrible criminals deserving of whatever the massa would do to us. However much he wants to whip us for not doing, we would deserve that. So all we can fathom is whining for the master to please change his rules and occasionally bickering over who the new master should be. Vote Jones! And that's all they can comprehend. So you have this huge throng of people, and a lot of them will say and think, well, what else can we possibly do? You have this tiny little group of parasites, and they tell us that the system is that they play their games, they do their bullshit propaganda, they play their election games. They're not even opposed to each other. They're two puppets of the same one ruling class. But even if you imagine they're different, the system is still this tiny group of lying, crooked parasites tells the huge throng, you have to obey us and you have to pay tribute to us and you have to bow and kiss the ring and do whatever we declare to be law and not do whatever we declare to be crime, completely independent of whether it's moral or not. Just because this is the system we have, and we are your rightful lords and masters. We are representatives of the U.S. government and our constitutional republic, blah, 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 blah. And the throng believes it. And so when that tiny group of parasites says, you have to give us a ton of money every year, the throng doesn't say, no, we don't. It says, we really wish you would tell us that we're allowed to not quite give you as much money as we did last year. A shining example of this is the people all excited by the fact that Trump is talking about abolishing the income tax. Did you hear? Have you heard? Trump's talking about doing away with the income tax. Number one, Trump is a lying sack of shit. The president can't do away with the income tax. That's not how the federal law system works. Congress decides that. The president can't do squat. If he had that power, there is not the slightest chance in hell of Trump actually doing that. He can't do that, and he would have no intention of doing that even if he could. But he will absolutely go out there and lie through his teeth, hoping that you're going to be dumb enough that you'll get excited at the prospect of having a master who tells you that you're allowed to keep more of your money. Oh, we love the master who lets us keep more of what we produce. Ew, because what other choice do we have? Here's an idea. If 50% of the country is like, oh, that would be great if Trump repealed the income tax. Okay, why are you waiting? If 50% of the country just said, yeah, we're not going to file, we're not going to pay, we're not going to report anyway, there's no more 1099s, W-4s, we're not going to withhold anymore. We're going to run our own business, and you little gang of parasites over there, screw you. We outnumber you 1,000,000 to 1. Get stuffed. If 50% of the population actually believed in freedom, 50% of the population could repeal the income tax overnight without the cooperation of a single politician by disobeying. But the vast majority of people who say, we want a huge tax cut or we want to abolish the income tax, what they mean is we want our masters to give us their legislative permission to keep what we earn. You're already a slave. If you think it's the master's choice whether you get to keep what you earn or the master's choice how much to let you keep, you're already 100% a slave in your own mind. When all you can comprehend is begging the master to let you keep some more of what you produced. Incidentally, I've read before Frederick Douglass, who grew up as a slave, ridiculously brilliant dude, very eloquent, very perceptive, especially given the conditions of indoctrination that he was raised in, raised to think he was someone else's property. His comments about the not only the mental enslavement, but the concept of an income tax, and figuring out that that was literally worse, because at one point his master said, well, I'll let you go off and earn some money of your own. Now I get to decide how much of it I take from you and how much I'll let you keep. But you should be thankful that I allow you to do that. And Frederick Douglass did that for a while and then realized that this is somehow worse, because when a master does this, the slave gets thankful for being allowed to keep what he produced instead of getting resentful and saying, why the hell is it your say how much of what I got paid for work I did, you didn't, you weren't there, master, you parasitical piece of crap. Why the hell is it up to you? Why am I asking you what I'm allowed to keep? So Frederick Douglass had this revelation that so far the American people haven't yet had that revelation to figure out why the flying boop. Do you think the crooks in Congress have the right to tell you how much of what you earn you're allowed to keep? So when people ask me, well, what other choice do we have? Disobey. Now, if there's only one of you disobeying because the rest are indoctrinated and enslaved, you'll probably get a tank in your living room and it won't go well for you. But if the whatever percentage that's going to zealously vote for, we're going to vote for Trump because he says he can do away with the income tax. If instead of 50% of the population or so doing that, if 10% of the population just said, we're going to repeal it ourselves by just not filing and not paying and not reporting and not withholding and not playing the BS game of those parasitical crooks who call their robbery taxation and law. That's the end of the income tax. and it can still be on the, but they didn't repeal it. It wouldn't matter. And by the way, this has happened before. Alcohol prohibition was repealed by people just saying, screw you, we're going to do it anyway. And when you send your revenuers after us, we're going to either tar and feather them or just shoot them. And it became unenforceable. And then after the fact, government repealed alcohol prohibition to save face. Had nothing at all to do with like them deciding. It just, they lost control because people didn't obey. And that's something that still a bunch of supposedly pro-freedom people can't comprehend. If a tenth of the people who want to vote for Trump because he's for freedom just disobeyed instead of voting for anybody, every single policy, every tax could just be destroyed overnight by people saying, we're not doing that. And it's happened in history. I mean, the American Revolution was saying, yeah, we're not paying this anymore. We're not obeying. And that was only over tiny little trivial taxes compared to what we have now. But the idea or the fact that most statists, all they can comprehend is how can we get the permission of the masters to keep more of what we earn? Ugh. If that's where your mind's at, you're still utterly duped. You're still utterly enslaved. Whether your focus is begging for a change of legislation or bickering over which crook is going to be on the throne, you're already doomed. If you really can't fathom a choice other than, well, one of them's going to be the ruler, if nobody obeys, there isn't a ruler. There's just some psycho telling you he has the right to rule you, and he has no power because he has no subjects willing to bow, and he has no enforcers willing to do his bidding. But that solution happens here in the brains of hundreds of millions of people instead of at any stupid ballot box or stupid act of legislation or any of the statist crap that's designed to keep you mentally enslaved. And it's amazing to watch the number of people who think they're fighting for freedom, but they start with the assumption that the path to freedom is going to be having people in power giving us permission to be free. You need to back up and rethink things if you're still in that mindset. And most people are in that mindset, right and left, Democrat and Republican. By the way, if you want to understand the mindset that actually gets humanity out of that, get a copy of The Most Dangerous Superstition and stop telling me that your only two choices are to kiss Biden's ass or to kiss Trump's ass. If that's all you can imagine, you need to expand your imagination.
Okay. Looks like they switched around some of these settings again. How did Reggie end up the front? There we go. Okay, interesting. I am going to make my way to the fields here for anybody who's still here watching. So I'm going to put another Larkin video on in the meantime. Give me a second. I'll be on mute as I look for it. And then when I find it, I'm just going to put it on. It's a little bit longer, this one, I think. And I will come back as soon as I'm back from the fields. And we'll see if we continue on further or call it a night for this stream. So it'll be another Larkin video. Hope you enjoyed that and took some good stuff away. And got another doozy coming up, and I've already watched Larkin as well. So I'll see you as soon as it's finished.
Anarchist author of The Iron Web and the Most Dangerous Superstition. IRS challenger, tax protester, and creator of the upcoming app, The Mirror. Larkin Rose.
I'm going to start with a disclaimer. This week I've heard a lot of...
We're going to redo that. That's the one I'm looking for, but that's the audio, so I'm going to find a video. Bear with me.
Anarchist author of The Iron Web and the Most Dangerous Superstition. IRS challenger, tax protester, and creator of the upcoming app, The Mirror. Larkin Rose.
I'm going to start with a disclaimer. This week I've heard a lot of people talk about nonviolent communication and compassionately talking to people, and I talked about that in my seminar that I did a few days ago. And I just want to warn you that this morning I'm going to be abrasive and offensive and say swear words. Now that might lead you to assume that I disagree with all those people who said those other things, and I actually don't. And so I hope you're not so offended that you run out of the room before the end, because then I'm going to explain why I'm happy that different people use different approaches. Voltaire is quoted to have said that if you want to find out who rules over you, find out who you're not allowed to criticize. And most Americans these days will say, well, sure, that applies to tyrannical regimes and stuff, but here we're allowed to criticize anybody we want. We're allowed to say bad things about the people in power and stuff like that. And to a certain extent, that's true. For the most part, you can bash the control freaks at the top of the authoritarian empire and they won't kill you. Every once in a while they will, but usually they won't. However, there is a form of censorship that is more effective and more insidious than old-fashioned state brutality of you criticize us, so we're going to beat you up. And that is the censorship that comes from people censoring each other, from people being indoctrinated to a point where they don't allow others' opinions that clash with things that they were trained to think and assume and basically worship. And I think a good measure of what people dare to say, what people dare to discuss, and sort of the limits of what you're allowed to say in polite company or even impolite company is the way comedians talk, because a lot of comedians go out of their way to be edgy and push the envelope and be as offensive as possible to make people laugh. So where are the areas that they won't go? I mean, they'll talk about poop and they'll talk about sex and they'll talk about whatever they can think of that might offend you and make you laugh. But there are places they won't go. Now, admittedly, they will bash politicians. Most of them reserve it for bashing right-leaning authoritarian collectivists and give a pass to the left-leaning authoritarian collectivists, which is a little bit pathetic, but oh well, at least they bash some of them. And some of them will even bash some police, but they usually put in the pathetic bootlicking disclaimer of, well, I'm not saying all police. Most police are brave men and women who yada, 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 blah, 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 but some of them are nasty. So they'll go that.
Just a bit of lag. See if I can get that to fix with the pause there. I'm on a Starlink, so bear with me if it's a bit of lag. I'm going to put the link again in the chat for anybody who wants to see the original.
that far. But there are things they won't say. There are people and there are concepts and beliefs that most comedians, no matter how offensive they like to be, don't dare to say. I'm here to say those things today. And I can think of no better example than fuck the troops. Why do people think that hired mercenaries are so holy and sacred that we're not allowed to point out bad things about them? Everywhere you go, in the news and on TV and on the radio, everyone worships the troops. It's on, stores say, oh, we'll give you a special discount if you're a hired murderer of the state. And you're not allowed to come out, you're not even allowed to come out and point out and show video, look, here are the US troops committing murder. Well, you're a horrible traitor for pointing that out, because we've been indoctrinated to worship a gang of people whose job it is to go to the other side of the world, blow shit up and kill people, and heaven forbid you ever criticize the people who do that. And imagine if they did that here. So much of statist mythology and statism, if you apply it in any other context, you can see that it's just utterly insane. For example, somebody says, hey, yeah, I work hard to protect you. Okay, what did you do? Well, there was a bad guy the next neighborhood over. Oh, and you went and stopped him? Yeah, well, how'd you do that? Well, we strafed the neighborhood with bullets for about a month. We dropped several tons of bombs on it. We killed 200 or 300 civilians, but we got the bad guy. Now, who would say, wow, thank you for your service. Thanks for protecting me. Nobody. We'd say, you're a fucking lunatic. Stop doing that. And when people do that to brown people on the other side of the world, it's just as fucking evil. So fuck the troops. And for the people who want to say, but my son is a Marine, how could you maybe you should have fucking taught your son morality instead of blindly obeying the evilest people in the world when they send you to be mercenaries on the other side of the world. Then I wouldn't have to bash him. But they're fighting for our freedom. How much of this statist bullshit are people going to repeat before they think about it? Yeah, because the guy in a cave in Afghanistan, he was totally going to come over here and conquer and enslave all of us, if not for the brave US troops driving around in Humvees on the other side of the world. Yeah, they were definitely going to enslave us. How does anybody believe that? And I made a video called, I forget what it was even called, but about what do you think the troops are protecting us from? What do you really imagine? Literally describe what you think would happen if there weren't US military bases all over the frickin' world. Who do you think is going to come here and forcibly dominate 300 million Americans, 100 million of whom are armed? It's a total freaking joke that we need a military at all, and it's utterly insane to say they fight for our freedom when they work for the one organization that is actually a threat to the freedom of the American people, which is the United States fucking government. And as many people have pointed out, if the troops were actually interested in defending our freedom and in upholding their oath to defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic, they would all be invading DC. I can't believe he would criticize the troops like that. They are out fighting for freedom and spreading democracy. Well, since that came up, fuck democracy. Democracy is a nice term for the majority violently oppressing a minority. And we're taught that that equals freedom. The best example I can think of democracy, pure democracy, direct democracy, is called gang rape. And it's not okay. It's not okay for the majority to force its will on the minority. And of course, what it actually does, and we all know this, but most of the world thinks, yeah, democracy is how we work out our differences. Democracy is what keeps us at war with each other. It keeps us clamoring to government, please force my neighbors to fund what I believe in. Force them to behave the way I want them to behave. Meanwhile, the neighbor is saying, no, 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 force him to be what I want him to be. Democracy is not freedom, it's the exact opposite. It makes perpetual warfare, and it always will. Now, some people are going to say, this is not a democracy, this is a constitutional republic. Don't worry, we'll get to that.
Testing 1, 2, 3. I guess everybody went to sleep. Okay. Shut this thing down. It's going to clean up some. What time was this?